The man originally just started a live stream to sell snacks and, incidentally, evoke childhood memories for his viewers. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a white light suddenly swept in from outside the screen, engulfing him before he even had a chance to react. The next second, he appeared on open field. Before he could even figure out what was going on, a cold voice rang in his ears. He had been forcibly pulled into a war game, representing the human camp in a life-or-death struggle against all races. The first step into this world is to set a grand ambition. Simply put, it's deciding what kind of person you want to become. This goal not only determines your potential for growth, but also the price you must pay. If you dream of becoming a god from the very beginning, it's basically like cutting off your own path. You might never even get close to the threshold in your entire life. However, if you only intend to be an ordinary lord, farming, raising fish, and living a peaceful life, then the difficulty of leveling up will be surprisingly low. Of course, the cost is equally obvious. The upper limit is limited, and ultimately it can only be mediocre. More importantly, once this choice is made, it can never be changed. Ling Yi stood there, speechless for a long time. He couldn't figure out what he truly wanted. Was it to choose a peaceful life, even if it meant forever being inferior to others? Or should we simply gamble everything and truly step into this brutal war to fight, to grab, and to carve out our own place? After all, this is not a game. People really do die on the battlefield. But soon he discovered that he was lucky. He was assigned as a final producer and did not have to go to the battlefield himself. However, as a final producer, he cannot gain experience through killing, war, or conquest. In other words, all the most direct, violent, and rapid ways to become stronger are blocked for him. Even more ironically, once someone sets their sights on him and wants to hang him on a street lamp for public humiliation, he doesn't even have the ability to resist. At that moment, ding, you have activated Wargame Newcomer Growth Gift, a flash of white light, and several items fell in front of Ling He: a worn-out stone axe, 2 pieces of bread covered in mud, and a can of ice-cold soda. He stared at the meager offerings for a moment in silence, then finally picked up the can of soda. Phew, that's refreshing. After one sip, a look of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. Clearly, this gift pack would barely ensure he wouldn't starve tonight. The rest was up to him. Taking advantage of this state of mind, He turned his attention to another gift pack. Although the name didn't sound good, he still chose to open it. You have activated Initial Debt of the Producer. No physical item dropped. The interface only displayed 2 prompts: a loan voucher and an initial secretary recruitment card. He barely hesitated, his gaze immediately locking onto the latter. Recruit a secretary without spending money? He muttered to himself, a hint of anticipation in his heart. Comparing the system recruitment, he quickly discovered that regular recruitment required 10 gold coins and was also subject to error restrictions. Looking at his own environment, he was at most at the Stone Age level. I hope I don't end up with a savage secretary. The thought of a burly caveman sent a chill down his spine. Judging by this, the recruitment card was clearly a newbie perk. Use it, he confirmed decisively, preparing to welcome his first subject. You have acquired a new secretary, Vera. The next moment, a scepter slammed into the ground with a thud, and a figure appeared. Black suit, top hat, gold-rimmed glasses. His demeanor was completely out of step with the times. He subconsciously uttered her name, Vera. The girl blinked and stretched out her hand. My lord, I'm very cute. Please give me money. This overly direct opening almost made He choke. He paused for a moment, guessing it was probably a wage request. After thinking for a while, he withdrew a gold coin from the system and handed it over. Here you go. Vera took the gold coin, examined it carefully in the sunlight, and looked very satisfied. A moment later, she carefully put it away. At the same time, the gold coins in Ling's interface had returned to 1. She gave an elegant bow. I am Vera Burin, your chief secretary. Rest assured, I will not let petty gains slow down development. A system notification popped up, indicating that she had acknowledged Ling He. Ling He opened her panel to check. Her abilities were quite strong. She could directly see the cost of items, but she also carried the curse of being allergic to money. He was somewhat speechless. Top-notch business acumen, yet completely lacking in combat power. In this starting environment, such a configuration seemed rather awkward. Just as he was pondering, Vera suddenly leaned closer. Were you impressed by my fancy control panel? Not at all, Ling retorted, then suddenly realized something was amiss. You can see this? Of course, I'm your secretary. She rolled her eyes and casually turned off her own control panel. Immediately afterward, she opened Ling He's information, saw it was blank, and burst out laughing. Our lord is a nobody, not even as good as me. After being repeatedly mocked, Ling He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. Show some respect to your boss. Vera struggled, vaguely threatening. I'll deduct your loyalty points. Ling sneered and directly revealed his passive ability. Sorry, I don't have that. Vera's eyes widened upon seeing it, speechless with anger. After a while, he released her, casually flattening her hat. The girl's expression froze, and she ran to the side, squatted down, and drew circles to curse him. Seeing her like this, Ling He sighed, adjusted his hat, and put it back on. Vera gave him a resentful look. I forgive you. Your true form is actually a hat, isn't it? He couldn't help but tease. She snorted, patted her clothes, and her expression returned to seriousness. You can't be a lord of the producers if you only know how to bully your secretary. Ling He also stopped joking. So what should we do now? Vera's eyes lit up. Buy things, of course. After saying that, she directly operated the panel and quickly entered the trading house. Then, pointing to the top item, her eyes were filled with two words, I want it. Ling He's expression changed instantly upon seeing the price. Lumberyard, spiritualized, price, 100,000 gold. A limited-time item costing 100,000 gold coins. Clearly just a gimmick. In the early stages of the war game, no one could possibly afford it. Ling He looked at Vera with suspicion. Are you serious? Seeing her nod, he simply laid down on the ground. 10,000 gold coins. Even selling me wouldn't be enough. Vera helplessly tugged at his sleeve, trying to pull him up. My lord, don't lie down. Young people need to strive. If you can't afford it now, you can pay for it later. There's no harm in accumulating more debt. She added, I don't even mind that you're poor. At this point, Vera leaned close to his ear and whispered, I estimate that this spirit-enhanced lumberyard is worth at least 500,000 gold coins. If you miss this opportunity, you'll miss out. Starting from scratch, taking out a loan isn't shameful. Upon hearing her constantly mention loans, Ling He immediately realized she was eyeing the loan voucher. This voucher had no limit. All that was needed was to repay 100,000 gold coins within a year. The pressure of 100,000 gold coins in a year caused Ling He to immediately show a pained expression. Without a word, he snatched Vera's hat and covered his face, clearly not wanting to listen to her nonsense anymore. Vera gritted her teeth in anger and snatched the hat back. Don't just take a lady's hat like that. Just then, the obscuring thing disappeared, and Ling caught a glimpse of the trading post refreshing. Wait, he sat up abruptly. Did something new just appear on the shelves? Vera opened the page and quickly stopped an item. Is this it? Among a pile of expensive food items, a set of building materials stood out. Timber, description, essential material for infrastructure, price, 2 gold/set, or barter. Ling He, unsure of the wood's intended use, could only look at Vera. She sneered, outrageous. This stuff isn't even worth 20 copper coins. It's only good for burning in a campfire for one night. But as soon as she finished speaking, the wood was marked as sold. Immediately afterward, the regional channel was flooded with messages. Who just sold the timber? Please list more. I'll do anything. Various purchase requests were scrolling by, creating a lively scene. Ling He observed for a while before gradually understanding the situation. Timber itself was indeed common, but the problem was that everyone's spawn point was random, with some people landing directly in extreme environments such as deserts and snowfields. These areas were resource scarce, making even basic building materials difficult to obtain, and were also accompanied by dangerous creatures. If it weren't for the newbie gift pack, there would have been heavy casualties long ago. However, extreme environments also have advantages, such as making it easier to obtain copper coins. After a few hours, some people have gradually adapted to the environment and have accumulated some gold coins. But they lacked resources, and no one was selling them on the market. Some are even deliberately hoarding goods, cutting off others' means of survival and profiting from it. Just then, the trading post anonymously listed timber again. The price, however, doubled immediately. Timber, price, 5 gold/set, or barter. 5 gold coins. Ling He frowned. This wasn't a normal transaction. It was ripping people off. But he quickly realized that the other party's real purpose wasn't to sell gold coins, but to exchange them for resources. Clearly, That person planned to take advantage of the early game to massively plunder resources. A rather shrewd plan. Ling He sneered. This tactic might not succeed. He turned to Vera, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, their smiles carrying a deeper meaning. It seems the Lord already has a plan. Of course. As he spoke, Ling He flipped back to the first page of the trading post and clicked on the spiridified lumber mill at the top. A system notification popped up. Insufficient currency. Use loan voucher? Ling He replied without hesitation. Yes. The next moment, the virtual building view unfolded. Successfully purchased. Lumber mill, spiridified. Please select placement area. From an architectural perspective, Ling He could freely choose the placement location and direction. However, he quickly discovered that the initial placement point could only be within a 20-meter radius of himself. Considering the vast area of the spirit-transformed lumberyard, adjusting the space wouldn't be very meaningful, so he simply placed the lumberyard 3 meters in front of him and confirmed it directly. With a deafening roar, the plane trembled violently, the earth cracked open, and towering trees burst forth from the ground. The once barren land was instantly covered by a vast forest. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding. You have triggered the secretary skill. Bargaining, gained bonus, citizen recruitment order, contract lumberjack. An extra reward? Ling He was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but look at Vera. The girl leaned on her scepter, head tilted back, looking like she was waiting for praise. Ling He couldn't help but laugh out loud and reached out to pat her head. Vera froze instantly, straightened her hat, gritted her teeth, but quickly recovered and began to handle her affairs. She opened the resident recruitment panel and pointed to the only option. Contract lumberjack era. Stone age description. The most basic worker understands interests and swears allegiance to the contract price. 1 gold. Ling He did not hesitate and clicked recruit directly. The next second, a muscular man appeared out of thin air. He was covered in stubble, completely naked, and only covered by a grass skirt. Ling He subconsciously looked at Vera, but found that she didn't react at all, her eyes as indifferent as if she were looking at a tool. What's wrong, you damn lord? Vera asked, puzzled. Nothing. Ling He withdrew his gaze and checked the other party's attributes. Combat power, 5, very low. A typical basic unit, but it's not bad for its price range. He thought for a moment, then smiled and patted the burly man on the shoulder. As my first employee, how about giving yourself a name? The burly man's pupils contracted, and he roared to the sky. Everything for profit. I'm asking you to give yourself a name. Everything for profit. Ling He was silent for a few seconds. Can you say anything else? Everything is for profit. Vera next to him burst out laughing. Lord, do you expect to communicate with this kind of ancient barbarian? She tapped the strong man's chest muscle and pointed to his head, traded in muscle. The burly man scratched his head, clearly not understanding. Ling He sighed and shoved the beginner's stone axe into his hand. Go chop down trees. Yes, came the reply. Finally a response. The burly man immediately turned and swung his axe at the tree, each strike leaving deep cracks. A system notification popped up. Lumberjack assigned. Production efficiency, 100 stacks of timber/day. Upon seeing this number, Ling He nearly choked. He remembered that timber sold for 5 gold coins per stack in the trading post, but now, a lumberjack could produce 100 stacks a day. Profiteers! Meanwhile, inside the cave, Lin Xiao suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me now? He frowned, but quickly dismissed it, continuing to operate the trading post and listing several sets of timber. Yes. A private chat window popped up quickly. Ling Yu go. Excuse me. How many sets of wood can this blueprint be exchanged for? A blueprint message popped up in the private chat. A wooden barricade, a basic defensive structure from the Bronze Age, effectively countering charging units, requiring only 3 sets of wood to build. Lin Xiao glanced at it and replied almost without hesitation. 1 set. Ling Yu go. Impossible. In the snowy plains, the battered woman clenched her fists tightly. She knew very well that while most people were still in the Stone Age, these Bronze Age blueprints should not be so cheap. But the biting wind was unbearable, and she couldn't hold on for long. If she couldn't get someone to keep warm before nightfall, she would most likely freeze to death. However, Lin Xiao remained unmoved. Anonymous. Then you can trade with someone else. He added, see if anyone else besides me is willing to exchange resources for this blueprint that you don't need right now. He even reminded her that bartering in the trading house also requires paying taxes, and the tax on bronze blueprints would definitely not be low. After sending the message, Lin Xiao immediately closed the private chat and sneered, trying to haggle. In his opinion, at this stage, no one but him could afford such blueprints. He was well aware that the blueprints were more valuable, but he would never fund a potential competitor. Since the start of the war game, Lin Xiao understood that the real threat was not the unknown foreign races, but the tens of thousands of human lords in the same region. Moreover, if they urgently needed timber, they would eventually have to come back to him, because the trading house's tax system was enough to cripple most people. He had already calculated that a tree typically yields only 2 to 5 stacks of timber, and with the current tools, processing a single tree would take several hours. Even if an ordinary person starts with a lot of resources, after deducting their own needs, they would at most have only 1 or 2 stacks left, which might not even be enough to cover the transaction tax. But Lin Xiao was completely different. He opened the panel and checked his growth path, a false creator god, currently level 1, with the passive ability tenfold amplification. When collecting resources, it would destroy surrounding resources of the same type, thus obtaining 10 times the output. Although there were losses, the benefits were extremely high. This is why he can obtain 20 to 50 stacks of timber from just one tree. Currently, no one can compete with him in terms of both resources and gold. By snowballing his advantage through the trading post, he can eventually even squeeze out others' living space. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's lips curled up slightly. Let those who look down on me see for themselves that I am the protagonist of this era. However, the next second, the trading post refreshed, and his smile froze instantly. Someone had listed timber, also priced at 1 gold coin per set. Meanwhile, in front of the spirit-enhanced logging site, he was harvesting his first batch of produce. After an hour of processing following the fall of a towering tree, he obtained 10 stacks of timber. At this rate, a contracted lumberjack could cut down 10 trees a day, working 12 hours a day, with a very stable output. My lord, this price is way too low. Vera complained as she put the timber on the shelves. In her opinion, the cost of the timber was only 20 copper, while even bread was selling for 50 copper. In this market environment, a price of 1 gold coin, although profitable, was far from ruthless. He was engrossed in his calculations when her voice pulled him back to reality. He instinctively reached out to pat her head to comfort her, but his top hat blocked his way. He coughed lightly and looked at Vera. Do you think I sold you for too little? Vera nodded seriously. If it were her, she would never have sold you off like that. After listening to her complaints, he finally understood why she looked so dissatisfied, and his doubts were completely dispelled. He smiled and tapped Vera's forehead, half-jokingly saying that she had a typical Victorian capitalist mindset. Although she had a keen sense of opportunity, he believed he was superior in actual trading operations. He suddenly asked, have you ever heard of game theory? Vera tilted her head, looking confused. He had no choice but to rephrase the question, explaining a concept that didn't yet exist in this era. He pointed to the trading platform interface and explained that everyone here influences each other and competes for interests. In essence, it is a zero-sum game. If someone makes money, someone else must lose money. He continued his analysis, explaining that timber was a necessity and would definitely sell, but the total amount of gold coins in the trading market was limited. To earn more, one had to snatch it from other sellers. Upon hearing the word gold coins, Vera instantly understood and excitedly exclaimed, so, the other sellers are the real enemies. We need to lower prices and squeeze them out. She became increasingly agitated. With a fixed total revenue, instead of cooperating, expanding the market with lower prices would actually yield more profits. He snapped his fingers in approval, then proposed a more aggressive strategy. 1 gold coin per set is still too high. Why not just drive the price down to the bottom and swallow the entire market? His gaze was calm. Let's starve all those unscrupulous merchants to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded, indicating that all the timber he had listed for sale had been sold out. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was sorting through the timber with a dark expression. He had managed to snatch most of the 10 sets of timber, each costing 1 gold coin, but 3 sets had been bought by others. He had reacted too slowly and been outbid. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, glaring at another seller in the trading post, the honest vendor, his anger surging. Although only 3 sets of low-priced timber were released, it had already caused a stir in the channel. Everyone began to observe, and even those who had contacted him for trade fell silent. Looking at the deserted private chat interface, Lin Xiao slammed his fist on the ground. He had already pushed the market to the brink and was about to reap the rewards, but these few sets of timber had disrupted his rhythm. He knew in his heart that the other party couldn't maintain the low price forever, but this period of observation was enough to slow down his plans, which he absolutely couldn't accept. Lin Xiao said coldly, "A conscientious vendor. Huh? We'll see." Ling He, however, was completely unaware of this and was still counting the gold coins he had just received. After deducting taxes from the 10 stacks of timber, he received 8 gold coins, which felt heavy in his hand. He casually handed them to Vera. "Want to play with them for a while?" Vera's eyes lit up instantly, and she cheered as she grabbed all the gold coins, her previous dissatisfaction vanishing, her whole being immersed in the golden light. She held it for a while before reluctantly handing it back, excitedly urging, "Keep producing. I'm waiting to see how those unscrupulous merchants react." She suddenly wondered where he had learned these theories. Lingy could only give a dry laugh in response. These experiences were simply summaries he had drawn from his observations of small shops in real life. Vera didn't press further, instead inquiring about the purpose of the gold coins. Lingy answered almost without hesitation. "Hire 4 more lumberjacks, and buy 4 more stone axes." In his view, tools were cheap and practical, a perfect match for manpower. But after he finished speaking, Vera merely smiled politely, which made him realize something was amiss. She subtly suggested, "Is there any possibility of increasing the pay?" He then suddenly realized that he had overlooked a passive ability. Contract lumberjacks are units on the producer path, meaning they can benefit from the passive bonuses provided by pay. Originally, due to a shortage of funds, he had no intention of touching this system. But since Vera brought it up, he decided to try increasing the only lumberjacks pay a little. Then, 1 copper coin. He casually confirmed the adjustment. The interface refreshed immediately after the value changed. Salary, 1 copper/day. Resource production rate increased by 10%. He raised an eyebrow and casually opened the spiritified lumberyard. Sure enough, the daily output increased from 100 stacks to 110 stacks of timber, a noticeable improvement in profits. At the current market price, 10 stacks of timber can be sold for 10 gold, which is equivalent to 1,000 copper. In other words, the cost of 1 copper yields a profit of over 1,000 times. He quickly realized that this was just the beginning, so he continued to increase the price, adding 2 copper, 3 copper, and so on. As the pay increased, the lumberjacks moved faster and faster, even leaving afterimages. Each additional copper coin increased efficiency by 10%, stacking up to 15 copper coins. Just as he was about to add more, Vera suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Don't add any more." She quickly brought up the interface and showed it to Ling He. At this moment, the information about the subjects had undergone a qualitative change. Occupation, contract axe warrior, salary, full salary, combat power. 10 He was stunned, his attention instantly drawn to the words axe warrior. Upon opening the details, the attributes become even more outrageous. Resource efficiency is increased by 150%, combat power is doubled, and it's immune to intimidation effects. Simply put, this unit is now not only fast at chopping down trees, but also equally adept at taking down enemies. Such stats are completely unlike what one would expect from a 1 gold basic unit. The only cost is a monthly salary of 450 copper coins, but given the current profits, this cost is negligible. Lingy became increasingly excited and leaned down to kiss Vera on the cheek. "Thanks to you for this." If she hadn't reminded him, he probably wouldn't have even thought about paying salaries. Vera was instantly enraged by the sneak attack. "You bastard lord! What are you doing?" she shouted as she backed away, wiping her face. "I'm not that kind of secretary." Lingy was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening, and his face darkened instantly. "What are you thinking? I'm not that bad." Vera immediately retorted, "You don't even want to pay my salary, and you have the nerve to talk back to me?" The two stared at each other for a moment, their momentum simultaneously waning. Clearly, neither was much stronger than the other. The atmosphere had just eased when Vera's expression suddenly changed. She abruptly raised her scepter and slammed it to the ground. "Guards!" Before He could react, he was tackled from behind by a tremendous force. At the same time, A chill brushed past his cheek. Woos, bang. Not far away, a long, thin gash was sliced open in the bark of a giant tree. Clearly, the attack was aimed at his head. If it had hit, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Ling He quickly got up and pushed away the axe warrior who was pressing down on him. Looking in the direction the attack had come from, his expression immediately turned serious. Vera walked to his side and pointed outside the logging camp. Put your thanks aside for now. We have guests outside. Ling He nodded, roughly understanding the situation. The commotion at the spirit-enhanced lumberyard had indeed attracted the attention of those nearby. His previous tranquility had almost made him forget that this was a war game. And now, his assets were clearly being targeted. Thinking of the logging camp he'd bought with a 100,000 gold loan, a surge of anger instantly welled up in Ling He's mind. He gripped his stone axe tightly, his tone hardening. Whoever it is, let's go out and confront them first. However, Ling He was not blinded by momentary enthusiasm. Before leaving the logging camp, he used the remaining funds to recruit 3 contract lumberjacks, equipped them with all the necessary gear, and paid them the full amount of wages. With this, including the original unit, he now had 4 formidable contracted axe warriors acting as frontline meat shields. After confirming it was safe, he led Vera out of the lumberyard. The moment he stepped outside, the sight before him stunned him. On the grass in the distance, a blue, oval-shaped creature, easily half a meter in size, was slowly wriggling, its surface slippery. This thing a slime? But this thing was clearly nothing like the slimes he remembered. As he observed, the blue creature suddenly convulsed, its body rippling. The next second, a tiny ice crystal condensed from its body and shot out. A whooshing sound rang out as ice crystals hurtled towards Ling He. Fortunately, 4 axe warriors were already in front of him, and the attack only pierced one of them in the chest, causing little damage. The axe warrior who was hit didn't even utter a sound. Ling He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Tough. Immediately, he pointed at the blue creature. Go. Take it down. Based on the attack intervals, he judged that the creature could only attack about once a minute. In that case, there was nothing to fear. The 4 contract axe warriors shouted in unison, all for profit, and then charged forward simultaneously. The distance between the two wasn't close, but the axe warriors were incredibly fast. The slime only had time to launch another ice crystal before being caught in close combat. The next moment, 4 stone axes slammed down simultaneously. The stone axes weren't sharp. They were more like blunt force strikes, each one sending large amounts of gelatinous liquid flying everywhere. In less than a minute, the blue creature was smashed into a pile of mud. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Ling He's ears. First defeat of a foreign lord. Experience gained. 0. Loot gained. None. A foreign lord? Ling He finally realized that it was no ordinary monster. He immediately ran forward, shouting, "Wait, don't smash it!" But by the time he arrived, all that remained on the ground was a pile of unrecognizable wreckage. The only find was a lone copper coin. Vera didn't hesitate and reached into the sticky corpse to pull it out. She even muttered, "Tisk, so poor," before stuffing the coin into her pouch. Ling He didn't care too much about the money, just felt a bit disappointed. He'd finally encountered a foreign lord, only to be utterly defeated. Thinking of this, he opened a regional channel and sent a warning. Conscience vendor, beware of those slime-like creatures. They might be foreign lords, highly aggressive, and will kill. The message caused an instant uproar in the regional chat channel. However, most people didn't take it seriously and even started making fun of him. Some mocked him for being addicted to games, while others complained about being chased by wolves. The atmosphere in the channel suddenly changed when someone recognized his name. Isn't that the timber vendor? Do you have any timber for 1 gold? There are no resources in the desert at all. The channel quickly went completely off topic, and the topic all turned into asking to buy timber. All of this was observed by Lin Xiao, who was hiding in the cave. He snorted coldly, his face grim. Once cheap timber appeared, market prices would naturally drop, and his original plans would be affected. But more than that, he was concerned about something else. Foreign lords like the slimes, that is a threat. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and silently memorized this information. Just then, Ling He's message popped up again in the channel. Conscience vendor, a new batch of timber will be available in 1 hour. Please wait patiently. Lin Xiao suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. How could he still have timber? The exclamations in the regional channel didn't bother Ling He too much. After sending the message that the timber would soon be available for sale, he was about to leave with Vera and the axe warrior when Vera raised her hand to stop him. She held up a finger to signal for quiet, her expression unusually serious. Ling swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She saw Vera looking around, as if searching for something. Then, leaning on her scepter, she probed around the slime corpse, tapping here and poking there, with soft, rustling sounds constantly coming from the grass. Suddenly, the scepter dipped slightly, and Vera's lips curled into a smile. "Found you." As soon as she finished speaking, the scepter plunged down, and a scream immediately came from the ground. "Gurgle." Ling He immediately ordered the axe warriors to step forward and lift up the grass on the ground. After turning over the soil, a dirty, round ball was revealed. Another slime? Ling He frowned. But this one was clearly different. It was deep red all over, a full meter long, much larger than the blue slime from before. Even more strangely, the red slime didn't attack. Instead, it cowered in place, trembling slightly. As Ling approached, he could clearly sense its fear, as it made low, gurgling sounds, much like the cries of a small animal struggling for survival. Vera poked it and laughed. "It's afraid of me." As soon as she finished speaking, the slime trembled even more violently. Then, two round hands emerged from its body, holding up a glittering gold coin and shakily offering it to her. Ling He glanced at Vera and, sure enough, saw her staring blankly at the gold coin, even secretly swallowing. After a long while, she finally managed to look away. "If I'm not mistaken, this guy is the mastermind. What do you plan to do with him?" The slime also handed the gold coin to Ling He, its round arm extending and retracting. The gold coin appeared and disappeared intermittently, clearly possessing some kind of ability, which was enough to prove that it was the true slime lord, and was now obviously trying to buy its life with money. Ling He took a breath. This choice was indeed tricky. Killing it meant losing the gold coins. Not killing it might leave behind hidden dangers. He even started internally arguing. "Let it go, it'll give you money. But it just tried to kill you. But it gave you money. Enough." Ling He suddenly spoke, interrupting his chaotic thoughts, and glared at Vera at the same time. Taking advantage of the slime's dazed state, he snatched the gold coins, and a system notification sounded, indicating that the gold coins had been credited to his account. The slime finally reacted, staring blankly at Ling He. Ling He smiled and said, "Consider this compensation for emotional distress. But if you want to buy my life, this is far from enough." As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured. More money was needed. The slime made a trembling sound, but instead of pulling out any more gold coins, it shrank further into the mud. "No money." Ling He sighed. "Then there's nothing we can do." He took a few steps back, and several axe warriors simultaneously raised their stone axes. As the axe was about to fall, the slime began to tremble violently. In this critical moment, a ripple appeared on its body, and a faint flame drifted out, landing on the axe warrior's chest before instantly dissipating, causing almost no damage. Just as the stone axe was about to strike, Vera suddenly shouted, "Spare the ball." The stone axe stopped abruptly just centimeters above the slime's head, a close call. Ling He was startled and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" "I think I just saw money." Vera crouched beside the slime, examining it closely. She had indeed seen something valuable flash by. With her abilities, such a judgment was almost impossible to be wrong. Since she said so, there must be something valuable hidden inside this slime. Ling He had no doubts about this and stared directly at the slime, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. "You little rascal, you're not being honest." Under the simultaneous gaze of the two, the slime visibly trembled and finally couldn't withstand the pressure, pulling out a lump of red gel from its body. "This is it." Vera immediately pointed, then carefully poked it with her scepter. The next second, flames shot up, and she quickly withdrew her hand, then gave her assessment. "Highly effective igniter, worth at least 30 coppers each." Upon hearing the price, Ling He's expression instantly changed. 30 copper coins might not seem like much, but the market was in chaos, with even timber prices far exceeding their actual value. More importantly, no one in the trading post was selling tinder, which meant this was a completely untapped market. Thinking of this, Ling He's eyes lit up. He wasn't just interested in the profits, but also in the conditions required for his growth path. The final producer route required gaining experience through monopoly, and while he might not be able to do that with food and timber, new products were not without opportunities. So, his gaze towards the slime softened, even carrying a hint of a businessman smile. The slime, however, was completely bewildered, only feeling that the expressions of these two bipedal creatures were becoming increasingly strange, and quickly pulled out two more lumps of gel, looking tense and defensive. This only excited Ling He more. He took out the gold coin he had stolen earlier, pointed at the coin, then at the gel, indicating a trade. The slime seemed to understand, cautiously handing over the gel, and Ling He also extended the gold coin, but they didn't immediately exchange. He first made a 1 gesture, then made a 9 gesture towards the gel. This time, the slime clearly understood, immediately took back the gel in its hand, and then pulled out a handful of even smaller gel balls from its body, making exactly 9. This scene immediately darkened Ling He's face. Good heavens, they even split them up for sale? One bundle was split into 9 bundles. This operation couldn't be any darker. He was about to take the gold coins back when Vera suddenly interrupted him. Wait! She picked up a small piece of gel and squeezed it, her eyes immediately lighting up. These smaller ones are easier to use, more stable, and more portable. She paused, then reevaluated the price. These are probably worth 50 coppers. Upon hearing this, Ling reacted swiftly, stuffing the gold coins into the slime's body and taking all the small gels in one go. Deal! Happy transaction! His actions were decisive and swift, leaving the other party no chance to back out. He quickly listed the new stock on the auction house as Fire Slime Gel, priced at 1 gold each, including tax. Compared to wood, this stuff didn't sell as quickly, probably because the demand wasn't too high at the moment. After all, making fire by friction was still barely acceptable. However, the concept of slime material caused a complete uproar in the channel. Some were shocked that such creatures actually existed, while others speculated that Ling and he had already made contact with the territories of other races. Discussions raged, and many even started spamming the chat asking to be taken along. Amidst the lively chatter, a comment caught Ling He's attention. This might not sell well right now, but to fight against the foreign invaders, I'll buy 1 to show my support. At the same time, Ling He's newly listed gel sold 2 units instantly, earning 1 gold and 60 copper coins directly into his account. Seeing his balance return to exactly 2 gold, Ling He felt much more relieved. These were real buyers. He glanced at the channel casually. The name, War Maniac, seemed somewhat familiar, but the message was quickly overwhelmed by new messages. He was too lazy to investigate further and simply withdrew the gold coins. Ling He shook the gold coins in his hand and looked at the slime in the mud puddle. Although the gel wasn't selling particularly well yet, he judged the demand would definitely increase significantly when night fell. Stockpiling more goods now is obviously a safer choice. The slime seemed to understand, skillfully taking out 18 small clumps of gel from its body. After completing the transaction, it also accepted the 2 gold coins handed over by Ling He. Ling He silently calculated the profits, and his mood immediately improved. He no longer intended to make things difficult for the seemingly pitiful little guy, since draining the pond to catch all the fish was never his business practice. He waved for the contract axe warrior to step back, then pulled Vera back a few steps to make room for the mud pit. He then waved to the slime. Let's go. We can trade again sometime. Although the slime couldn't understand his words, it could tell that the other party meant no harm. It immediately jumped out of the mud puddle, shook off the mud, and revealed its original form. Only then did Ling He realize that it actually had a pair of watery eyes, and, after being cleaned up, it even looked kind of cute. Vera muttered under her breath, if we sold as a pet, we could probably make a lot of money. Ling He glared at her. Those words were exactly what he was thinking, but he had no intention of actually doing it. He glanced at the slime again. Thankfully, the creature couldn't understand human speech. Strangely, even though the path had been cleared, the slime showed no sign of leaving. Instead, it made a gurgling sound and hopped twice towards Ling He. The contract axe warriors immediately became alert and raised their stone axes. Seeing this, the slime quickly stopped and pulled out some gel from its body, as if desperately trying to prove that it meant no harm. Ling He waved his hand to reassure the warriors, then tentatively asked, do you still want to continue trading? But I'm out of gold coins now. The slime couldn't understand what he was saying, but seeing that the other party didn't attack, it jumped directly to Ling He and Vera's side, gently nuzzling them, its actions appearing exceptionally affectionate. Vera reached out and squeezed it, unable to resist commenting, "It's so soft and smooth. If this were made into a luxury item, it would be worth at least 10 gold coins." As soon as she finished speaking, the slime visibly trembled, as if it sensed danger, and quickly hid behind Ling He, not daring to approach Vera at all. Ling He smiled and soothed it. "Don't scare it. It's our raw material supplier." The slime immediately hugged his leg and rubbed against him affectionately. Ling He was amused by it. "So you're not planning to leave?" The slime responded with a gurgle and continued to stay put. Vera stepped forward and gently poked it with her scepter, her tone tinged with disdain. "It seems it wants to come with us. We might as well keep it as a pet and a backup fund." Ling He nodded first, then shook his head. Treating a business partner like a pet felt a little strange. But when he looked down into those eyes, he couldn't help but reach out and rub them. "From now on, I'll call you Hamburger," he said seriously, as if it were just for convenience rather than naming a pet. The slime tilted its head and purred, clearly not understanding it all. Vera, however, couldn't help but laugh. "That's a nice name. It even sounds like home." Ling nodded smugly, calling himself a cultured man. Then his face darkened, and he glared at the axe warriors who were still standing there in a daze. "What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for the trees to turn into timber by themselves? Hurry up and go back to chopping down trees." As soon as he finished speaking, the axe warriors shuddered in unison and immediately turned around and quickly returned to their posts. After the contract axe warrior left, the slime visibly relaxed. Right in front of Vera, it crawled between Ling He's legs and suddenly thrust upwards, lifting him completely off the ground. Ling He cried out in surprise and was propelled upwards, hopping and skipping towards the lumberyard. Vera, left behind, froze for half a second before stomping her feet in anger. "Stop right there. You damned slime knight," she yelled as she chased after him, and chaos erupted. For the next while, all the work was left to the axe warrior. Ling and Vera spent most of their time playing around with the slime. The two finally stopped processing the new batch of timber. Ling He stood in front of the pile and gestured, noticing that it was significantly taller than him. "This batch is a lot," Vera said after a quick glance. "About 100 sets." In the spirit-enhanced lumber mill, the yield of each tree was quite stable. 4 fully paid axe warriors producing 100 stacks of timber per hour was perfectly normal. Ling He nodded, not thinking it could get any more exaggerated. Then he turned to Vera. "Put it up for sale." "I knew it." Vera sighed. "The trading post doesn't accept transactions with a single click. You have to process them one group at a time." She couldn't be bothered with 10 groups of timber before, let alone hundreds. "Fine, the secretary will handle it," she grumbled as she started operating the system. Vera was busy listing timber, while Ling He casually opened the regional channel. Many people were still waiting for him to fulfill his previous promise. Some speculated whether he had encountered danger, while others analyzed the future price trend of timber. But not long after, a voice that was clearly trying to stir up trouble suddenly emerged. The other party stated bluntly that even if Ling He were to sell again, it would never be 1 gold per set. They even deliberately tried to steer others towards accepting higher prices. Many people quickly echoed this sentiment, and the atmosphere in the channel gradually became skewed. Ling He watched this scene, his brows slowly furrowing. His original plan was to ruthlessly squeeze out unscrupulous merchants by lowering prices. But if things continued this way, he might end up raising prices for them instead. This person doesn't seem like an ordinary passerby. Ling He sneered, already vaguely guessing the other person's identity. "All right, let's go all out." He turned to Vera. "Change the price to 50 copper. Vera was stunned. "Are we doing charity?" Ling He was too lazy to explain and slapped her hat flat. "Don't touch the hat." Vera immediately covered her head in annoyance. But she quickly realized that the actual value of the wood itself wasn't high. "Fine, you decide." She obediently adjusted the price and continued to put on the shelf. Ling He then sent a message directly in the channel. "Honest vendor, sorry for the delay. Everyone, it's decided now. Lumber is 50 copper per stack, 100 stacks available. Incredibly cheap. Hurry to the trading post." After the message was sent, the regional channel fell eerily silent. The expected heated discussion didn't materialize, but the trading post was in complete chaos. Vera had barely listed the timber when it was instantly sold out. The sale speed was even faster than the speed at which she put the items on the shelves. As the wood flowed out in large quantities, the fire slime gel also began to sell rapidly. Watching the gold coins in her personal panel continue to rise, Ling's smile grew wider and wider. He quickly realized that it wasn't that no one wanted the slime gel, but rather that they lacked a suitable igniter. As long as the wood sold, the slime would naturally find market. Just as he was pondering this, a private message popped up. Creator God, why bother? On the other side, Lin Xiao only realized after sending the message that he had forgotten to remain anonymous. However, he thought to himself that he had been hiding his identity very well and it shouldn't be exposed anytime soon. So he adjusted his tone and continued to send messages to probe. The Creator God, given the current market conditions, there's no shortage of timber to sell. Your low price dumping is just disrupting the market. What good will that do you? Lingy glanced at the messages and chuckled softly. So impatient already. He recognized the person as the one who had been stirring up trouble in the channel earlier. Now that their efforts had failed, they'd resorted to privately contacting him. The honest vendor, so what brilliant ideas do you have? Seeing that the other party was willing to talk, Lin Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. He didn't want to immediately break off relations, so he first tried to test the waters with a pitiful explanation. Creator God, I also sell timber. Selling timber now is essentially sacrificing your own development. Since you've made the sacrifice, wanting a higher return isn't unreasonable, is it? After sending the message, there was no response for a long time. Lin Xiao quickly judged that the other party was not buying it. He frowned and simply steered the topic back to the matter of interest. Creator God, then I'll be frank. The current trading market is like an inexhaustible cake. If we keep undercutting each other, the cake will only get smaller. Why not join forces, set a unified price, and work together to expand the market? Lingy stared thoughtfully at the passage. He understood this tactic of joint price control, which was essentially a way to manipulate the market. The problem was that this path completely conflicted with his career goals. His path, from the very beginning, did not allow him to share the profits. Lingy smiled and muttered to himself, good suggestion, but unfortunately I don't like cutting cake. Then, he replied in a private chat. The conscientious vendor. Great. Lin Xiao was overjoyed upon seeing this message, thinking he had truly persuaded the other party. He even began to look down on Ling He somewhat. But the next second, a new message popped up. Honest vendor, but I'll set the price. 50 copper coins per set. Take it or leave it. Lin Xiao's expression instantly changed. Creator God, what do you mean? The system notification popped up immediately after he sent the message. The other party has blocked you. Bang! Lin Xiao slammed his fist into the ground, his anger exploding instantly. But what enraged him even more was yet to come. In the regional channel, Ling had already begun to speak publicly. The conscientious vendor, someone just messaged me privately, asking me to raise the price of lumber to 5 gold, so that no one can afford it. But you're my family, how could I do that? No. Then he abruptly changed his tone, making it clear, from now on, lumber is plentiful. If the price is higher than 50 copper per stack tomorrow, I'll change my surname to his. The news caused an uproar in the regional chat channel. Some were overjoyed at being recognized as a brother. Others cheered and watched the spectacle. And some even shouted, the business war has begun. The entire region was instantly in an uproar. Lin Xiao stared at the screen, his teeth grinding. He finally understood that this wasn't just a rejection. It was a slap in the face, delivered right in front of everyone. You better not let me find you. Looking at the bunch of brothers and sons who suddenly appeared in the regional channel, Ling, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone's really enthusiastic. Vera finally took a break from the busy trading post and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Seeing him still grinning like an idiot, she rolled her eyes. You're having it easy. Remember to help out next time you list timber. No problem. Ling, he answered readily. But the next second, he took out 2 gold coins and handed them to the slime at his feet. Hamburger, some gel. Gulp. Hamburger blinked, then spat out 18 clumps of gel from its body. Lingy skillfully accepted the goods, stuffed the gold coins back, and casually patted its head, laughing. Now you're a little rich man. Hamburger didn't understand what he was saying, but just rubbed against his leg ingratiatingly. Lingy leaned against it and listed all 18 gels on the trading house, then stretched and said, done. I did it all myself this time. He turned to Vera and smiled confidently. The next batch of timber is yours. Vera's eyes widened, and she realized that she had been tricked again. She pointed at herself, protesting with a look of dissatisfaction. Look carefully, a lady. How can you bear to make me do such rough work? I can't bear to. Ling, he said, holding her hand with a very sincere tone. Vera had just breathed a sigh of relief when he slowly added, but I can think of you as a heartless capitalist from the Victorian era. That way I won't feel guilty. With that, he released her and turned to leave. Vera looked at him incredulously. So you only care about your own conscience? Kalingi was too lazy to pay attention to her and started operating directly. He used the remaining 50-odd gold coins to recruit 20 contract lumberjacks in one go, equip them all with tools, and set them to full pay. Although this approach isn't profitable in the long run, it is undoubtedly the fastest way to accumulate resources in the short term. He estimates that this round of logging should produce approximately 600 stacks of timber before dusk. The real key now is whether other merchants will take advantage of this time to lower prices and seize market share. The result was as expected. After his initial 100 sets of low-priced timber sold out, the price of timber in the trading house strangely uniformly settled at 5 gold per set. Merchants all wanted to maximize their profits, so naturally no one was willing to lower their prices first. But the buyers were equally shrewd. With Lingi's price of 50 copper per set as a comparison, no one was willing to buy timber at 5 gold anymore. And so, the entire trading post came to a standstill. This was precisely the time difference Ling he had been trying to gain. An hour later, as dusk approached, the last batch of timber was finally produced. More than 600 stacks of timber were piled up into a small mountain, but there were still no transactions recorded in the trading post. Lingy smiled. He could see clearly that those businessmen were already subtly joining forces against him, but they were using the wrong methods, because this piece of the pie would soon become his. Vera. He reached out and nudged her. Although Vera was still verbally annoyed, her hands betrayed her, as she immediately began listing the timber again. At the same time, Ling he shouted in the regional channel, "Honest vendor, 50 copper coins per set, over 600 sets of timber to be listed immediately." The moment the message was sent out, the market exploded. More than 600 sets of wood were sold out in the blink of an eye, and with the profits from the slime gel, more than 300 gold coins were credited directly to the account. However, problems began to surface. Some in the channel were complaining about not being able to buy any, while others, due to the harsh conditions, dared not continue gambling on low-priced timber. Lingy glanced at these messages, but simply turned his gaze back to the trading post, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's over. He invested all 300 gold coins he had just earned back into the system, exchanging them all for lumberjacks and tools. The next moment, the lumberyard panel refreshed. Lumberyard, spiritualized. Assignment. Contract lumberjacks X174, full pay. Production rate. 43,500 stacks of wood/day. They lost. They lost completely. Vera had been watching from the sidelines. Although she had disagreed with Ling He on pricing, her business acumen was equally sharp. She could clearly see that the other merchants in the trading house had fallen completely behind. The problem was that they had watched helplessly as Ling He successfully completed the most crucial initial accumulation phase. In the business world, this is the most fatal mistake. The initial accumulation period is both when capital is most vulnerable and when Lingy is most easily suppressed. Once this stage is missed, Lingy has already grown into the biggest shark in the timber market, and its capital will only expand wildly at an even more exaggerated rate. Thinking of this, Vera couldn't help but smile, muttering softly, "Being favored by interests, this is more like the Lord I chose." But Ling He suddenly leaned over, reached out, and touched her forehead, looking puzzled. "You don't have a fever. Why are you smiling so frighteningly?" These words infuriated Vera. She slapped Ling He's hand away and turned her head away angrily. Ling He shook his hand, not caring at all, and even found her appearance quite amusing, so he simply smiled and offered a few words of comfort. He then took a can of happy water from the trading post and handed it to Vera. 1 gold coin a bottle now. Hearing this price, Vera was instantly stunned, even her anger dissipating. This is worth 1 gold coin? Lingy didn't care at all. He bought himself another bottle, opened it, and lightly clinked glasses with her. "Let's celebrate completing our initial capital accumulation, cheers." After saying that, he downed half the can. Vera looked at him, remained silent for a moment, then lowered her head and took a small sip, a smile appearing on her face. "It is indeed quite sweet." Lingy nodded and sighed. It's a pity there's no ice or hamburgers. At this point, he suddenly turned to look at the slime next to him, looked it up and down, and then said with a smile, "Since I've called you a hamburger, I'll treat you to a drink too." He immediately bought a bottle of soda and inserted it upside down into the slime's body. At first, the hamburger looked blank, but soon the bubbles began to surge inside it and kept rising. Coo coo coo. This scene immediately made both of them laugh, and the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Amidst laughter, dusk completely fell and night descended. At the same time, the timber, cut into pieces by the axe warriors, was delivered, over 4,000 stacks, piled up into a small mountain. Vera, who had just been laughing, instantly stopped laughing. She swallowed hard and forced a smile. "You don't expect a lady like me to hang all these things up, do you?" Ling, he hesitated. The number was indeed too exaggerated, and relying on her alone would be too inefficient. He tentatively suggested, "How about I help you?" Vera immediately agreed. "It's a deal." She didn't even give him a chance to back out. Ling, he could only sigh helplessly, walk forward, and help her deal with the pile of wood. At the same time, the regional channels were completely in an uproar. The conscientious vendor, "Sorry to keep you waiting, 50 copper coins per set for 1,000 sets of timber." When this news came out, all the lords were stunned. The number 4,000 was simply too outrageous. Some people suspected that he had mistyped the numbers, while others joked that he looked like an NPC in a beginner's village. Many people were utterly shocked because it was only the first day, and most people were still figuring out how to survive, while Ling, he was already able to produce such a large amount of resources at once, which was on a completely different level. Even Lin Xiao, who had been secretly watching him, was deeply shocked at this moment. He had always thought he had the upper hand, but the appearance of this person made him feel uncertain for the first time. Just who was this person? When Lingyi only offered 100 sets of low-priced timber, Lin Xiao tried to win him over. But when Lingyi offered 600 sets at once, he was even more eager to watch the show, because that quantity was far from enough to fill the market gap. But now, looking at the ever-increasing supply of timber in the trading house, Lin Xiao felt only a deep sense of powerlessness. Only at this moment did he finally realize that he had lost, and lost completely. In just half a day, the era of high-priced timber was completely ended, and his carefully designed development path collapsed at the very first step. The only thing he couldn't understand was where the other party got so much timber. Right next to the cave entrance, he also hid more than 200 sets of timber, which was all he had accumulated so far. With his ability to increase tenfold, he should have far surpassed all ordinary people. Logging takes time, and he also has to avoid revealing his location, so his efficiency is always limited. In theory, his development should have been flawless. But reality slapped him hard in the face. After a moment of silence, he finally decided to stop dwelling on the reasons. Since prices can no longer be held, it is necessary to cut losses before the market completely collapses. Those 200 sets of timber could at least earn him 100 gold coins. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought this way. As Lingyi released the news of 4,000 sets of timber, a large number of timbers that were originally listed at high prices began to collapse rapidly, with prices plummeting to 50 copper coins. However, most people only sold off their shares in small quantities. As the second largest seller, Lin Xiao was immediately targeted by Vera as soon as he adjusted his prices. "Damn Lord, look!" Vera grabbed Ling He. "Those unscrupulous merchants have driven the price down to the same level as ours." Ling He glanced at it, and, sure enough, the screen was full of wood worth 50 copper coins. But he just smiled slightly. I finally couldn't hold back anymore. In the past, he might have had some reservations. But now, the situation is completely different. He directly ordered, "Reduce it to 30 copper." This time, Vera did not voice her objections. With overwhelming production capacity, selling a little more or a little less makes no real difference. The real key is to completely squeeze out other merchants. She immediately got to work with great enthusiasm, eager to stuff all the gold coins into her own pocket. Lingyi then opened a regional channel and sent out a few more messages. A conscientious street vendor. "Good evening, everyone. It's getting a bit chilly, and the vendors are starting to sneeze. To keep everyone warm, starting tonight, timber will be priced at 30 copper coins per set." The channel exploded instantly. Everyone was stunned by the price. Sky blue waiting for rain. Are there really such good people in this game? Dragon Godfather. 30 copper coins? What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? This sentence immediately enlightened everyone. For the price of half a loaf of bread, you could buy a whole set of timber. Compared to that, it seems like it's not worthwhile to go and cut down trees yourself. As a result, even those who originally had no shortage of timber began to waver. Buying it is much faster and easier than cutting it yourself. It's practically like giving it away for free. This round of price cuts directly led to a surge of nearly half in Lingi's potential customer base. But Lin Xiao on the other side could no longer sit still. He could still make a profit when it was 50 copper, but 30 copper cut his profit in half. This was clearly designed to drive him to the brink of despair. His suppressed anger surged up again, and he growled in a low voice, "A price war. Is it? Then let's fight it to the bitter end." He gritted his teeth and slashed the price down to 15 copper. Vera immediately noticed something was wrong and quickly reminded Ling He. "They've lowered it to 15 copper. Should we keep lowering it?" Ling He glanced at it, but shook his head without hesitation. "No need to lower the price. Just buy all their goods, and we'll still make a profit." Vera immediately understood and quickly went on a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's panel only had less than 30 gold coins left lying there all alone. Chapter 18 Trial Page. Why did it turn out like this? Shouldn't he continue to lower the price? The thought flashed through Lin Zhao's mind. But the next moment, looking at his pitiful 30 gold coins in his account, and then at the timber in the trading house, where not a single copper coin had been discounted, Lin Zhao's face turned bright red with excessive anger. In an instant, he realized that he had been tricked again. The other party's decision to drive down the price of timber to 30 copper coins was not just a tantrum, but a premeditated attempt to suppress timber profits. Clearly, that guy called the conscience vendor was confident he could take over the entire timber market. Therefore, as long as timber profits are reduced low enough, it will be almost impossible for timber merchants like Lin Xiao to quickly accumulate capital through timber. Without capital, there is no way to expand production sufficiently, and without enough goods, it is impossible to shake the position of honest peddlers in the timber market. Even if a small amount of low-priced timber is supplied, it will be instantly swallowed up by the huge volume of conscientious vendors and ultimately become part of their timber profits. This cycle repeats itself, with the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker. Unless a terrifying external force strikes, no one can possibly shake the position of the conscientious timber vendor in the market. In less than a day, a single trading house has managed to nurture such a behemoth? Lin Xiao became increasingly alarmed as he thought about it. Looking at the names of conscientious vendors in the trading house now, there are no conscientious merchants left. Lin Xiao only saw a greedy maw reaching out its invisible hand, constantly grabbing profits and stuffing them into its mouth. Within the entire trading house, both shoppers and merchants are merely its sustenance. Thump! Lin Xiao slammed his fist hard against the rock wall at the cave entrance. Yes, he saw through the true nature of the conscientious vendor and was well aware of how terrifying the other party was. But he was unwilling to let the other party ruin him like this. Now he has lost his initial advantage, his development, and even his 200 sets of timber, only to receive 30 gold coins in return. These 30 gold coins will at most keep him in the top tier of this area. But is what he wants to be in the top tier? He wants to become a god, a great figure who controls creation and destruction with every move. He seems to be getting further and further away from realizing his ambitions and dreams. And all of this was caused by that unscrupulous peddler. He was the main character before the other person appeared. An increasingly intense hatred gathered in Lin Zhao's heart, making his face even more ferocious. In fact, Lin Xiao hated himself more than the other person. I hate myself for making the wrong decisions, for not seeing the situation clearly, and for being so useless. He didn't know who the conscientious vendor was, and he didn't have the power to cause trouble for him, so his hatred remained unvented. With bloodshot eyes, Lin Xiao could only punch the rock wall again and again, trying to alleviate the hatred in his heart through self-destruction. He threw every punch with all his might, each punch leaving him with raw, torn flesh, until a fearful voice came from behind Lin Xiao. "My lord." At the same time, a system notification sound also came through. "Your resident wilderness servant has lost 5 points of loyalty to you." Lin Xiao turned his head instantly, looking behind him with bloodshot eyes. There, several of his subjects returned with the timber that had just been cut up and were startled by his crazed state. Given the loyalty of these few citizens, they only dared to stand far away and call out to Lin Xiao, and did not dare to go forward to check the situation. A strange laugh came from Lin Xiao's mouth. You all look down on me too, don't you? No, my lord. We're just worried about you. Seeing that Lin Xiao was no longer as crazed as before, several servants in the wilderness tried to explain in hushed tones, but Lin Xiao interrupted them directly. Enough. I know you all look down on me. Yes, I'm a useless piece of trash, a stupid idiot. Are you all satisfied now? Are you satisfied? A hysterical roar came from Lin Xiao's mouth, but this could only have side effects. Several servants in the wilderness swallowed hard, seemingly somewhat frightened by Lin Xiao's current appearance. Your resident wilderness servant has had their loyalty to you reduced by 10 points. Loyalty will decrease by 15 points consecutively. The loyalty of almost all of Lin Xiao's subjects hovered around the acceptable level. Well, here's the timber you needed. Several sets of timber were left behind by the wilderness servants, who then each made up an excuse and fled from the vicinity of Lin Xiao's hiding place. Seeing that his own people had also abandoned him, he looked at the few lonely pieces of timber on the ground. A feeling of desolation welled up in Lin Xiao's heart. I shouldn't be like this. I shouldn't be like this. Lin Xiao leaned against the rock wall, slowly closing his eyes, the madness in his expression gradually receding amidst the pain. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. This time he was very calm. A page with mysterious handwriting appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Those were tools he obtained by bartering timber before the emergence of conscientious peddlers. Trial page. Synopsis. War is the dominant theme of this world. Only through trials of blood and fire can we become stronger. I never thought I would use it this way, Lin Xiao murmured, his bloodied fingers tracing across the pages of the book. The function of the trial page is to select a trial of varying difficulty, and based on the difficulty, randomly select different wild creatures or foreign lords to attack you. In Lin Xiao's original intention, these pages should have been used when he was powerful to contribute to his great achievements and help him go further. But now, Lin Xiao has decided to use it here. Please select your trial difficulty. I choose the Apocalypse. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a scarlet exclamation mark appeared in front of him. Given the current intensity of the area, there's a chance the apocalyptic catastrophe could lead to the complete extinction of all living beings. Should we continue? Yes. Matching you to the corresponding apocalyptic scenario. When Lin Xiao saw the matching time displayed in the window, he was stunned for a moment. It was also the first time he had used this item, and he did not expect that it would take time to match. Fine, let them live a little longer. Seeing the matchmaking time increase, Lin Xiao finally smiled. I doubt anyone other than him would use the trial pages like that. But so what? Since he can't realize his ambitions and reach that peak, why not let the tens of thousands of people in this area accompany him on a journey to the netherworld? Chapter 19 Final Producer Level Upgrade. The impending crisis went unnoticed. After so much time, Linghe and Vera had only just finished setting up more than 4,000 sets of timber in the logging camp. After doing all that, the two collapsed onto the hamburger, wiping the sweat that kept pouring from their foreheads. Sometimes, making money is indeed a physically demanding job. However, seeing that the number of gold coins on the panel had exceeded 1,000, Linghe couldn't help but turn his head and exchange a smile with Vera. My lord, you finally have a little bit of money. As she spoke, Wei stretched out her hand, rested it on Ling's stomach, and made a gesture as if asking for money. I even suspect that if you had 10,000 gold coins, you would sell me your boss. Linghe shook his head, slapped Vera's hand away, took out 500 gold coins from the panel, and threw them directly at Vera. Since there's already an overcapacity, it wouldn't hurt to let Vera play with these gold coins. So heavy. Vera got up from the pile of gold coins somewhat awkwardly, but her smiling eyes proved that she was in a good mood. The scent of money, such a strong scent of money. Lying on a pile of gold coins, Vera took deep breaths and made gurgling sounds. Each gold coin is Mom's little darling. Gurgle. Finally, Hamburg could no longer tolerate it and voiced its protest. Two round little hands flipped Vera and all her gold coins off her head. This thing is so heavy, it's almost flattened. All right, I almost forgot about you. I'm so sorry. Ling reached out and ruffled Hamburger's hair. Gurgle. Hamburger rubbed against Ling's body, making ingratiating noises. You damn lord, you're so biased. Vera rubbed her sore backside as she stood up from the gold coin room. Then he couldn't help but complain. "You're so gentle with a jelly. Why don't you know how to take good care of me, this lovely lady?" "It's not jelly, it's a hamburger," Ling corrected. "Whatever. Who cares if it's some kind of slime slug?" Vera pouted angrily. "Isn't the key point the second half of the sentence? Be gentle with a lady, you lazy, unpaid bastard." Omitted. Ling stuck his tongue out at Vera. "Old-fashioned and scrupulous capitalists who only know how to inflate prices have no right to talk about me. Damn Lord." After bickering for a while, Vera finally gave in and could only squat on the ground playing with her gold coins. Only then did he have the energy to look at the hamburger again. Gurgle. Hamburger blinked its big eyes, wondering what kind of trouble these two-legged creatures were up to this time. Then Lingy stood up and pushed 100 gold coins in front of it. Gurgle, gurgle. Hamburger stepped back and swayed slightly. It didn't touch any of the gold coins that the two-legged beasts had given it, even those that weren't its right to take. Seeing this, Lingy knew that Hamburg had misunderstood something. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Lingy reached out and rubbed the hamburger's smooth body until the other party relaxed his guard, then pointed to the gold coins on the ground and made a transaction gesture. "It's time to restock. My dear partners." Having had previous trading experience, Hamburger easily understood what Lingy wanted to express. But this time, faced with hundreds of gold coins in front of him, Hamburger hesitated. Gurgle. Seeing that Hamburger hadn't taken out the gel, Lingy asked in confusion, wondering if the other party hadn't understood what he was trying to say. It's a pity he doesn't speak slime language. If he could communicate with slimes, the trade would be much easier. Just then, Hamburg seemed to have made up its mind. Gurgle. Then Lingy saw Hamburger carefully take one gold coin from pile of gold coins in front of him, and then take out 9 gels from his body and put them in front of Lingy. Then came the second gold coin and the third gold coin. At first, Lingy didn't understand what a hamburger meant. But as the transaction progressed to the 20th and 30th gold coins, Lingy clearly felt that Hamburger's body had shrunk by more than one size. This discovery startled Lingy. Gurgle. Seeing Hamburger making weak sounds while pulling out gel from his body, Lingy quickly interrupted him. Wait. This is enough. Lingy gave all the remaining coins to Vera to play with, and then gently rubbed the smaller Hamburger with a touch of heartache. At the current rate of shrinkage, even if Hamburger were to completely hollow out its body, it probably wouldn't be able to fill the hole of 100 gold coins. Thinking about it this way, his recent transaction was like trying to kill Hamburger. Looks like I need to figure out how to build a slime ranch that might allow me to expand my product range. While thinking, Lingy's hands didn't stop moving. He kept touching Hamburger's body, trying to soothe Hamburger's frightened emotions. Gurgle, gurgle. Under Lingy's comforting words, Hamburger opened its big, watery eyes and rubbed its teary eyes against Lingy's palm. Then he hugged Lingy and let her lean against him again. Lingy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his biological-shaped body pillow didn't throw a tantrum. No, doe. How could he think of his business partner like that? Lying on the Hamburger, Vera played with coins beside her. With nothing else to do, Lingy started browsing his personal profile. However, that one glance sent a shiver down Ling's spine. Upgraded. The personal interface displayed the following message. Lingy nickname, the honest vendor. Growth path, the ultimate producer. Current level, LV3. Currently, Lingy holds a complete monopoly in the fire slime gel market. Although the timber market is a huge pie, Lingy has already taken almost half of it, and it's only a matter of time before he takes the remaining half. The two factors combined actually pushed Lingy's level up to level 3. Each level up brought Lingy his special item on the path of the final producer. LV0 LV1, Random Citizen Recruitment Order and Producer Route. LV1 LV2, Black Iron VIP Card of the Trading Post. LV2 LV3, Secretary Training Scroll. The 3 items lay there on Lingy's personal panel. The simplest looking item is the Trading House Black Iron VIP Card. Trading Bank Black Iron VIP Card. Effect. When you conduct transactions, both buying and selling, reduce the transaction house tax rate by 5%. Although it's only a 5% tax rate, Lingy doesn't dare to underestimate this VIP card at all. This means that, for the same item, he would sell it for 95 copper and make a higher net profit than someone else selling it for 100 copper. This will be the final straw that breaks the back of other merchants in the trading house. Immediately afterwards, he turned his attention to the other two items he had obtained. Chapter 20 Recruitment Order for Civilians, Cattle and Horses. Random Citizen Recruitment Order, End-of-Life Producer Route. Effect, after use, adds a Recruit Commoners option, which will always be the base unit for the producer route. So this is where my original inhabitants were. Ling muttered to himself, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Vera, who was playing with coins beside him. The final producer route requires players to start from scratch at level 0 and unlock the basic citizen recruitment option only after reaching level 1. We have to thank Vera. Without the extra help Vera got, and without the contract lumberjack, his start would probably have been hellish, more than 10 times harder than it is now. Huh? What are you looking at me for, you damn lord? Vera noticed Ling's scrutinizing gaze and instantly became alert. Vera thought to herself, being noticed by that bastard lord like this can't be good. It's nothing, it's nothing. He shook his head, looked away from Vera, and then used the random citizen recruitment order in his hand. Congratulations on obtaining the basic civilian unit. Ox and horse. Oxen and horses? It doesn't sound like they're any serious leaders. He clicked into the leader recruitment interface and began to check his information as a brand new leader. Oxen and horses. Era. Special. Ultimate producer pathway. Synopsis. Cattle and horses need to be fed grass when they are hungry, but when the cattle and horses are hungry, they will go and buy grass themselves. Recruitment price. 1 gold. Judging from the recruitment price, contract lumberjacks should be a class of civilian units of the same level. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. With Vera's basic units already in place, these citizens, whose roles are almost identical, seem rather dull. Fortunately, the recruitment price is only 1 gold. For he now, 1 gold coin is nothing, so he directly recruited a unit to take a look. The next moment, a strong voice appeared in front of he, startling him. Hello, boss. You can speak normally? He looked at the thin man, bowing to him, and subconsciously took a step back. Yes, boss. The thin man looked up at he, then a fawning smile appeared on his face. Of course, if it's at the boss's request, I can also not speak normally. Upon seeing the other party's utterly servile demeanor, realizing that this person was the ox and horse he had just recruited, he finally gained his footing. Having grown accustomed to contracted lumberjacks who only shouted slogans, they found it somewhat strange to encounter a citizen who could communicate normally. However, after regaining his senses, he began to scrutinize the ox or horse before him with a critical gaze. He was shorter and less muscular than the contract lumberjack, and his fighting ability was not much better. He didn't look very strong. Aside from being able to communicate normally and having a likable personality, she has no other valuable advantages compared to a contract lumberjack. And this unit, just like the contract lumberjack, requires 1 gold to recruit. That. Lingy remained silent for a long time. Nyoma rubbed his hands carefully and asked, Is there any work you need me to do, boss? As he spoke, the man pointed to the woods behind him. I think logging is a good job. Just give me a tool, and I can do it right away. Lingy nodded inwardly. Okay, he's found a good point now. Compared to contracted lumberjacks, these oxen and horses are at least much stronger in terms of initiative. If it were contract lumberjacks, they really wouldn't go looking for work unless I gave them an order. However, he was not in a hurry to let the other party leave. He simply shook his head and said there was no rush. He made the oxen and horses stand in front of him, and then, under the other party's tense gaze, he began to check the other party's citizen panel. Name none. Occupation, ox or horse. Salary none. Special abilities, self-improvement, self-reliance. Combat strength, 1 better than nothing. 2 special abilities. Although the combat power of 1 below seemed a bit out of place, the fact that it had 2 special abilities still surprised He. It's important to know that contract lumberjacks only gain 2 additional special abilities after their wages are fully paid. Subconsciously, I opened the details of the ox and horse's special abilities. Self-improvement. Introduction. Use it or lose it. A qualified ox or horse needs to always have a desire to improve. Effect. Increases combat power by 1 for every 24 hours of work. Maximum is 3 times the current era stage. Decreases combat power by 1 for every 24 hours of rest. Minimum is 1. In other words, in the current Stone Age, Can the fighting power of cattle and horses be increased to a maximum of 4? Realizing this, Ling shook his head. In the context of the Stone Age, this special ability was merely flashy and impractical. After all, although contract lumberjacks don't have any special abilities, their initial combat strength is a full 5 points. Even with all buffs stacked, the ox and horse still have lower combat power than the contracted lumberjack. Moreover, to maintain combat effectiveness, it is necessary to ensure that the working hours of the oxen and horses are greater than their rest time. If you work 12 hours a day and rest 12 hours a day like a contract lumberjack, then your combat power will never improve. Although I was already disappointed with the new resident recruitment options. But Ling patiently continued watching. Self-reliance. Effect. When this unit is at full strength, its satiety level remains constant at full, and no food supply is required. Looking at the ox and horse's second special ability, Ling let out a surprised and doubtful sound. He always felt like he had forgotten something. Vera, do contract lumberjacks need to eat? Upon hearing this, Vera's hand trembled, and the gold coin fell to the ground. She seemed to have heard an unbelievable question, her eyes widening as she turned to ask, "Don't humans need to eat?" "Wrong. You damn lord. You don't mean you're not planning on feeding them at all, do you?" At this moment, Vera looked at Ling as if she were looking at a demon. Cough, cough. Ling coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. "I only asked you because I didn't know." Seeing that the confusion in Ling's eyes seemed genuine, Vera understood everything and then let out a heavy sigh. As a secretary, this was indeed a dereliction of duty on her part. She actually thought that preparing food for the workers was common sense, so she didn't remind Ling to prepare it. "You damned lord. Let me prepare your working meal for tonight." Vera stood up, patted the dust off her pants, and added another sentence to make sure Ling understood the seriousness of the situation. If people starve to death, all the recruitment fees and salaries will have been wasted. Chapter 21, The Capitalist Witch. That makes sense. Ling nodded in deep agreement. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. However, looking at the food prices in the market now, it seems that starving to death would be cheaper. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ling ultimately decided not to voice his thoughts. If he did that, wouldn't people treat him like an animal? Fortunately, Vera didn't make Ling spend too much money. She first led Ling and the oxen and horses she had just recruited to pull up several baskets of wild grass outside the logging camp. Then I bought some bread and water for the trading post, as well as some large stone pots from the newbie gift packs. After a chaotic stew was cooked over the campfire, a pot of unidentified liquid that looked very viscous appeared in front of Ling. Gurgle. Ling swallowed hard. "Vera, do you really know how to cook? The contents of this pot don't look like anything edible at all." "Don't worry, just make sure it's cooked through." As Vera spoke, she tore 2 more loaves of bread into pieces and threw them into the pot. The 2 loaves of bread had fallen on the ground and were covered in dirt, which she picked up when Ling wasn't looking. Adding it to the contract lumberjack's meal at this moment is like giving everyone an extra treat. Let me make this clear beforehand. I absolutely will not eat this. Ling took 2 steps back, ready to slip away at any moment. Gurgle, gurgle. Hamburger was also hiding behind Ling at this moment. Although it didn't know what Ling had said, it still nodded heavily, appearing to support Ling. In its eyes, the female biped was absolutely terrifying. A tall black hat, a large pot in front of him, containing an unknown liquid mixed with unidentified weeds. Could this be a witch from among the 2-legged creatures? Gurgle. Hamburger, realizing this, hid behind Ling and trembled. I've heard that the witches of the 2-legged race are extremely evil. They cut up other races and sell them as materials. It's terrifying. Honestly, I didn't say I was going to make you bastard lord, eat these things. Vera rolled her eyes at Ling, then stirred the mixture in the pot with a wooden spoon. After confirming that everything was thoroughly cooked, he nodded in satisfaction. Starch can help workers quickly regain their strength, and although weeds are difficult to digest, they can increase satiety and reduce food costs. What a perfect meal! At this point, Vera put down the wooden spoon and clapped her hands. All right, the food is ready. Let the workers come over to eat in shifts. Under Vera's command, more than 170 contract axe warriors were divided into 3 groups to receive food. During this time, the logging camp continued to operate without stopping for a moment. Watching the contract axe warriors expressionlessly drink the culinary disaster Vera had prepared, Ling He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, the loyalty of all his subjects was replaced by the salary. If other people's subjects were to experience Vera's cooking, their loyalty would probably be completely depleted. Thinking of this, Ling He glanced at Vera's back out of the corner of his eye. Vera was clearly unaware of Ling He's actions. At this moment, she is basking in the satisfaction of preparing a good working meal. Today she saved hundreds of lives, preventing them from starving to death. With Lingyi as a control group, she must be able to go to heaven after she dies. In the dim light, Vera seemed to see the guiding light of heaven shining upon her. That shimmering light was the light of merit. But the image of that light became clearer and clearer in Vera's increasingly moist eyes. No. Vera gradually realized that the shimmering light that flew away was her beloved gold coin. Realizing this, Vera instantly snapped out of her sense of accomplishment and stiffly turned to Ling He. "My lord, how much did I just spend?" Let me see." Ling He scrolled through his homepage and said somewhat uncertainly, "Around 120 gold coins?" The bulk of the goods were bread and water. Although Ling He had driven down the price of timber in the trading post, other supplies were still incredibly expensive. Secondly, there's the stone pot that Vera set up. This item seems to be a rare item in the newbie gift pack, so it's not cheap. The only saving grace is that as long as the currency continues to circulate within the exchange, the money spent will likely return to Ling He's hands soon. After all, Ling He has practically monopolized the timber market in the trading house, which is an insurmountable barrier that no one can bypass if they want to develop. Even so, Vera crouched down on the ground in a gloomy manner. "No, what have I done?" She suddenly didn't want to go to heaven anymore. The ticket to heaven was just too expensive. "It's okay, I understand you." Ling patted Vera's shoulder heavily twice. At this rate, even if it's just bread, water, and wild grass, nearly 200 contracted axe warriors would still consume 100 gold coins of his food in one meal. Even if he only eats 2 meals a day, before Lingyi has his own stable food source, it is still a fixed consumption of 200 gold coins. This doesn't even include the unique pay mechanism of the end owner system. It was through this meal that Ling He realized what it meant to recruit workers easily, but keep them employed. It seems that we must consider replacing contract lumberjacks with oxen and horses. Ling He's gaze swept over the oxen and horses beside the stone pot, which were distributing an unknown liquid to the contracted lumberjacks. When a man saw Ling He looking at him, he immediately lowered his back and put on a fawning smile. "I'll be done with my work soon, boss. Is there anything else you need?" "Well done." Ling He nodded, offered a compliment, and then bought a stone axe from the trading house and tossed it to Nyoma. "Once the porridge is ready, go chop down the tree." "All right, then you can watch closely." The oxen and horses were full of energy in response to Ling He's instructions. After quickly serving the last few bowls of porridge, he picked up his stone axe and ran towards the nearest tree. Thump, thump. The sound of logging echoed, but Ling He, who was watching the cattle and horses, shook his head. The efficiency is too low. These logging oxen and horses swung their axes much slower than contracted lumberjacks, and each axe strike left fewer nicks than a contracted lumberjack's. It takes at least twice as long for oxen and horses to cut down a tree as it does for contracted lumberjacks. However, adding a cow or a horse to the lumberyard panel can increase daily timber production by 70 sets, only 30 sets less than a contracted lumberjack. Therefore, Lingyi can deduce that the daily working hours of oxen and horses should be longer than those of contracted lumberjacks. So, what if we raise the other party to the maximum salary? Thinking this, Lingyi moved the money column on the panel. Chapter 22, The Striving Oxen and Horses and the Enhanced Vera. Like contract lumberjacks, the daily pay for oxen and horses is capped at 15 copper coins, meaning that once the pay is increased to 15 copper coins, further increases in pay will not improve efficiency. However, compared to contracted lumberjacks, the bonuses that oxen and horses receive from the pay system are slightly different. Before Lingyi adjusts the pay for oxen and horses to the maximum pay level, the output efficiency of oxen and horses will not change no matter how the pay is adjusted. This seems to imply that the oxen and horses are actually always working at full capacity, without the need for additional pay or incentives. It wasn't until Ling He raised the pay to the maximum level that the interface for oxen and horses saw some improvement. Name none. Occupation, a hardworking ox or horse. Payment, full salary. Special abilities, self-improvement, self-reliance. Combat strength, 1 better than nothing. At first glance, apart from the addition of the 3 words striving for progress to his profession, Ling He did not see any change from his state of dissatisfaction with pay. So Ling He simply clicked into the details of the special ability. Unsurprisingly, the self-reliance ability remains unchanged, since it requires full pay to activate and is now simply in an activated state. However, the ability to improve oneself has undergone a tremendous change. Self-improvement. Introduction. Use it or lose it. A qualified ox or horse needs to always have a spirit of self-improvement and the determination to dedicate everything to the work. Effect 1. Every 24 hours of work increases combat power by 2. Maximum is 3 times the current era stage. Every 24 hours of rest decreases combat power by 1. Minimum is 1. Effect 2. For every 1 point of combat power, resource production efficiency increases by 15%. It's been enhanced, but not by much. At least, it doesn't seem as direct as the 100% increase in combat power and 150% increase in resource production efficiency from the contract lumberjack. Furthermore, according to Ling He's calculations in his mind, even a fully paid and buffed ox or horse can only produce 112 stacks of wood every day, no matter how hard it works. 2 fully equipped oxen and horses can produce less wood in a day than a single fully equipped contract axe warrior. But cattle and horses do not require food supplies, which is their greatest advantage and also the reason why Ling He is very hesitant. Although Vera managed to feed the contract axe warriors with bread mixed with weeds tonight, it still cost her over 100 gold coins. Even if they completely disregard the physical condition of the contract axe warriors and use them as expendable resources, providing them with only 2 meals a day, each consisting of gruel and weeds. Even with just this batch of contracted axe warriors, Ling He needs to spend about 200 gold coins a day. Moreover, this is not a long-term solution. To ensure the health of the contract axe warriors and maintain their production efficiency, improving their diet is essential, which would be another additional expense. But oxen and horses are different. Supporting 400 fully paid oxen and horses at full capacity, their production efficiency under optimal conditions is almost on par with the current 174 contracted axe warriors. They only need 60 gold coins per day, which is less than a third of the daily food expenses for the contract axe warriors. If we further deduct the cost of the contract axe warrior at full pay. Therefore, if you choose oxen and horses with the same production efficiency, the consumption will be reduced to 1/4 of that of the contract axe warrior. Furthermore, with the advancement of the times, there is even a possibility that oxen and horses will go even further, making it a surefire way to make money even in the future. After weighing the gains and losses, Ling had already made his decision. Contract axe warriors are indeed very good and powerful, but unfortunately, the market competition for bull and horse is too high. As times progressed, it was inevitable that oxen and horses would replace contract axe warriors as the basic production unit. If that's the case, why not do it now? With that in mind, Ling he retrieved all the gold coins he had lent to Vera, then spent 800 gold coins to recruit 400 cattle and horses and prepared the necessary tools for them. These newly recruited cattle and horses still need at least 2 more days to grow. During this period, the contract axe warriors cannot leave their posts. They are essential to ensure sufficient production efficiency at the logging camp. As for 2 days later, Lingy plans to use these optimized contract axe warriors directly as regular warrior units. Arrange the work content for the newly recruited oxen and horses. Lingy then turned his attention to the last item he had obtained from leveling up. Secretary Training Scroll. That's practically a no-brainer. After all, the only secretary Lingy currently has who has the potential to grow is Vera. Vera. Lingy called out Vera's name. Come here for a second. Vera asked, moving closer to Ling He with a puzzled look. Then, Lingy pulled out a prop resembling an A4 sheet of paper from his personal panel. I have something nice for you. Without waiting for Vera's reaction, Ling He used the secretary training certificate in his hand. Should the prop secretary training scroll be used on Secretary Vera? Yes. As Ling confirmed it, The prop in his hand turned into scattered stars and drifted toward Vera's body. Half of it flowed into Vera's scepter, while the other half went into Vera's wallet. Vera's panel changed instantly. Secretary, Vera, developable. Features, value deconstruction I, money allergy, index stimulation, Pishio wallet. Skip over the first two characteristics that are already known. Linghe immediately turned his attention to Vera's two newly emerging traits. Index stimulus. Summary. With such a huge opportunity before you, how can you resist? Effect. By promising full pay for a long period, the potential of citizens or military units along the producer path can be stimulated, with a chance to increase the citizens' occupation level. Note, if the promise cannot be fulfilled, it will 100% trigger a rebellion by the people. Upgrade the occupational status of leaders? Linghe had some guesses about this, and it was probably similar to the change when contracted lumberjacks were transformed into contracted axe warriors during the full pay period. However, the word probability still seems rather misleading to Linghe, especially the 100% chance of triggering rebellion mentioned in the later comments, which constantly illustrates that this ability is a double-edged sword. If Ling wants to use this ability, he must reserve enough funds for the future. Otherwise, it could easily turn into shooting yourself in the foot, resulting in more harm than good. Beyond the index stimulation, he looked at Vera's newly emerged special ability. Pishio wallet. Description. A giant Pishio that only takes in and never gives out. Effect. The Pishio wallet will attempt to crush any object that tries to take something from its mouth. When actively released, it can display valid items belonging to our side within a 5-meter radius. Combat strength. 3. Chapter 23, so you can actually cook well. This thing is useful. Seeing the effect of the Pishio wallet, the idea instantly popped into Ling's mind. He was exhausted from previously loading 4,000 sets of timber. If we want to expand to include more products in the future, just listing them on the trading house will be a very troublesome matter. But with Vera's Pishio wallet, it's different. When actively used, all products within a 5-meter radius will be listed, which will greatly improve the listing efficiency on Linghe's side. Most importantly, once the timber is put on shelves, Linghe can then comfortably hand over all the work to Vera. Just as Linghe was thinking this, Vera's cry of pain came from beside him. Oops! Linghe subconsciously turned his head to look at his side. But then Vera's fingers touched the purse at her waist, and she bit it off without hesitation. The white glove was bitten through, and a bloody gash instantly appeared on Vera's finger. It hurts, it hurts! Vera quickly pulled her finger out. With tears welling up in her eyes, she cried out in pain while sucking on her cut finger. Fortunately, it was just a scratch and not a serious injury. In a short while, the bleeding from Vera's cut stopped. After her injuries stabilized, Vera wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and stared blankly at her wallet. It actually bit me. It actually bit me. That. Ling opened her mouth slightly, wanting to comfort Vera. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Vera change her expression, put on a smile, take her purse off her waist, and give it a big kiss. This cute little wallet will even help Mom protect her little gold coins. Well done. From now on, if anyone dares to take Vera's money, little wallet will help Vera bite them to death. As she spoke, Vera glanced at Linghe without any attempt to conceal her gaze. Hey, that's enough. Linghe finally lost his temper. He had never coveted Vera's money. She was his secretary, so her money was his money too. Ha ha. Vera laughed out loud. She didn't understand what Linghe was thinking, but it was still quite interesting to bicker with Linghe, the producer who didn't want to feed or pay the workers. All right, I was just joking with you, you bastard lord. Vera hung her purse back on her waist, then placed her white-gloved hand in front of her chest and patted her flat chest. Since you bastard lord, have given me a gift, Vera naturally can't leave without reciprocating. Tonight, I'll let you bastard lord, have a taste of Vera's cooking. Upon hearing this, Linghe quickly stepped back. No, you're settling a personal score. He had already witnessed Vera's skills and dared not try it himself. This is not repaying a debt of gratitude at all. She's definitely getting revenge for the wallet that just bit her. You damn lord, are you serious about stepping back? Vera's eyes widened. You really don't trust my cooking skills? Linghe nodded. I'd rather believe you're a lady. I'm a lady by nature, Vera said instinctively. But she quickly realized what Linghe meant. Her face flushed slightly, and she gritted her teeth in anger. It's really a waste of your time, you scoundrel lord, to have me as your secretary when I'm neither ladylike nor a good cook. Ahem. Actually, it's not entirely unacceptable. Ling He coughed, his gaze drifting upwards, and changed the subject, saying, the night is really dark tonight. How about we just have some soda and bread tonight? No. Such a clumsy attempt to change the subject clearly failed to divert Vera's attention. Ultimately, having no other choice, Ling He reluctantly agreed to let Vera demonstrate her terrible cooking skills once again. Someone who says just cook it probably can't be a very good cook. A moment later. Wait, you can actually cook properly? Ling He stared blankly at Vera flipping the steaks on the stone pot. Today is the first day of the war game, and meat chops are not cheap. They're listed at a high price of 5 gold each in the trading post. In other words, among the tens of thousands of people in the entire region, probably no one else could easily afford to spend 5 gold coins to satisfy their appetite. Oh no, it's more than 5 gold. Of course I can cook. Vera rolled her eyes, casually opened a bottle of soda that cost 1 gold, and poured it into the pot. In a time when there are no other condiments available, soft drinks are undoubtedly the best choice. The aroma quickly wafted over. Glug glug. It wasn't the sound of a hamburger, but rather Ling He's stomach making a disgraceful growl. Oomph. Vera naturally heard Ling's stomach growling as well, and a smug smile appeared on her lips. You damned lord. Let's see if you dare to question my cooking skills again. As she spoke, Vera deftly scooped the patties from the pot, handing one to Ling He and placing the other in front of herself. Ling He then handed Vera the bread and soda he had prepared beforehand. In the early stages of the war game, such a simple meal cost Ling He nearly 20 gold coins. However, once the steak entered his mouth, Ling He felt that the money was well spent. The sweetness of the soda perfectly masked the gamey smell of the meat, seeping into the meat along its grain. Although it was sweet, it had a unique flavor. Ling He exclaimed with emotion, "This is the kind of life I've always wanted." As for fighting and killing, war games and such, let whoever wants to participate join in. Fight! Just then, a private message appeared in front of Ling He, interrupting his pleasant mood. Ling Yu, you go. Can I use this blueprint to exchange for some timber? Wooden barricades. Era. Bronze Age. Basic approach. Description. A rudimentary defensive structure capable of efficiently eliminating impact units and providing some resistance against infantry. Construction requires 3 stacks of wood. Ling Yi frowned slightly. He doesn't like being disturbed while eating, so he only chose to be patient and wait because the other person could barely be considered a customer. Ling Yi moved closer to Vera and pointed to the private chat interface. Give me an estimate. Bronze Age blueprints. Vera glanced at the blueprints a couple of times, but after examining them, she casually waved them off. About 10 gold coins, nothing valuable. 10 gold coins. Ling Yi nodded. It wasn't even worth the price of one of his meals. Given Ling Yi's current market share in timber, he didn't really care about such a small transaction. But since the other party had already contacted him, Ling Yi replied according to Vera's quote. Honest vendor, 30 stacks of timber. If you agree, we can trade directly. If not, you can go to another vendor. Chapter 24, you're a good person. 30 sets. Looking at the private chat interface in front of me, it was as if an extra 0 had been added to the number. A trembling finger reached out and sent a reply message. Good. Half a minute ago. In the snow, the night was deep and the wind was biting cold. A woman covered in wounds huddled in the thick snow, the red gel in her hand being her only source of warmth. Back when Ling Yi first put fire slime gel on the shelves, Ling Yu Yug used her last savings to buy one. However, the temperature emitted by the gel was completely insufficient to counteract the cold of the snow. The accumulated layers could only protect her from the predation of dangerous wild animals, but could not bring her any warmth. She had no doubt that death was already a constant companion, and that perhaps the next time she closed her eyes, she would never have the chance to open them again. I'm going to die. The woman gave a bitter laugh. She had approached too many timber sellers, tried to exchange her Bronze Age blueprints for some timber. However, her blueprints would be extremely unpopular in today's world, on the very first day of war games. When timber prices were high, there was only one person willing to exchange a set of timber for the blueprints she possessed. Now that timber prices have dropped, she thought the transaction would be easier, but she received news that left her in despair. Because the price of timber was too low, Most timber merchants in the trading house simply couldn't afford the transaction fee for this Bronze Age blueprint. Even if one could afford it, it would be impossible to spend one's entire fortune to exchange for a useless blueprint. Except for conscientious vendors. As a timber tycoon in the current trading industry, almost everyone knows that his wealth has reached a terrifying level. Currently, only he has the funds, the ability, and the possibility to acquire this blueprint. Having found this conscientious vendor, Ling Yuyug was already prepared to have her price reduced. She would be satisfied as long as the other party provided a little more wood than one said, even if it was just a little. But no matter how far-fetched the idea may be, she never expected that the other party would quote such an astonishing number as 30 sets of timber. Transaction successful. Ling Yuge still couldn't believe her eyes and her brain until the piles of wood appeared beneath the stack. Call. The fire slime gel in his hand was used, and a small piece of wood was ignited. It wasn't until the warmth returned to her body that Ling Yuge gradually came to her senses. It wasn't a hallucination she had before dying. It wasn't a dream. She was saved. 30 sets of wood, if used sparingly and only for heating, would be enough for her to survive in the snowfield for a month. But why? Ling Yuge, why are you helping me? You should know the current value of that blueprint. Even if the price were reduced by 10 times, I would still agree. She was a complete stranger to this conscientious vendor and had no idea what he wanted from her. Question mark. In a logging camp, he was just about to stuff a meat chop into his mouth when a new message popped up on his private chat panel and a question mark popped up on his forehead. No, he genuinely didn't know. Would they agree to a price 10 times lower? With the addition of newly recruited oxen and horses, Lingy's daily timber production has now exceeded 70,000 sets. 30 sets of timber were just a tiny fraction of what he produced. A conscientious vendor. No, brother, sister, please don't overthink it. I'm just quoting a normal price. The other party approached him to discuss business, and he responded with a quote based on Vera's appraisal. In Lingyi's view, that was all. Vera's offer is 10 gold, which is equivalent to 33 stacks of wood. The transaction tax is 15%, and Lingyi will cut down 3 stacks of wood to cover the transaction fee. In Lingyi's view, this was just an ordinary transaction. As for why we didn't try to lower the price, that's because the transaction volume was too small, less than the cost of one of his meals. So Lingyi had no interest in bargaining. Ling Yu, you're a good person. Caught off guard, Lingyi was given a good guy card. Lingyi silently took a bite of the pork chop. He never expected to be friend-zoned for making a normal transaction. He wondered if the other person was too crazy or if the world was too crazy. But the next moment, a pop-up window appeared in front of Lingyi. Lord Ling Yuyug has used a special ability on you, Hunter's Pact. Your location is now highlighted for the Lord, Ling Yuyug. You have unlocked a new panel, the Friends panel. Location highlighted. Looking at these words, Lingyi narrowed his eyes dangerously and put down the pork chop in his hand. A conscientious vendor. What does this mean? Although the Hunter's Pact unlocked a brand new friend system for him, Lingyi didn't feel that the ability to highlight location carried much goodwill. He doesn't like fighting. He just likes selling things and being a lazy bum. But he still understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Currently, among the tens of thousands of human lords in the region, who doesn't know that he possesses immense wealth? If this Ling Yuyug comes with malicious intent and announces his location in the regional channel, then many people will probably want to try their luck with him. The conscientious vendor. You just said I'm a good person, but I think good people shouldn't be held at gunpoint, right? The implication is quite clear. At this moment, Ling Yuyug also realized that her behavior was somewhat abrupt. She and the conscientious vendor weren't close enough yet, so using her special ability on him rashly might cause him to misunderstand. So he immediately tried to salvage the situation. Ling Yuge, I'm sorry, my mind wasn't quite clear. I went too far. I just feel that good people like you are in danger in this day and age. The Hunter's Pact is a special ability in my growth path, allowing me to sense the location and life status of a target, but I can only be bound to one target per era. If I survive, I think I can help you if you ever encounter any danger. The conscientious vendor, no need. After sending the 3 words, no need, Lingyi raised his hand and closed the private chat interface in front of him. He's not a 3-year-old child. He won't easily believe a stranger's words. Is finding his location for his own good? If it's true, then everyone will naturally live in peace. But if it's fake? Ling, he looked into the logging camp. The nearly 200 contracted axe warriors under his command were not just there for show. Phew! The human heart. With a long sigh of relief, Ling, he lifted the steak again and put it in his mouth. It's freezing cold. Chapter 25. The final strategy? The weather is already cold at night, and food eaten outdoors gets cold easily. Disturbed by this private message, the steak was completely ruined. Cold food doesn't taste good, so Ling could only take out a few more gold coins and ask Vera to make him a fresh serving. As for the piece of steak in my hand, a flash of inspiration struck Ling, and he came up with a good place for it. Vera, have you seen the hamburger? Vera, who was cooking with her head down, glanced at Ling out of the corner of her eye and said irritably, "Isn't it right under your butt?" Realizing what was happening, Ling stood up from the hamburger. It's actually just like wearing glasses. After using a hamburger as a beanbag chair for so long, Ling subconsciously ignored its existence. Sorry, burger. Ling reached out and touched the hamburger. I didn't mean to forget about you. Gurgle, gurgle. Hamburger looked at Ling, strangely, wondering why the two-legged creature had suddenly gotten off him. It couldn't understand the language of the two-legged creatures, so it didn't care about the few words Ling and Vera had just exchanged. At this moment, Ling handed the patty he had already taken several bites of to the hamburger. Want some? Gurgle. Hamburger stared at the steak placed in front of him, tilted his body slightly, and then swayed from side to side as if shaking his head. Aren't you hungry? Ling was somewhat surprised. He remembered that apart from a glass of soda, he hadn't fed Hamburger anything else. Or is it that hamburgers, as slimes, don't have the attribute of hunger? But Hamburger's actions quickly refuted Ling's conjecture. Hamburger reached out and pushed away the steak Ling offered, then hopped and skipped away from the logging camp. Hey, where are you going so late, Hamburger? Ling was surprised that Hamburger would leave at this time, so he immediately summoned several contract axe warriors to chase after him. It's nighttime now, and if we leave the forest, who knows what threats might be outside. After spending a day together, Ling and Hamburger had developed feelings for each other. He certainly didn't want his first partner to be torn to pieces by an unknown monster. Stop messing around. Hamburger, come back with me. Hamburger. Looking across the forest farm, Ling stared blankly at the hamburgers on the lawn outside the farm. The hamburger rolled around on the lawn without any regard for its image, sucking in weeds one by one, which were then rapidly corroded and absorbed. It shook its body, getting rid of the mud on its skin. Hamburger quickly returned to its original pure and flawless appearance, and then opened its mouth to let out a satisfied burp. Gurgle. Upon spotting Ling chasing after them out of the forest, Hamburger waved its chubby little hand and then hopped over to Ling. Gurgle. Ha ha. Good. Good. So Hamburger, you're vegetarian, huh? Ling's hands were quite restless as he rubbed Hamburger's body all over. It can survive simply by eating weeds. Slimes are much easier to raise than contract lumberjacks. But what should you do with the cold steak in your hands? Thinking of this, Ling subconsciously looked at the contract axe warrior beside him. Then let's put it in tomorrow morning and throw it into Vera's culinary disaster. It'll be a nice treat for everyone. Hello. Just then, Vera's calls came from afar, near the campfire. The food has been prepared again, you damned lord. Why aren't you back eating yet? Coming right now. Ling responded and then wanted to take the hamburger back. But not long after Ling turned around, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, as if some enormous object had fallen from the heavens, causing the entire ground to tremble. Oh! Beside the campfire, Vera gazed at the sky, murmuring to herself. Tonight doesn't look like Christmas Eve. Warning! 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 3 large red exclamation marks appeared before all the lords, including Ling. The Ghost Clan has employed their ultimate strategy, the 9-story tower. The Ghost Clan has employed their ultimate strategy, the realm of mirrors. Ling saw the pop-up window appear in front of him, and suddenly turned around to look back. The ground tremors just now were definitely not without reason, because right where Ling was looking, where there had just been nothing, now stood a huge tower. The straight line distance between the tower and Ling is estimated to be less than a kilometer. The regional channel is in complete chaos. Warrior like the wind. Does anyone know what the current situation is? What is the Ghost Clan, and what is their ultimate strategy? Single and arrogant. I don't know. I haven't even seen the slime the vendor mentioned so far today. At this time, Some people who have already found shelter would be getting ready to go to sleep. But now that this incident has suddenly occurred, almost everyone has come to their senses and is discussing in the regional channel what the ghost race and the final strategy really are. Messages flashed by rapidly in the regional channel. Ultimately, the discussion yielded no results. Throughout the entire day, even people who had personally witnessed outsiders were extremely rare in the region, let alone any ghosts or spirits. As for the final strategy, it hit a nerve with many people who were unfamiliar with it. But soon, a message popped up in the regional channel that no one could ignore. Cold Soul, have you guys noticed that the regional chat channel is starting to lose members? Upon seeing this message, Ling looked toward the corner of the panel. A regional channel that had seen almost no staff reductions throughout the entire day has suddenly lost dozens of people in just a few minutes. And this number continues to grow over time. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression turned grim. The rate of staff reduction is too fast. Keep in mind that this area only has 10,000 people. If the population continues to decline at this rate, the number of survivors could be halved in a single day. If we go any further, everyone will die within 3 days. But they knew absolutely nothing about it. They don't know who their enemy is, nor what threat they are about to face. A gloomy atmosphere hung over everyone's heads. Except for Lin Xiao. Hee ha 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 ha. Hidden in the cave, Lin Xiao wore a triumphant and manic smile. We're all going to die. Everyone has to die with me. In front of him, besides the regional announcement he had just received, there was another announcement interface regarding the trial scroll. Match successful. Content of this trial. Apocalyptic catastrophe. The legacy of defeat. Synopsis. A pathetic race, defeated on battlefields far beyond our own time. Now, they have left the land where they should have been rooted and entered our world, a world like a tender sprout, yet to have experienced any storms. Make your choice, fight, go crazy. Should we allow them to rebuild their former glory on our land? Or should we draw upon their blood and flesh to grow in anew, towering trees? Chapter 26, Harboring Hidden Intentions. Lin Xiao knew that the suddenly appearing ghost spirits were the doomsday calamity brought down by the trial pages. Even if all the human lords in the entire region were to unite together, they would still find it difficult to contend with the so-called doomsday calamity. Besides, humanity will never unite. As a member of the human race, Lin Xiao believed he had a thorough understanding of the inherent flaws of humanity. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the cave where Lin Xiao was hiding. Russell. Lin Xiao's ears twitched, his smile vanished, and he looked warily at the outside world. Ooh, he had his own calculations in mind. At this point in time, the people he had sent out to collect supplies should not be returning so quickly. Faced with Lin Xiao's wary voice, we paused briefly outside the cave. Then a little girl's voice reached Lin Xiao's ears from outside the cave. Big brother, can I stay here for the night? While it's so dark outside, I'm so scared. Is she just a little girl? Lin Xiao remained vigilant. The girl who appears at this moment is either another human lord or a special subject of some lord. Neither of these options is good news for him. This means that his shelter was exposed on the very first night of the war game. The thought of killing had already welled up in Lin Xiao's heart, but he did not reveal it. Lin Xiao concealed a polished stone dagger in his sleeve and said in a gentler voice, "Come in." Okay. As the voice faded, a lively little girl in a dirty princess dress walked in from outside the cave. From her clothing, Lin Xiao had already confirmed that she could only be a lord, because in the current era, it was simply impossible to produce such a product of the industrial age. Big brother. After the little girl entered the cave, her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Xiao, and she tried to move closer to him. Lin Xiao was already prepared to make a move, but when he caught a glimpse of the man following him into the cave, he put the stone dagger out of his sleeve. This guy led his people. Thinking of the girl as a threat, Lin Xiao calmly took a few steps back into the depths of the cave, creating distance between himself and her. Seeing this, the little girl stopped, her voice tinged with disappointment. Does my older brother hate me? Lin Xiao did not respond, but silently kept a watchful eye on the other party. Silence has already provided the answer. The little girl sighed. Since Big Brother hates me, then I'll just leave? That would be best, Lin Xiao said coldly. But before I leave, could you answer one question for me, Big Brother? The little girl raised her head, and her voice was no longer as weak as before. Lin Xiao didn't say much, only responding with one word, ask. So, my older brother still cares about me after all. Lin Xiao remained indifferent to this. All right. Since big brother won't take me in, then I'll just have to try my luck with other lords. The little girl smiled, then blurted out a question. Big brother, who do you think is the strongest lord among us humans right now? The strongest lord? Without even thinking, Lin Xiao blurted out a name, Conscience Vendor. Although he was unwilling to admit it, as the timber trade continued, the honest peddler's gold coins had definitely reached a terrifying number. Money is also a form of power. In Lin Xiao's subconscious mind, the honest street vendor was the strongest right now. A conscientious street vendor? The girl repeated the name to herself, as if she were memorizing it, and then waved to Lin Xiao. Okay, thank you, big brother. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, the girl prepared to leave with her people. But the next moment, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly came. Etc. Big brother still couldn't bear to send me away at night? The little girl smiled and turned around again. However, a sharp weapon pierced her throat. You can't leave. Lin Xiao pulled the stone dagger out of the girl's throat, spraying blood all over his face. Looking at the crazed face before her, the girl instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to call for help from her people. Unfortunately, all that could be heard was the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh, and the people she had brought with her also fell into pools of blood. Lin Xiao's people who went out to mine resources have returned. In the end, the girl could only turn into a wisp of particles and drift away in front of Lin Xiao, her face full of resentment. Just as I expected, Lin Xiao picked up the 2 gold coins from the ground and looked at the spot where the little girl had fallen with a hint of sarcasm. If it were a normal human being, whether a resident or a lord, their body would not disappear after death, let alone drop such a large amount of coins. Such a scene can only prove one possibility, that the girl and her people are not human. The reason the little girl was exposed was because of the words she spoke. We humans, Lin Xiao scoffed. We humans would never use such a strange term as we humans to describe ourselves. Besides, Lin Xiao looked at the trading house with a complicated expression. Nowadays, almost all timber products are labeled with a nickname of a conscientious vendor. He was a human lord who didn't know about the conscience of a street vendor. Do you really think he's a fool? Recalling the pop-up notification window in the panel earlier, Lin Xiao could easily guess that this might be one of the Ghost Spirit clan's ultimate strategies, the Mirror Realm. Approach by disguising yourself as a lord of your own kind, and then deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps he could take advantage of this. Lin Xiao's gaze fell on the glaring name of the conscientious vendor in the trading house. If he wasn't mistaken, the Ghost Clan should also be gathering information about the strongest human lord from other sources. The only conclusion they could possibly reach was that the conscientious peddler was a big shot who attracted a lot of attention. If I were to add fuel to the fire during this time, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to the regional channel, a strange smile playing on his lips. Conscience-minded vendor, how will you deal with this move? The Creator God. Everyone, please listen to what I have to say. Currently, we have no intelligence on the Ghost Clan, and we are completely unaware of the potential threat posed by the final strategy. In this way, scattering alone in the wilderness is tantamount to suicide, giving foreign tribes the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Therefore, I urge that powerful lords should proactively disclose their location information, thereby attracting weaker lords to their side. Only by uniting can we overcome the current crisis. Inside the logging camp, Ling Yi had returned to the campfire and finished the steak Vera had just fried. He was sipping his soda while scrolling through messages on the regional channel. Therefore, he saw all the messages Lin Xiao sent out. Chapter 27 Unity is a fee. Standing together, Ling, he rubbed his chin. Although this guy, nicknamed God of Creation, had previously stirred up quite a bit of trouble in the regional channel. But now, there is indeed some truth to that statement. Gathering with other lords might allow you to collect some protection fees, heating fees, or site fees. The more Ling thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. If he acquires more architectural blueprints, he can use the surplus timber to build a shelter. Is it possible to add toll fees and city entry fees on top of the fees mentioned above? Ling admitted that she was a little tempted. As someone who enjoys doing small business, he doesn't have strong xenophobic ideas. Profit is the key. If he could tolerate even Ling He, the foreign lord of Hamburg who had previously tried to kill him, then it goes without saying that he would tolerate lords of his own race. After all, unity comes at a price. You're making money, Others are risking their lives. It's a perfectly fair trade. However, just as he was considering this, he discovered that someone in the trading house had already taken the first step. Call me War Maniac. If you're located near the stream, you can try looking for me. The terrain where I am is relatively flat. There's a maple tree with burls near the stream. If you're nearby, you should be able to see it from any higher ground. I've already sent my people to stand by the creek. Anyone we encounter can return with my people. That guy is fast. Lingy sighed inwardly. Keep in mind that he hadn't even figured out the pricing yet, and this War Maniac had already given up his reference points, as Call Me War Maniac revealed his location reference point. Soon, various scattered location messages appeared on the regional channel. Upon seeing these messages, Lin Zhao's eerie smile deepened. These days, anyone who can post their location in a regional channel is either a complete novice or someone who's really good at it. Or perhaps both. He's a truly strong, headstrong young man. Faced with the looming, impending doom, those who chose to trust other lords will undoubtedly be the most vulnerable targets. But Lin Zhao was still somewhat dissatisfied. The reason is that the person he really wants to target hasn't spoken in the regional channel yet. Creator God. Speaking of which, where's the vendor? Upon seeing this, Ling He, who was preparing to display the reference points, immediately frowned. Is he planning to put himself in the spotlight with just one sentence? This guy, nicknamed the Creator God, really doesn't miss any opportunity to dictate the pace of things. Sure enough, as soon as this sentence appeared, the regional channel's opinion quickly shifted to Ling He. Bye-bye's wife. Yes, where's the vendor? He should be the strongest among us right now. So why hasn't he said anything? Broken Wing. Is the vendor already asleep? The username is useless. Who knows? Maybe he's already been killed by the Ghost Clan's final strategy? I saw the casualties on the regional channel. Maybe he's one of them. Chicken, duck, fish, dog, cat. Don't talk nonsense. The items that the vendor listed in the trading house are still there. The vendor is definitely alive and well. Ling, he was the most popular person in the regional channel. Lin Zhao's lead sparked a discussion among almost everyone about why the conscientious vendor hadn't posted his location information. Some of these were well-intentioned, but quite a few were malicious speculations. Lingy even saw several guys cursing him to die. Is the damned lord heartbroken? Vera moved closer to Ling and looked at the messages in the regional channel. Here, this one. Wei pointed out several nicknames. These guys who cursed you, you bastard lord, are all clowns whose market share we stole this morning. Do you need Vera to help you yell back? As she said this, a glint of light flashed in Vera's eyes. It's one thing for the bastard lord to curse herself, but for others to do the same is a real disrespect to her incredibly adorable secretary. No need. Lingy shook his head and reached out to pat Vera's hat. I feel much better after hearing what you said. Since most of them are clowns who have already been defeated by us, it's no big deal to let them curse us a bit. After all, no matter how scathing their insults are, they can't take the market back. However, as the discussion intensified, Ling noticed that many people were trying to message him privately to get a reference point about his location. Bite. You have received a new private message. Ling Yuge, whatever you do, don't reveal your location. Please trust me. It's him again? Ling He frowned. If it weren't for this guy named Ling Yuge, he wouldn't have left that piece of meat cold before he finished it. Moreover, the other party told me not to reveal my location. But didn't she already use her skills to secure her position? A conscientious vendor. Give me a reasonable explanation. Ling Yuge, I just killed someone. The conscientious vendor. ? Ling Yi frowned even more deeply. He really had no idea what this guy named Ling Yuge meant. She told herself not to reveal her location, but she clearly knew where she was. When I asked her for a reason, she said she had killed someone. What? Is this some kind of self-inflicted provocation? Kill me within 3 days? Ling Yuge, don't block me. Please calm down and listen to me slowly. The conscientious vendor. Okay. Ultimately, Ling Yuge in front of him could be considered a client, and Ling He generally didn't have the habit of blacklisting potential clients. He also wanted to hear what insightful opinions Ling Yuge might have. Ling Yuge, I just killed someone, but I didn't kill a person. Those things can disguise themselves as human lords and can converse with us normally, but they have some problems with language expression. Their physical bodies aren't particularly strong, but they drop several gold coins upon death. The drop rate is abnormally high, even frighteningly high. I suspect these things are very likely related to the ghost spirit clan that just suddenly appeared. Before I started to suspect him, he asked me who the strongest human lord was right now. I instinctively said your name. You might already be being targeted by the ghost spirit clan. So please trust me, and absolutely do not contact other lords outside of the chat interface. You're a good person, and I don't want to see you die because of your kindness. Chapter 28, The Ghost Spirit Clan Deserves to Die. This inexplicable guy has given himself another friend zone card. Ling He twitched the corner of his mouth. He is certainly a kind and good person, but the kind of good person he is probably not the same kind of person as the kind person Ling Yuge is talking about. However, the other party did provide him with some useful information, and, as a qualified businessman, Ling He naturally knew how not to spoil the mood. The conscientious vendor. Okay, I've got it. Meanwhile, Ling quietly deleted the content that had already been edited in the regional channel. Upon seeing Ling He's affirmative reply, Ling Yuge, far away in the snowy plains, breathed a sigh of relief. Because of her previous transgressions, she had already created a considerable rift with the conscientious vendor, so she was genuinely afraid that the other party would ignore her advice. Fortunately, the other party wasn't stupid either. Within the regional channel, the Creator God's remarks were clearly problematic, as if he was deliberately guiding something. Trusting him blindly is tantamount to becoming the bullseye in a shooting range, which is extremely dangerous. Ling Yuge's gaze swept across the regional channel, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Whether good or bad, it's only natural for people to refuse to help someone in distress. But those who kick someone when they're down when a foreign threat is looming are the ones she truly despises. Ling Yuge tightly gripped the few gold coins that had just fallen in her hand. She can no longer recover slowly as originally planned. On the other side, Ling He closed all the panels that were trying to send him private messages, then stretched with his hands in the air. Eating too much makes you sleepy. Ling He yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at Vera. Do you think that thing Ling Yuge mentioned will come looking for us tonight? Meeting. Vera spoke with absolute certainty and in a very serious tone, without any hint of joking. Her gaze fell upon the tall tower outside the forest farm. Given the tower's height, even inside the forest, one could vaguely see it through the gaps in the leaves simply by looking up. Vera's lips curled up slightly. They're already bordering each other, so I don't think they'll not come and pay a visit to our future neighbor. However, if you're sleepy, you bastard lord, you should go to sleep first. Vera glanced at Ling He out of the corner of her eye, then continued. You can rest assured that you'll leave the task of stocking the shelves tonight to me. If anything sinister comes along, I know how to protect our assets. Ling chuckled and patted Vera's hat. So, Our Lady Capitalist is concerned about me? You really can't say anything nice. Vera rolled her eyes in annoyance. I was just doing my job as a secretary, and you don't need to say the words lady at all. Okay. Ling He, of course, did not follow Vera's instructions and went to rest immediately. After a moment's thought, he decided to stay sober for the time being and keep vigil with Vera. Also, let's see what these them that Ling Yuge mentioned are and how threatening they are. Time passed little by little. During this period, the area around the logging camp was calm, with only the sounds of contracted axe warriors and oxen and horses chopping would constantly heard. Bored while waiting, Ling He focused most of his attention on the regional channel. However, as the Creator God proposed that human lords gather together, the rate at which the number of people in the regional channel decreased not only did not slow down, but also showed a gradual upward trend. This unusual scene seems to confirm that the information provided by Ling Yuge was correct. It would be extremely dangerous to make contact with other lords now. Ling He shook his head. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken about the loss of members in the regional channel. Every one of these deaths represents a potential future customer for him, and the loss of even one customer could mean a long-term loss of hundreds or thousands of gold coins. If all people die, their path to growth is completely ruined. After all, he simply cannot monopolize a market that has no trade and no trade output. The saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Thinking about it this way, the Ghost Spirit Clan really deserves to die. Hey, just as Ling He was thinking this, a loud shout came from outside the forest farm. I saw the firelight inside. Is someone inside? The voice sounded like that of a young man, and his words didn't sound very mature. Ling He snapped out of his reverie from the regional channel and exchanged a glance with Vera. Is it because of those messages in the regional channel about other human lords still wandering around outside late at night? Or perhaps the ones Ling Yuyug was talking about? Should we let them in? Vera asked. Wait a minute. Ling waved to Vera, signaling her not to rush, while he mentally calculated the current situation. The spirit-cultivated logging ground had no fences or any defensive measures. To put it bluntly, it was just a forest standing on a plain. If the other party wants to come in, they can simply come in directly instead of asking like this. From this perspective, the other party can be said to be full of sincerity and did not show any malice. Thinking of this, Ling He stood up and shouted loudly outside. There are people here, you can come in. I have plenty of wood and a campfire here, so it won't be a problem for you to stay for the night. Just as Ling had thought, he did not exclude outsiders. But the response from outside the forest farm was something Ling He hadn't expected. The young man's voice held a hint of hesitation. Sorry, we're not very familiar with each other, so there's no need for us to go in. Could we come to the outskirts of the forest farm, so we can talk face to face? Is this a sign of self-doubt? Ling He found it somewhat amusing. However, upon closer reflection, there isn't really a big problem. While you're doubting the other person, they can certainly doubt you as well. In such a large forest, it wouldn't be difficult to set up an ambush. Have the contract axe warriors stop what they're doing, Ling He instructed. Then come with us to meet our friends outside. Vera nodded, stopping the contract axe warrior from his work, then picked up a torch from the campfire and silently followed Ling He. We arrived at the outskirts of the forest farm. Ling He did not choose to have the hundreds of contracted axe warriors follow him out, but instead ordered them to hide in the woods. In the end, only Ling and Vera were truly exposed. Opposite Ling and Vera was a large group of more than a dozen people. The leader was a young man wearing glasses. Seeing Ling, he emerged from the forest. A gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. My name is Lu Chi. I'm really sorry to bother you two so late. Chapter 29, let's chat for 10 gold coins. Vera nodded non-committally. I should feel embarrassed. Do you know how many small gold coins we lose for every minute we delay? Vera's statement was not unfounded. The withdrawal of contracted loggers, who are currently the main force of production at the logging camp, has resulted in a real economic loss. But Lu Chi didn't understand at first, and could only scratch the back of his head and smile wryly. Vera. Ling He glared at Vera, then glanced at Lu Chi and the others out of the corner of his eye. Judging from the decorations, there should be more than one lord among them, with Lu Chi vaguely appearing to be the leader, and on the surface, there doesn't seem to be any major estrangement between them. Fortunately, they don't seem to be very smart. They hadn't noticed the obvious clues in Vera's words. That, Lu Chi suddenly spoke up weakly. I'm so sorry to bother you two. How much did you lose? How about I compensate you? Real. Vera immediately agreed, and after calculating the losses in her mind, she was about to quote an astronomical figure. However, before she could say it, Ling He, with quick eyes and hands, reached out and covered her mouth. Ling He ignored Vera's struggles in his arms, and instead looked in Lu Chi's direction, giving a number that wasn't very large. 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Lu Chi repeated in a low voice, then quickly smiled. Not that many. He stretched out his palm, and 10 gold coins appeared from his palm. How about we treat these gold coins as a token of our friendship? The moment the gold coin appeared, Vera stared wide-eyed and stopped struggling. Her intention was to quote an astronomical figure to humiliate the other party and make them back down. Unexpectedly, the other party actually did it and was even willing to offer compensation. However, Ling's current gold coin turnover has reached 4 figures, and a mere 2-digit amount of gold coins is not enough to make Vera make any outbursts. Even so, Vera still looked up and met Ling He's gaze. Chill. Ling whispered a shushing sound to Vera and only released her mouth after Vera nodded. Send someone to get it. Ling He whispered in Vera's ear. Vera nodded obediently, then slammed her scepter hard on the ground. Someone come here. As soon as he finished speaking, a contract axe warrior emerged from the woods behind them. This is also a technique that Ling has discovered during this period. If he himself were to say the same thing, all the people in his community who heard it would take action. But if the secretary were to make the call, she could easily achieve the micromanagement he couldn't do with just a few words. At this moment, the contract axe warrior had already walked quickly to Lu Chi, and Lu Chi was also paying attention to the contract axe warrior's movements. Its strength is undeniable, and judging from its speed of movement just now, its agility should also be quite high. If he could get rid of the flaw of being completely naked, he could definitely be called a decent warrior. The handover of the gold coins proceeded without incident. The 10 gold coins were quickly brought back to Ling He by the contract axe warrior. Before Ling could reach out, Vera grabbed all the gold coins in one swift motion. Yes, it's true. My fingers traced between the cute little gold coins, feeling the warm touch of money for a moment. Vera took out her wallet and carefully put the gold coins inside. At the same time, the number of gold coins in Lingy's panel has indeed increased by 10. I came with good intentions, and there is no need for me to deceive you too. Lu Chi's voice drifted from afar. Lingy nodded and got straight to the point. Now that the compensation has been given, let's talk. What do you want from us? Lu Chi was taken aback for a moment when he didn't expect Ling He to become so direct after giving him the money. But soon, he put on a charming smile and said, Actually, the purpose of our trip is to find other lords to join us. Join you? Ling asked, puzzled. Yes, we've set up a gathering place by the stream where there are many people like us. By the stream, aren't you from the war maniac side? A thought suddenly struck Ling He. Currently, among the regional channels, only the location revealed by Call Me War Maniac was clearly near the stream. Upon hearing this, Lu Chi nodded in surprise. How did you know? That's right. We are indeed from Zhang Kuang's side. Call. Ling let out a long sigh of relief. They hadn't been talking for very long, and he was already finding it hard to continue the conversation. I will not go with you. Why? Lu Chi frowned slightly. Isn't it better for all of us to gather together? Normally speaking, that's certainly true. Ling said something meaningful, then introduced himself. I'm just a conscientious street vendor. You know, you're brother Ling? Lu Chi looked very surprised. Ling He shook his head and did not continue the conversation. That's all I can say to you guys for 10 gold coins. Fair trade is over. How long are you going to keep up this act? The gentle smile on Lu Chi's face gradually disappeared. What did you find out? Isn't that simple? Ling He raised 3 fingers. Firstly, I'm quite certain there are no streams around here, so it's impossible for the people from Zhang Kuang's group to be very close to me. Secondly, I have never said that my surname is Ling, and I am certain that I do not know you at all. How did you manage to guess my real surname based on a nickname? As for the third point, Ling He extended a finger and pointed behind Lu Chi. I wanted to say this for a long time. I've been putting up with you guys for a long time. What normal human group would have a slime in their ranks? Are you trying to fool me? This is practically insulting my intelligence. What? Lu Chi's eyes widened as he turned to look at the only slime in the group. Is there anything wrong with this? He never imagined that their exposure would be caused by an insignificant slime. But doesn't Ling He have one too? However, at this moment, Ling He had no intention of continuing to waste words with the other party. Whether the guess is correct or not, whether the other party is truly human, one can draw one's own conclusion after the other party opens their heart to one. Vera, kill them. Oomph. Vera gave a soft snort, then slammed the scepter in her hand heavily to the ground once more. However, it's different from before. This time, Vera stretched out a finger into the air. At the same time, he shouted loudly, 10 days to pay the full salary. Bite. Your secretary, Vera, uses the skill, exponential stimulation. Your contract axe warrior has been temporarily upgraded to Contract Berserker. Chapter 30, Contract Berserker. Contract Berserker. Synopsis, profit. Profit. More profit. The readily available allure of profit is enough to drive people mad, rob them of all reverence, and ultimately sweep away all obstacles in their path. Special abilities. Frenzy, Unyielding, Fight to the Death. Entry 1. Exponential Frenzy. This unit's resource production rate is increased by 150%, and its combat power remains constant at 300% of the base value. Entry 2. Unyielding during combat. Physical methods cannot be used to lower this unit's morale as a deterrent, and physical and psychological intimidation are ineffective against this unit. Entry 3. Fight to the Death. This unit's default combat philosophy is to fight to the death. It will never rout until its casualties reach 100%. Ling He quickly skimmed through the information about the Contract Berserker. To be honest, he could hardly believe that this was a basic production unit that could be recruited for just 1 gold. In this era, even if other regular soldiers came here, their heads would probably be ripped off by the Contract Berserkers and used as footballs. The power of military pay, it really is too great. Just as Ling he was feeling this way, a roar came from behind him, and dozens of stone axes flew out of the forest and attacked Lu Qi's team. Caught completely off guard, a large portion of the dozen or so men immediately fell. Fortunately, the stone axes were not very sharp, so most people only broke a few bones in this round of attacks. Only one person was so unlucky that he was hit squarely in the skull by a flying axe and died on the spot. However, the dead did not linger on the ground. As Ling He's eyes narrowed, the man's corpse quickly turned into a cloud of particles and disappeared. They really aren't human. Even so, Ling He was still somewhat alarmed. If it weren't for that slime following the other team, and if it weren't for Ling Yuji's prior warning that made him wary, a few of the other party's words might actually be enough to confuse him. Often, the other person behaves too much like a normal human being, and unless you deliberately look for flaws in their words, you simply won't notice anything amiss. At this moment, Lu Qi and his group got up from the ground in a disheveled state. However, unlike before, this time, Lu Qi's gaze towards Ling he no longer held any smile, but was instead filled with apprehension. They were wary of Ling He, but even more wary of the forest behind him where a large number of flying axes were thrown. Under his gaze, a dense swarm of berserkers surged out from the forest behind Ling He. Berserker? Did he just provoke some barbarian clan stronghold? Lu Qi's eyes widened instantly. Although he was not human, he still had some common sense that belonged to humans. Berserkers are a unit that is not cheap to recruit or maintain. At least for humanity at this stage, recruiting hundreds of berserkers would be an astronomical sum. How could this human lord have produced so many powerful troops in such a short time? Lu Qi was not given much time to think, because Ling and the contracted berserkers behind him had already made their next move. Everything for profit. With a roar like a battle cry, the berserkers charged directly towards Lu Qi and his group. The stone axes in their hands had already been thrown, but in their berserk state, they seemed completely unaware of it. A casually broken branch, a piece of pebbles picked up from the ground, or even their fists, all are deadly weapons. Lu Qi and his group did attempt to resist. However, the only fighting force he had was the Stone Spearman, a basic unit. Stone Spearman. Era. Stone Age. Basic approach. Brief introduction. Basic soldiers equipped with simple stone spears. They are also skilled hunters. Special ability. Thrust. Combat strength 6. The Stone Spearmen, as a unit, possess overwhelming combat power against most basic civilians. Even the contracted lumberjacks under Ling's control, who were not paid, could not match his fighting strength. Unfortunately, Lu Qi's team only had one such stone spearman. He alone had to face Ling and nearly 200 contracted berserkers at full strength. Whoosh! Faced with the approaching berserkers, the stone spearman did not hesitate and thrust his stone spear straight at the berserker's heart. But the next moment, a large hand reached out from the side and instantly took the stone spear away. Before the spearman could react, a stone the size of a sandbag had already smashed into his forehead. Then a dozen berserkers rushed forward, raining down punches. The stone spearman at the forefront didn't even last a few breaths before he, like the unlucky fellows before him, turned into particles and dissipated on the ground. Ling He also saw the combat power of his contracted berserkers through the panel. Contract Berserker. Combat Strength 15. With 15 points of combat power, the strongest recruitable unit Ling He saw in the regional channel today had a combat power that was only a fraction of his own. Whether the Contract Berserker will be strong in future eras is unknown to Ling He. But one thing he was very certain of. In this Stone Age, there probably isn't a single unit that can hold its own against a Contract Berserker. It hasn't happened yet, at least not today. Checking the Contract Berserkers panel didn't take Ling He too much time. In that short period of time, the battle had already come to an end. The quality and quantity of the crushing made Lu Qi and his group's resistance as weak as chicks. They couldn't inflict much damage on the contracted berserker before the berserker, who had retrieved the stone axe, pinned them to the ground, and finally chopped them into minced meat. Great! Vera cheered as she watched Lu Qi and his group vanish onto the ground. It's loot time. After saying that, he threw the torch to Lingyi, grabbed the scepter, and rushed to the spot where Lu Qi and his group had died to clean up the battlefield. Lingyi was startled and hurriedly took the torch. Hey, don't play with fire on the grass. You heartless capitalist. But seeing Vera bending down to pick up the gold coins, Linghe knew that she hadn't listened to a word he had just said. Do we really need just a few more gold coins? Linghe sighed helplessly, but still held up the torch and moved forward to help Vera search for the loot dropped by Lu Qi and his group. You don't understand, you bastard lord. Vera shook her head and said, making money can be a goal, or it can be a pleasure. I'm enjoying the process of getting rich through hard work. But you just bent down to pick up the money. Linghe couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, with the help of torches, it was relatively easy to find some reflective gold coins in open areas. In no time at all, Vera had collected all the gold coins on the ground. Chapter 31 Murder and Arson Will Ruin 3 Generations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Vera counted the gold coins in her hand one by one, and then revealed a number. There are a total of 34 gold coins. 34 pieces. As he listened to the numbers Vera gave him, Ling began to calculate in his mind. Judging from this number alone, the gains from this battle were quite substantial. Looking at any lord in the entire region other than himself, this is a considerable sum of money. But Vera used exponential incentives, promising all contract axe warriors a full paycheck for 10 days. 174 contract axe warriors received their full pay for 10 days, which is a total of 261 gold coins. The gold coins obtained from killing someone are less than a fraction of what was spent. Linghe's face instantly darkened. Which bastard said that murder and arson bring wealth and honor? He killed more than a dozen men who looked like humans, and this is all he earned, not even a fraction of what he made selling timber. According to Linghe, this saying should be changed to murder and arson will ruin 3 generations instead. The more they fight, the poorer they become. The poorer they become, the more they fight. I really don't know what kind of idiot would think of getting rich through war. As Linghe was thinking this, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and seemed to see a flash of light reflected off his feet. Was it a gold coin that Vera missed? Linghe subconsciously squatted down and parted the thick grass. However, what they saw was not a glittering gold coin, but a pitch-black, reflective card. Something I've never seen before. Could it be some blueprints or equipment that dropped? Linghe glanced at the hundreds of contracted berserkers surrounding him and Vera, then reached out and picked up the card. The moment Linghe got his hands on the card, he obtained information about the item from the panel. The Death Curse of the Ghost Clan. Synopsis. Derived from the Ghost Clan's ultimate strategy, Mirror Realm, the true nightmare will descend when mirror ghosts are massacred, eliminating all threats to the Ghost Clan. Effect. When used on our core buildings, if our era is below Stage 3, it can serve as an era benchmark, allowing us to enter a pseudo-era earlier. Ugh, what a terrifying description. Vera had somehow moved closer to Linghe's hand, looking at the small card called the Death Curse, and drawing out her words. Vera is so scared that it's going to be disposed of like trash. Linghe couldn't help but flick Vera on the forehead. Can you talk seriously for once? Also, what is the core building, and what is the pseudo-era? Linghe waved the small card in front of Vera. How exactly do you use this thing? In fact, Linghe knew that this thing was probably not for his current use, since he hadn't encountered several of the terms yet. But he still couldn't help but ask what this thing was for. Vera puffed out her cheeks and rubbed her forehead. I'm a very proper lady, okay. Despite saying that, Vera put away her previous strained tone and adopted a more normal one. The core buildings won't be far off. You'll find out soon enough, you bastard lord. Instead of focusing on the effects below, you might as well pay attention to this first. As she spoke, Vera pointed to the introduction section on the panel. Isn't this just a regular introduction? As Linghe was saying this, he suddenly noticed that the introduction section seemed to be able to expand further down, as if some words were being folded away. Scrolling down, the introduction reveals a new prompt in front of Linghe. Note, try flipping it over to the other side. What's on the back? As described in the introduction, Ling flipped the card in his hand, and with this flip, the 2 originally black cards suddenly changed. D. On the side facing Linghe, a large, bright red character for death appeared. At the same instant, Linghe felt a jolt and turned his head to look, feeling a chill run down his spine. The instant the word death appeared, something terrifying seemed to open its eyes within the tower, so close at hand. Woman. Another human? In a place he couldn't hear, voices echoed from within the tower. Why are there humans everywhere? The voice was filled with resentment and rage. Damn humans, they're like bedbugs, scattered everywhere, everywhere. Stains that can never be washed away. Pests that can never be eradicated. Humans, damn it. The entire tower seemed to tremble as the voice roared in fury. But the furious voice stopped abruptly the next moment, as if it were about to fall asleep again. After a long while, intermittent sounds came from the top of the tower. The strongest, the conscientious street vendor. Ling, he kill him. As the sound faded, the tower seemed to respond. Two figures, suspended on the ground, flew out of the tower and rushed toward the location where Lu Qi and his group had died at top speed. The speed was as fast as 2 shooting stars. Uffed. Just then, Ling, he was about to get up and return to the logging camp when he saw a human head fly past his face, splattering blood onto his shoulder. That's the contract berserkers? Thump. Just as Ling he froze, he heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground behind him. Turning my head, I saw a monster that looked like a withered tree branch and was much larger than a human being tackled to the ground by the contract berserkers who were swarming in from all sides. You damn lord, what are you standing there for? Get out of the way. Vera's shouts came from the other side. She repeatedly struck the ground with her scepter, and the contract axe warriors, as if under some command, surrounded Ling he in layers of protection. Seeing this, Ling he understood. If Vera hadn't reacted and given quick instructions, her heart would probably have been ripped out by that monster. But looking around, the monster that was tackled was just one of them. Another monster is wreaking havoc among the berserkers' ranks. Those withered limbs were as strong and sharp as steel. Facing unarmored units like the contract berserker, the monster could often slice a person in half at the waist with a single swing, or snatch a bloody heart with a single stab. This is the crushing superiority of civilization level. Even if I were to fight 100, I would not be afraid. As the number of contracted berserkers on the field rapidly decreased, a glint flashed in Vera's amber eyes, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. If that's the case, then how about this? Vera slammed the scepter to the ground again. 100 days of full pay. After she finished speaking, the room fell silent, as if Vera's words had had no effect whatsoever. Seeing this, Vera put her hand to her mouth and coughed lightly twice. Then he slowly said, "Give it to me even if I die." Bite. Your secretary, Vera, uses the skill exponential stimulation. Your contract berserker has been temporarily upgraded to contract ghost warrior. Lingy slightly opened her mouth. Is this okay? Can it be further strengthened? Chapter 32 Born to Pursue Profit. Die to pursue profit. Contract Ghost Warrior. Synopsis. An ultimate military unit evolved from those who, on the brink of life and death, experienced spiritual transformation and comprehended the truths of the world. Born to pursue profit. They die to pursue profit. All things are illusory. Only profit is real. Special abilities. Frenzy, Unyielding, Fight to the death, Sacrifice my body. The first 3 special abilities are unchanged from those of the contract berserker. Lingy's gaze swept across the panel, taking in the new special abilities that the contract ghost warrior had gained. I would rather sacrifice my broken body. Effect. After suffering fatal damage, resist death until surviving for 2 hours, or until all core limbs have suffered devastating damage. During the duration of this effect, combat power increases by 100%, and the target is inflicted with a fear status. At this moment, the few contracted berserkers who had just been executed by the monster had already stood up again, leaning to one side and staggering. Some of them lost their heads, some had a gash running from their shoulder to their abdomen, and some were left with only half a body. Looks like he's crawled out of hell. For a moment, he was a little confused, wondering who was the real monster, the other party or himself. For profit. A terrifying voice, like that of the underworld, came from the mouth of the contracted ghost warrior. Even the ghostly monsters that had just been rampaging across the land were startled by the sound. Benefit. Suddenly, all the contracted ghost warriors who had stood up again rushed towards the monster that was still floating on the field. Even with its monstrous body, the ghost could only hastily cleave the contracted ghost warriors in two. In an instant, severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. But these contracted ghost warriors who resist death are even more difficult to kill than so-called undead spirits. Even if they only have one limb left, they will still insist on crawling toward the monster in front of them. Finally, the ghost monster made a mistake and was grabbed by a large hand from a protrusion on its body. This was its only mistake, and it will be its last. Because the contracted ghost warriors, even after death, were somehow able to rival in power. Taking advantage of this time, Ling He glanced at the combat power of the contracted ghost warrior after its death. Contract ghost warrior, dead state. Combat strength, 30. It's twice as strong as the contract berserker. The attribute bonus from sacrificing my broken body isn't added to the basic panel of contract lumberjack, but rather to a prestigious peripheral bonus. Their fighting power after death is far greater than it was in life. Seeing this, Ling felt much more at ease. There were only 2 enemies, while he had nearly 200 contracted ghost warriors on his side, who were his people in life and in death. With funds paving the way, victory in this battle is assured. Sure enough, as the contracted ghost warrior grabbed the protrusions on its body, the monster could no longer float to other locations, and its mobility was greatly restricted. Then, more contracted ghost warriors rushed forward and pounced on it, knocking it to the ground. Stone axes, rocks, or other heavy objects rained down on the monster. But surprisingly, the results were poor. Ling Yi frowned slightly. Although the monster's body looked like withered wood, it was actually not brittle at all. He saw that some of the contracted ghost warriors had cracked the stones in their hands, yet the monster's appearances remained completely unharmed. It feels like hitting a piece of iron with a rock. It doesn't cause much effective damage in the short term. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The monster that was initially pinned to the ground actually managed to stand up little by little, supporting itself on the ground. The contracted demon warrior who suppressed him was not in a dead state, so his combat power was only 15, putting him at a disadvantage in the contest of strength. Suddenly, the monster spun around, throwing off the contracted ghost warrior that was suppressing it, and regained its freedom. This time, however, its target was not Ling He. Instead, it was Vera. It knows who is the mastermind behind this group of contracted ghost warriors. Ling He's pupils contracted slightly. He had sensed something was wrong the moment the monster shifted its gaze away from him. Vera, run! Ling shouted out at the same time. The monster that had risen to its feet dodged past its companions and the array of contracted ghost warriors and stretched out its arm to slash at Vera. It was incredibly fast. Vera, whose physical abilities were even inferior to Ling He's, could only stare wide-eyed as the withered body drew ever closer. The body didn't have time to turn around, let alone escape. Am I going to die? Call! A fireball shot out from the forest, grazed Vera's cheek, and slammed into the monster head-on. A sudden, pitiful scream emanated from the monster's mouth. In just a short while, the monster, which even the contracted ghost warriors were somewhat helpless against, was burned to ashes. And the person who accomplished all of this was Hamburger. Vera and Ling looked into the forest with surprise. Gurgle, Hamburger, who should have been sleeping by the campfire, rolled out from behind the forest. Hamburger blinked at Vera with its 2 big eyes, then promptly rolled to Ling He's side and nuzzled against him affectionately. Ha, it's so itchy, ha. Ling He couldn't help but laugh when Hamburger's 2 small round hands suddenly attacked him. But considering that the other party had just saved Vera, he couldn't just push him away like that. But Hamburger, how did you suddenly become so strong? Ling He rubbed Hamburger's body, his tone sounding somewhat strange. Earlier, Hamburger's attacks couldn't even take down the contract axe warrior. So how come it can suddenly kill the ghost clan monster in an instant? Etc. Could it be? A flash of inspiration struck Ling He, as if he had thought of something. Hamburger, wait a minute, I'm going to verify my guess. As he spoke, Ling He pulled away from Hamburger's hug, picked up the torch, and walked over to the suppressed monster. You damned lord, what are you thinking now? Seeing Ling He suddenly make such a dangerous move, Vera quickly followed and moved closer to Ling He's side. She followed Ling He's gaze to the monster on the ground. The scene that was being seen was absolutely terrifying. A twisted monster, pinned to the ground by a group of climbing limbs, can give anyone the illusion that they themselves have gone insane just by looking at it. Fortunately, neither the monsters of the Ghost Clan nor the contracted ghost warriors under Ling's command possess the ability to inflict mental damage. Therefore, Ling and Vera are in relatively good mental health. I want to test my hypothesis. As Ling He spoke, He raised the torch in his hand and casually tossed it toward the monster's body. Chapter 33, Overcoming the Nightmare. Call. As the flames made contact with the monster's body, the fire spread at an incredible speed, engulfing the monster and the contracted demon warrior pressing down on it in the blink of an eye. Once again, the monster's shrill scream came from the flames. The firelight reflected in his pupils, and Ling he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, this time there was no hamburger to tickle him. Vera rolled her eyes, subtly took a step back, and then asked warily, "You damned lord, have you finally gone mad? You're the one who's crazy." Ling he turned his head and rolled his eyes back. Then he turned around again, suppressing the smile on his lips, and looked at the raging fire in front of him. Who would have thought that this monster of the Ghost Clan, with its body as hard as steel, would actually be flammable? Judging from its appearance, it is far more flammable than wood, which is a tiny spark, death, standing proudly on the battlefield, could be sent to hell. Perhaps it's not just this monster in front of us. Other creatures of the Ghost Clan might also share the same characteristics. Ling thought about many things for a while. No wonder Lu Qi and his group were unwilling to enter the forest farm earlier. What they feared was not the ambush they might have set up, but the bonfire that would be lit in the forest. However, this thought only lingered in Ling He's mind for a moment. Lu Qi and the others were too weak. They were instantly killed by the contract berserker in a single encounter. Therefore, even if Ling he wanted to verify it, he had no way to do so. At this moment, the fire in front of us came quickly and went quickly and had completely stopped. The monsters of the Ghost Clan were burned to ashes, and even the limbs of the contracted ghost warriors that were suppressing them were charred by the flames. A strange aroma of grilled meat wafted up from in front of Ling He. Ling hesitated for a moment, then took half a step back to be level with Vera. Ling He glanced around, then leaned close to Vera's ear and asked, "What should we do with these contracted ghost warriors?" During the rampage of the Ghost Clan monsters, at least half of the contracted ghost warriors suffered fatal injuries. Now their bodies have been cut open, and they can only eke out a living in a state of resisting death. In just over an hour, they will collapse completely, turning into a pile of rotten flesh. "What else can we do?" Vera shrugged, saying somewhat nonchalantly, "We'll just have to bury it under the logging camp as fertilizer, so it can make one last contribution for us." "Oh." Lingy nodded knowingly. "I thought you would add their meat to your big pot of stew and save a lot of money." "Ah." Vera's eyes widened. "I'm a lady. How could a lady do something so bloody? And how could you say something like that without even blinking?" This, seeing that Vera hadn't taken the bait, Ling he clicked his tongue softly. He had thought Vera would offer to add contract demon warriors to the contract demon warriors menu. What a pity. But since Vera didn't have such thoughts, as a good person with a conscience, he certainly had to show respect. "Then I'll leave the handling of these remaining contracted ghost warriors to you." Ling he patted Vera on the shoulder, giving her an approving look. He then added, "Don't forget we'll have to pay later." Although the threat from the Ghost Clan has been temporarily resolved, Ling he has not forgotten the promise Vera had just made. The full salary is paid after 100 days, regardless of whether the person is alive or dead. That's a whopping 2,610 gold coins. Ling and others earned about this many gold coins today. After being reminded by Ling, Vera clearly realized this as well. Since it's something that's already been promised, it's unlikely that it will work out in the form of debt. In other words, even if half of the contracted ghost warriors fall, 2,610 copper coins must be prepared as wages every day. If you accidentally spend too much money, you won't be able to get your salary. This is not a problem that can be solved simply by saying, "Don't maliciously demand unpaid wages." The rebellious contract ghost warrior could actually hang her and the bastard lord on the old crooked neck tree. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Vera's spine. He then looked around angrily at the contracted ghost warriors who were still standing there in a daze, and slammed his scepter down heavily. "Get back to work right now." Even a contracted demon warrior resisting death should be able to live for about another hour. Since she would have to pay them anyway, Vera didn't want to give up this last chance to get them to produce surplus value. Faced with Vera's order, the contracted ghost warrior had no objection. He silently picked up the stone axe from the ground, and then turned and walked into the forest. Some of the stone axes were damaged, but it wasn't a big problem. After all, after an hour, we won't need so many stone axes anymore. With all the contracted ghost warriors gone, Ling he naturally didn't intend to linger on the outskirts of the dark forest. He turned around and led Vera and Hamburger back to the campfire. Sigh. Back by the campfire, Vera let out a heavy sigh. Thanks to our good neighbor, we really made a killing tonight. Gurgles. No one responded to Vera because Hamburg had already snuggled up by the warm campfire and drifted back to sleep. Given Hamburger's sleeping state, it should have been able to sleep straight until early morning if it hadn't been woken up by the previous battle with the Ghost Clan monsters. Ling He, on the other hand, focused his attention on the small cards in his hand. With both ghostly monsters killed, the character for death in the center of the card completely faded and disappeared. Correspondingly, the introduction has also undergone some changes. The Death Curse of the Ghost Clan. Synopsis. Derived from the Ghost Spirit Clan's ultimate strategy, Mirror Realm, it contains fragments of the Ghost Spirit Clan civilization and power. Effect. When used on our core buildings, if our era is below Stage 3, it can serve as an era benchmark, allowing us to enter a pseudo-era earlier. The description no longer mentions that it will bring nightmares, but instead says that it contains fragments of civilization and power. It seems that the death curse has been overcome in this way. Damn Lord. Lingy put away the small card in his hand and met Vera's puzzled gaze. Why do you seem to be in a good mood? Vera asked, somewhat puzzled. During the previous battle with Lu Qi and his group, Ling he earned 34 gold coins, but lost 261 gold coins in silver. The loss of more than 200 gold coins was enough to make Ling he feel bad for a while. Why is it that Ling he doesn't seem to care about the actual loss of 2,610 gold coins in wages now? Yes, I'm in a pretty good mood. Ling he spread his hands and explained with a smile. Because we're about to make a fortune. Vera tilted her head. It has to be admitted that Ling he is really good at making money. Even this super cute capitalist. Ugh. Even she, an exceptionally lovely lady, struggled to keep up with Ling he's pace. Chapter 34. I might not make money? So what should we do? Vera asked. Actually, what we need to do is very simple. Ling he held up one finger. All we need to do is share the information we currently have within the regional channel. That's it. Vera tilted her head, and several question marks floated on her top hat. Charging for intelligence. No, the intelligence is free of charge. Ling he shook his head. I'm a good person. How could I do something like taking advantage of someone in distress? Really? Vera looked at Ling he with suspicion. If Ling he didn't intend to include Contract Demon Warriors in the Contract Demon Warriors menu, then there's a slight possibility that she might believe Ling he is a good person. But now, anyone who is on par with you, or even someone who is a rising star, can hardly be a good person. What kind of look is that? Ling raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Vera's suspicious gaze. He's been given the good guy card twice by the same person. Doesn't someone who's been certified as a good person count as a good person? Never mind, it doesn't matter whether they're good or bad people. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. It's so late. Lingy glanced at the sky and then laid out his thoughts. Vera, what do you think is the biggest problem affecting our income right now? Is it because our production capacity is insufficient? Vera answered instinctively. But before Lingy could respond, she shook her head. No, our production capacity is actually somewhat excessive, and the current market is having a hard time absorbing our capacity. So the price is too low. Vera muttered to herself, but quickly shook her head. It doesn't really have much to do with pricing, because of the current production capacity of logging sites, plus the essential nature of timber demand. Regardless of the price, it will inevitably consume most of the circulating gold coins in the trading market. Rather, it's thanks to Ling He's self-inflicted blow at the outset, which drastically reduced the price of timber, that Ling He's current dominant position would never have been possible. Raising timber prices rashly will only give other timber sellers a chance to breathe, and will actually reduce Ling He's gold coin income. Thinking of this, Vera slapped her forehead in frustration. What else could affect her income with that bastard lord? Can't figure it out? Seeing Vera's troubled look, Ling he chuckled and simply held up two fingers. Then I'll just say it directly. The two most critical issues affecting our income right now are demand and demand. Is there a demand? Vera followed Ling He's words and nodded to herself. Lingy is right. Demand is indeed a big problem. Nowadays, most lords don't have any building blueprints, so they don't need to use large quantities of wood. The seemingly scarce timber is actually only needed for the one set required to light the campfire every night. If you're even tougher on yourself, or if you find a really good shelter, you can completely save on even the basic amount of what you need every night. Without demand, even a complete market monopoly won't bring much actual benefit. Seeing that Vera understood the issue of needs, Ling continued. This problem is no longer a problem, because our dear neighbor has perfectly solved this problem for us. As he spoke, Ling pointed to the tall tower in the distance. With the previous guidance, Vera instantly understood He's meaning. Others might not know, but how could she and that bastard Lord not know? The ghost spirits are terrified of fire. Even the most terrifying monsters dare not touch even the slightest flame. As long as the ghost clan exists, fire will be a necessity for their survival. This directly impacts the trading market, leading to a sharp increase in the demand for timber. The market has grown bigger because of the arrival of the ghost clan. What a kind person! Vera couldn't help but sigh, then looked at Ling He with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, which were sparkling with little money. And what is the second one, my dear lord? Secondly, Ling He smiled. This is the most important point. The human lord in the region have no money. Even if we lower the price of timber to a very low level, they still can't afford the goods. But just like the first point, this flaw was also perfectly resolved by our dear neighbor. A scene was described to Vera by Ling He. The current human lords are poor, but the foreign races are rich. That ghostly thing who called himself Lu Chi, the team's overall combat strength wasn't actually very high, but almost everyone could drop 1 to 3 gold coins. As long as Ling releases the information and provides a method to identify them, most human lords should be able to fight back when facing them. At that time, everyone will be able to make money successfully. And this money, through market fluctuations, will eventually all end up in our hands. Vera interjected. She placed her hands in front of her and then clenched them tightly. All we need to pay is free intelligence that is no longer of any value to us, in exchange for expanding the market and turning all the lords into tools for us to make money. In the end, those people will be weeping and thanking you profusely, wanting both fame and money. You're more wicked than a devil from the depths of hell, my dear lord. Ling Yi rolled her eyes. I've already told you I'm a genuinely good person. But now you should understand my good intentions, right? He might not make money by giving away all the intelligence he has for free, but it's unlikely he won't make any. Vera nodded vigorously. So when do you plan to begin your wicked plan? Wait a minute. I need to confirm one last piece of information. Knowing that it couldn't be corrected, Ling Yi simply stopped worrying about how Vera addressed him and instead opened his private chat interface to send a private message to an old acquaintance. A conscientious street vendor. Brother Zhang Kuang, are you there? Meanwhile, in the Lord's gathering place by the stream, Zhang Kuang looked at his private chat interface, his eyes filled with astonishment and surprise. Although war games have only been around for a short time, but everyone knows that in this area, the conscientious vendors are already incredibly powerful figures. Would such an important person take the initiative to initiate a private chat with him? Wrong. The warrior suddenly discovered a blind spot. He seemed to have chatted privately with this conscientious vendor earlier, when he initiated the chat, but the other party did not respond. Upon seeing the private message he had sent earlier, Zhang Kuang suddenly remembered the other party. Call me War Maniac. It's you. You're the vendor guy. Chapter 35, A Free Lunch. Intelligence. The conscientious vendor. It was me, huh? I was really grateful for Zhang Kuang's advice back then. Call me War Maniac. I dare not accept such praise. The real-life War Maniac wiped the sweat from his brow. He was just casually complaining about the unscrupulous merchants in the trading house, who knew that this idle rant would lead to the emergence of a financial tycoon. However, seeing that the other party was actually alive and doing well, Zhang Kuang breathed a sigh of relief. He used to be a principled and loyal person, but after suddenly entering the war game, he would save others whenever he could. When he sent the private message earlier, he genuinely wanted to teach Ling a few survival skills. When Ling Yi didn't reply to him for a long time, he thought Ling had been killed by some ferocious wild animals and felt sorry for a while, lamenting the loss of a human life. As it turns out, Ling is doing very well now and doesn't need him to teach her any more survival skills. Call me War Maniac. Brother vendor, just tell me what you need. We're all human, and I'll try my best to help. They promised to help without even asking what happened. Ling Yi looked at Zhang Kuang's private message reply to him, feeling both surprised and yet somehow reasonable. Ling had already realized that the other party was a good person, So Lingy didn't keep them in suspense and decided to get straight to the point. The conscientious vendor. It's not a difficult favor. I just wanted to ask Brother Zhang Kuang if you have someone named Lu Qi over there. Lu Qi. Zhang Kuang frowned slightly, glancing at the campfire behind him out of the corner of his eye. There, a refined-looking man was resting, and he happened to be Lu Qi, who had been killed by Ling He not long ago. Zhang Kuang had no idea what had happened to Ling He. At this moment, he had many questions in his mind. Why did the conscientious peddler want to see Lu Qi? And how did he know that Lu Qi was with him? Taking a deep breath, a new private message was sent by Zhang Kuang. Call me war maniac. What did Lu Qi do to offend you? The fact that the other party suddenly asked about Lu Qi was the most likely explanation Zhang Kuang could think of. Looking at the private chat interface, Zhang Kuang felt a pang of hesitation. Offending a conscientious vendor now is definitely not a wise choice. If the other party's answer is correct, then should he expel Lu Qi from his camp? But when faced with someone who came to seek refuge with him, the war maniac found it hard to bring himself to actually do it. Fortunately, Ling's subsequent reply relieved him. The conscientious vendor. No. Rather, he seems like a very gentle person. But thank you anyway, Brother Zhang Kuang. Knowing that Lu Qi is with you has resolved many of my doubts. Call me war maniac. You're welcome. But what exactly is this matter related to Lu Qi? He's right here with me. Could you please enlighten me, Brother Vendor? Zhang Kuang thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what Lu Qi meant to him. A conscientious vendor. Come check out the regional channel. Regional channel? Following the other party's words, Zhang Kuang opened a regional channel. And at this moment Ling, he had already begun to speak in the regional channel. The conscientious vendor. Good evening, everyone. I've just been through a fierce battle with the Ghost Clan, suffering heavy losses. I hope you're all right. The setting sun was like blood. The peddler is finally back to life. So he wasn't responding to the regional channel discussions before, because he was out fighting. Mr. Handsome isn't so handsome after all. I'm all right, though. A few inhuman creatures came after me, but they were killed by the wolves chasing me. I even managed to sneak a few gold coins. Tearing his underwear. Hey, vendor, can you tell me how strong the Ghost Spirit Clan is? Oh my, seeing someone ask this, Ling he was no longer sleepy. The conscientious vendor. As for the Ghost Clan's combat power, let me put it this way. The stronger monsters can kill units with 30 combat power like slaughtering dogs. Of course, they are not invincible. They can be instantly destroyed as soon as they come into contact with a flame. Looking haggard. Is what the vendor said true? Then I'd better prepare more wood for starting a fire. I quit drinking. Wait, the peddler already has organized units with a combat strength of 30 or higher. Upon hearing this, many people noticed the hidden meaning in Ling He's words and gasped in shock. What does 30 points of combat power mean these days? With everyone's strongest civilian combat power at only 10, using troops with 30 combat power to fight them is like driving an armored vehicle to fight natives. But the conscientious vendor said that even a unit with 30 combat points could kill ghost monsters like slaughtering dogs. When many people think of this, their first reaction is, I don't believe it. What's the use of a username? Words are meaningless. Can you provide any evidence? Questions occasionally surfaced from the regional channel. Ling He merely glanced at these words and then ignored them. My lord, aren't you going to object? Vera asked, leaning on Ling He's shoulder. Ling He shook his head. Those who believe me will believe me, and those who don't can wait until their next life to have another chance to believe me. He didn't see himself as the protagonist of a novel, nor as a hero in a fairy tale, nor as a good person like a war maniac. Ling Hatsai didn't want to waste his breath and words on such a thing. Vera laughed out loud. I thought so too. What a bunch of worthless scoundrels, daring to trouble our Lord Progenitor to explain for them. Oomph. Ling nodded in agreement. When it comes to praising people, Vera's words are quite pleasing. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but Vera's way of addressing him just now seemed to be a level higher than Lord. Coming to his senses, Ling continued to share intelligence in the regional channel. The conscientious vendor. Of course, not all units of the ghost race are as powerful and terrifying as the monsters I just described. One type of monster is almost as powerful as us. Ling revealed all his speculations about the mirror realm, including the real information he had just verified. Some kind of ghostly thing will impersonate other human lords, approach them, gain their trust, and then kill them. Their changing targets are very likely to have a prototype in this area, and their personality and understanding of the terrain are also closely related to the prototype. In most cases, you can determine whether someone is truly human by looking for mistakes in their speech. However, Lingy provided a better solution. Even a fool can use it, and even an idiot can easily tell whether the other party is a real human being. Chapter 36, Adding some obstruction. That's the private chat feature. By making good use of the private chat function, you can simply greet someone when you meet them and find out if the person standing in front of you is real. The pure human internal channel is the greatest reliance for everyone in fighting against the threat of the ghost race. However, Lin Xiao, who was watching the screen, saw the message shared by Ling He and made a disdainful sound. Whispering sound. That's a good idea. Having encountered the disguised monster once and survived, he naturally knew that this method was entirely feasible. However, that conscientious vendor miscalculated one thing. For this method to work, it requires the complete and unreserved cooperation of all human lords in the region. The evil of human nature will be fully revealed in this process. Just then, a chat message appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Mr. Cool isn't so cool. Is it you standing in front of me? Upon seeing the private chat, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. How could someone have made contact with a ghostly monster that imitates them so quickly? The next moment, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he decisively replied with a few words in the private chat. Creator God, yes. Mr. Handsome isn't so handsome. Then step out with your left leg first, then raise your right hand in a peace sign, and then spin around 3 times in place for me to see. Instantly, Lin Xiao's smile froze on his face. If he were truly in front of the other person, making these gestures would naturally not be a problem. But the problem is, what's in front of that guy isn't the real him at all. Sure enough, since Lin Xiao didn't make any move, a new private message came in soon. Mr. Handsome is not so handsome after all. Liar. With just one word, liar, Lin Xiao's private chat was completely blocked by him. At the same time, Lin Xiao's face also darkened, because he suddenly realized that the concept of human evil could not be realized in the perfect solution offered by the conscientious vendor. Unconsciously, he lost again. Damn it, was this also part of that conscientious vendor's calculations? As Lin Xiao was thinking this, several pop-up windows appeared on his private chat interface again. However, this time it wasn't a question like asking if he was across from me. On the other end of the private chat interface were several timber merchants who wanted to discuss with him how to handle the matter of the conscientious vendor. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes, don't be fooled by the good reputation of honest street vendors. They've offended quite a few people. Originally, the timber market was a pie that could feed everyone, but that conscientious vendor insisted on making a big pie smaller. It would be one thing if he were a junior member, but he also hogged the whole cake. Those starving timber merchants probably wanted to devour this conscientious peddler alive. Lin Xiao had some recollection of the people who were now contacting him privately. In Lin Xiao's previous eyes, these people were nothing more than a bunch of worthless scoundrels. But nowadays, even rotten fish and shrimp have their uses. Whether or not a pot of soup will spoil depends entirely on them. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly sent a message in the private chat interface. The Creator God, gentlemen, please hear me out. How about we give that unscrupulous dealer a hard time? The username is useless. I'd love to do this. What good ideas do you have? Hurry up and tell me. The Creator God. Don't rush. We can do it this way, first, and then that way. I don't know if it's just Lingy's imagination. Immediately after he shared the intelligence, his reputation in the region seemed to plummet. Numerous conspiracy theories about him have inexplicably surfaced. These conspiracy theories are further divided into 2 categories, those who believe and those who do not. Those who didn't believe him naturally had nothing to say and began to mock him based on the words in his statement. No way, no way, no one actually believed him? Would anyone believe me if I said there would be a zombie crisis in a couple of days? Wow, a unit with 30 combat points is so strong our peddler is amazing. He can brag without even needing a draft. Do you guys think the street vendor guy has run out of work? He was so hesitant to even post his location coordinates before, but now he's making up stories and pontificating. As for the letter, it questions why Ling He knew this information and what his intentions were in releasing it. Why is it that the Ghost Spirit clan has only been around for a short time, and everyone else is still completely in the dark, yet the vendor knows everything? Yes, it hasn't been that long. Besides, if he has the information, he can just keep it to himself. Why did he have to reveal it within the region? Could it be that the vendor has become a lackey of that ghostly clan, leaking information to lure us into killing us? Running dog. Vera chuckled and nudged Ling his shoulder. Someone called you a lackey, Lord, and you didn't even react? Go ahead and curse. Ling he shrugged indifferently. He has already revealed all the information he needed to the point where he's practically handed the food to someone's mouth, just short of being fed mouth to mouth. Even with a perfect strategy guide right in front of you, if you look at the guide but don't use it, or if you still lose even while following the guide, it's unacceptable. What else can be said, but that person's fate is sealed. As for the prevailing sentiment within this regional channel, Ling he naturally realized that there was an undercurrent targeting him. But he wasn't someone who was particularly interested in fame. To those who are targeting him, Ling, he can only say, just fool others, don't fool yourself too. If those people are really stupid enough to fool themselves into it. So, in a few days, Lingy will probably no longer see them leading the way. After finishing everything, Lingy yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and turned to look at Vera beside him. Vera, do you still stand by what you said before? What did I say before? You mean when you said you'd be keeping watch? Before Vera could even respond, Lingy stood up, spread the hamburger out on the ground, and lay down on his back. Upon seeing this, Vera's forehead veins bulged. You damned lord, you didn't even think of giving me a chance to refuse, did you? At this moment, Ling he was already lying on hamburger, about to fall asleep, and only gave Vera a few perfunctory words in response. Vera go for it Ganbad. Call. Taking a deep breath, Vera sat down next to Ling he and forcibly turned Ling he's head on her lap. Move over a bit, even if you're sleeping. We need the trading board to list your items. Lingy did not resist and let Vera touch her inappropriately. After a long while, in a half-dream, half-awake state, Lingy suddenly called out Vera's name. Vera. Wei stretched out her hand and stroked Ling's forehead. He was still calling out to me in my dream. It seems I hold a very important place in that bastard lord's heart. But the next moment, Lingy uttered the second half of his sentence vaguely. Chapter 37. Zhongqing is all eaten. Vera. If you see any soft drinks on the trading platform, just buy them all. So you were thinking of soda? In the heart of that bastard lord, she's not even worth as much as a bottle of soda. Vera gritted her teeth, raised her fist with trembling hands, and then gently lowered it after a long while. Well, with a soft sigh, Vera gently rubbed Ling's forehead again and said softly, Okay, I understand. Lingy didn't know how long he had slept, only that he felt surrounded by the girl's sweet fragrance throughout his dream. The air was fresh, the temperature was comfortable, and the mattress was very soft. So, Lingy rolled over like a salted fish and pressed his face against a pile of clothes. Just a little more sleep, zizizi. Snap. It hurts, it hurts. Ling was jolted awake. She covered her face and sat up on the hamburger, looking around nervously. Who hit me? Did the ghost spirit clan attack again? No, that's not it. Vera appeared before Ling, he with a kind smile and dark circles under her eyes. You damned lord. Do you even know what time it is? Is it morning? It's noon, you bastard. Vera placed her hands on Ling, his shoulders, and shook his body frantically. You damned lord. How long are you planning to sleep? Do you know that those lumberjacks rest later than you, but they get up and start working earlier than you do? How do you manage to sleep at your age? My loyalty to you has been completely consumed as midnight snacks and breakfasts. You know. Glug glug. As she said this, Vera's stomach growled with hunger. Lingy then noticed that there were several empty bottles of soda scattered around Vera's feet. Presumably the only thing that had kept her going until now was those bottles of soda. Further afield, thousands of bottles of soda were piled up, reaching a height of one person. That. Lingy gave an awkward yet polite smile. Vera. Why don't you buy some food yourself? Because you didn't give me the authority to buy bread and meat. Vera rolled her eyes. As his secretary, she was not supposed to squander Ling's money under normal circumstances. As for buying the soda, he followed Ling's instructions and bought up all the soda available on the market. Promise. Vera brought up the interface in front of Linghe. According to your instructions, you bastard lord, you've probably acquired over 1,000 bottles of soda by now. But since all the mine timber has been sold, most of the money has come back to us. This is our current amount of funds. Vera pointed to the corner of the screen. Ling's current assets are 5,135.6 gold. So much money. Ling he remembered that he had almost squandered all his money before going to bed, leaving him with only a couple hundred gold coins in his pocket. As a result, after just one night's sleep, the funds had grown to a four-figure sum with both odd and even numbers. Now, he doesn't have to worry about the 2,610 gold coins he owes the contract Ghost Warrior. In fact, at this rate, he can quickly pay off the 100,000 gold coins he borrowed to buy the lumber mill in no time. The taste of Monopoly is wonderful. With money in hand, Ling he naturally wouldn't skimp on enjoying himself. So he spent less than 5 gold to buy some berries and bread at the trading post, which served as breakfast for himself and Vera. That's more like it. Vera sandwiched the berries into the bread, mashed them into jam, and then ate them in small bites. After a satisfying meal, Vera felt sleepy after staying up all night. Then you'll have to do the rest of the work yourself, you bastard lord. Make sure you put it up for sale and make some money. Vera handed the Pichio wallet to Ling He. Vera then found a shady spot with some trees to lie down and quickly drifted into a semi-conscious state. I'll come back to take over your shift tonight, Zizizi. Seeing that Vera had already fallen asleep, Ling He shook his head helplessly. He felt something was off. While making money is certainly enjoyable, why does he, as a lord and even a boss, have to work 2 shifts? Boss! At this moment, a cow or a horse walked up to Ling He. Judging from the way he was covered in sweat, you could tell he'd been working hard since morning. Ling glanced at the other person out of the corner of her eye. What is it? Nyoma chuckled and rubbed his hands together. Isn't this a new batch of timber that's been cut up? Would you like to put it on the shelves now? Or call us later? Let's do it now. Ling He pointed to the ground. From now on, when I'm around, put the cut pieces of wood next to me. And when I'm not around, you can pile them up together. Okay. The ox and horse nodded, as if they were about to unconditionally carry out Ling He's orders. Soon a batch of timber was delivered to Ling He's side. Previously, Ling He would have had to manually put these timbers on the shelves one by one. But now, with Vera's Pichio wallet, things are much simpler. Open the purse and actively activate Vera's secretary abilities. In an instant, all the timber within 5 meters of Ling was put up for sale in the trading house at the prices Vera had previously set. Compared to yesterday's exhaustion, Ling He only needed to mind the shop today, which made things much easier. With his free time, Ling He opened the regional channel to see what had happened last night. Upon entering the regional channel, the most striking thing was the number of people remaining in the corner. Number of remaining users, 7,924. More than 2,000 people died in one night. This is even with only 10,000 human lords in this area. 1/5 is not a small percentage, and it's much better than the previously predicted extinction within 3 days. The deaths of these people all meant that Ling and his future were being drained from his pocket. So Ling and his future were naturally not happy about it. But Ling also knew in his heart that these people must have been influenced by the conspiracy theories of the regional channel, or they simply did not take what he said to heart. That damn ghost can't be saved with just a few words, and there's no need to try. Rather, it's more accurate to say that with the loss of this group, Ling He's reputation within the regional channel has become more positive again. Ling He even saw that many people sent him private messages to thank him. It seems that this group of people also encountered an attack by the Ghost Spirit Clan, and only survived thanks to the information and solutions provided by Ling He in advance. As Ling He looked around, he glanced at his personal interface and suddenly noticed something. I leveled up again. Perhaps because the initial upgrades weren't too difficult, the timber market, a huge pie, was truly being devoured. Ling He reached level 5 after taking a nap and unlocked new rewards. LV3 LV4. Agent Mechanism. LV4 LV5. Design Blueprint. Council Hall. Chapter 38 Agent Mechanism. Ling He directly claimed his upgrade reward. Several pop-up windows appeared in front of him instantly. Congratulations! You have unlocked the alliance mechanism. You can now propose alliance resolutions within the core building. Your affiliate program will be overridden by the proxy program. After a quick glance, Ling He knew that this was another thing similar to a secretary replacing an administrative officer, which was probably something unique to the capital-based growth path. Upon entering the details page, a string of information appeared before Ling He. Agent. Introduction. We never share the pie that belongs exclusively to us. Therefore, the agent is the highest form of alliance. P.S. Producers will never lack hyenas surrounding them. By skillfully utilizing the proxy mechanism, these domesticated hyenas can become our stepping stones to a wider market. Privilege effect. A. You may unilaterally designate any life form that does not resist you as your agent, without going through the core structure. 2. The agent mechanism does not provide any alliance constraints to either party. Therefore, neither you nor the agent need to pay any maintenance fees for it. 3. When you designate a foreign lord as your agent, you will be allowed to use the corresponding race's internal trading post, but you will need to pay an additional 1% transaction tax to the agent for each transaction. Lingy had no idea what the original alliance mechanism had been like. But after seeing the 3 privileges brought about by the agent mechanism, he felt that this mechanism was just too perfect for him. An agent mechanism instantly solved his problem that humanity was too weak and its population too small, making it easy for them to be completely wiped out. If it had happened yesterday, without the proxy mechanism, and all the human lords had been wiped out, then Lingy would have become a blank slate, unable to grow. But things are different now. If the human lords in this region are truly so incapable of being helped, Ling and it could completely abandon the abandoned human market and then throw themselves into the arms of slimes, or dump their goods on the ghost race, or even go to other races that might exist in the shadows. This means that Lingy will no longer be bound to the human market. The word human can no longer be an obstacle for Lingy to move towards higher levels in the market. Who should we ask to try out the new mechanism? As Lingy spoke, his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the hamburger stall. Hamburger, as the slime lord, is the perfect test case for the proxy mechanism, isn't he? Lingy quietly approached Hamburger and gently rubbed his soft body to confirm that he was still fast asleep. So he put his hands together and said, "Sorry, Hamburger, I'll make it up to you with a soda when you wake up. Should we designate Slime Lord XXXX as our agent?" Note, within the same area, only one agent of the same race may be designated. Yes. At that moment, there were no other foreign lords beside Ling. Therefore, hamburgers are Ling's only option right now, and there's no reason to hesitate. You have sent an agent invitation to Slime Lord XXXX. XXXX has not responded to your invitation and will accept it by default after a 10-second countdown. 10987. Ding. You have successfully appointed Slime Lord Hamburger as your agent. That's it. Ling blinked as the pop-up window flashed past in front of her. He had originally thought that the designated agent would have some sparkly special effects. The result was truly disappointing for him. Lingy didn't notice any changes after recruiting Hamburger as an agent, except that he registered Hamburger's nickname with him. Lingy hadn't figured out how to use the slime trading post feature. Vera might know something as her secretary, but she had just gone to sleep after staying up all night, and Lingy didn't want to disturb her. Never mind. Let's ask Vera when she wakes up. The leeks on the human side are growing well and can consume all of Ling's current production. Therefore, Lingy did not seem to be in a hurry to expand into 4 markets. Or rather, there are many other things Lingy can do, such as looking at another reward obtained from leveling up. Meeting room. Era. Stone Age. End producer approach. Description. Core building. Upon construction, it unlocks decision-making functions and grants ownership of land within a 10-meter radius. Long-term ownership grants a strong claim to the held land. Construction requires 500 sets of wood. So this is where the core building was waiting for me. Upon seeing the introduction to the council chamber, Ling couldn't help but glance at the agent mechanism again. The proxy mechanism clearly fixes the bug where the alliance mechanism required core buildings to initiate decisions. From this perspective, it seems that he doesn't have anything that requires a council chamber to handle right now. Etc. Lingy recalled the props he had picked up last night. The ghost race's death curse. Doesn't it say that its effect requires use within a core building? That prop could allow Lingy to enter the so-called pseudo-era. Although he didn't quite understand why. Lingy's curiosity still made him want to see it for himself. Besides, he's not one of those poor bastards. For Lingy today, a mere 500 sets of timber is not even a drop in the ocean. If you have money, you can just do whatever you want. Should we build a council chamber? Yes. Please select the building placement location. Lingy re-entered the building perspective he had already entered once when he purchased the spiritified lumber mill. He did not place the council chamber, the core building, randomly. Instead, he went out of the lumberyard and placed it in a position directly opposite the tall tower in the distance. Hey, that's provocation. In the time it took Ling He to fall asleep, he had already figured out how to deal with the other ghostly monsters that might still exist inside the tower. Therefore, he wasn't too afraid that the monster from last night would come looking for trouble again. However, after Ling He confirmed the placement, the council hall did not magically appear in front of him like the spirit-transformed lumberyard. Only one new pop-up notification appeared. Placement location selected. Please deploy construction personnel. Ling He glanced at the prompt in front of him, then took 2 steps toward the direction where the council chamber was located. Construction personnel already deployed. Ling He, current efficiency, 0. The council chamber is expected to be completed in XXXX years. So I have to build this building myself? Okay, buildings need to be built, which makes perfect sense. Ling He slapped his forehead. He had been living too comfortably. He had almost really turned this deadly place into a fun online game. But upon closer reflection, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. At least in war games, the construction is close to reality and there is no limit to the number of people needed to build. In other words, as long as he is willing to spend money and invest heavily, a building that would normally take a long time to complete can be shortened to a day or even a few hours. But are problems that can be solved with money even problems for Ling He? Ling He casually waved his hand, and thousands of gold coins were spent. 500 oxen and horses, along with their equipment, appeared before him. Chapter 39, There's Always a Slime Who Wants to Be the Master. Hello, boss. Although the cattle and horses were not physically robust, the volume of 500 people shouting together was still quite impressive. Ling He nodded. He casually set the wages of the newly recruited cattle and horses to full pay and then assigned them jobs. Send 200 men to cut down trees, and another 200 men to build the council hall for me. The remaining 100 men, don't move yet. I have something I need you to do later. Yes, boss. The cattle and horses naturally had no complaints about Ling He's orders and got to work quickly and efficiently. At the same time, Ling He looked at the progress information of the council hall within the building interface. Construction personnel already deployed, 200 cattle and horses. The council chamber is expected to be completed in 12 hours. They actually managed to shorten the construction time to within 1 day. Ling Hezhao estimated that if he only assigned a dozen or so workers to build the council hall, the construction time might be extended to about half a month. If only a few workers are assigned, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to build the council hall. Indeed, burning money is the prerequisite for all productivity. The cattle and horses naturally couldn't understand what Ling was thinking. They're now moving the timber from the logging camp to the location of the council chamber for further polishing and finer cutting. Perhaps the noise from building construction was simply too loud. Hamburger, who was being used as a sofa by Ling He, slowly woke up amidst the noise. Good morning. A soft, sweet voice came from the hamburger's mouth. Morning. Ling He didn't think much of it and subconsciously responded. 3 seconds later, he realized what was happening and suddenly looked down at the hamburger. He can actually understand what the hamburger is saying? Could this be an added benefit of the agent mechanism? That makes sense. If communication is impossible, it would be difficult to make deals with other tribes. However, Hamburger, still a little groggy from just waking up, hadn't noticed anything amiss in its conversation with Ling He. It was slowly opening the area channel for the slime race. Upon seeing the hamburger screen appear before him, Ling He, who had been about to say something, immediately shut his mouth. Does this mean that the proxy mechanism uses the internal transaction hall of the other race? Do I need the other party to open the interface for me voluntarily? Thinking of this, Ling He decided not to confront Hamburger yet, but to observe the situation for a while before making a decision. Hamburger didn't feel uncomfortable being stared at by Ling He without saying a word. It didn't even realize that Ling He was looking at it. After all, it couldn't even understand the language of the two-legged creatures, and they weren't even of the same species, so there was no need for the other party to stare at it. What's so interesting about it? Could it be that those two-legged creatures can see their own interface? Humming a cheerful tune, Hamburger opened his private chat interface. The interface is already filled with many unanswered private messages. Little Pink, are you still alive? I haven't seen you send any messages in ages since you said you're going to wipe out the two-legged creatures. Those two-legged beasts are tough to deal with. If things get really bad, just run back to us. We won't blame you. Night fell, and a tall tower fell from the sky. Luckily, it didn't hit anyone. A group of creatures even more terrifying than the two-legged creatures clashed with them, wiping out a large number of the two-legged creatures. Are you alright? Those terrifying creatures have their eyes on us. We're no match for them. We can only run. I hope I can escape. Why, I escaped, but so many people died. Are you still alive? You weren't killed by those horrible guys, were you? Looking at these carrying private messages, Lingy glanced at Hamburger with a strange look in his eyes, and even a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. What is this? The girl next door, or the childhood sweetheart? How come everyone here is new to the war game? Yet Hamburger was able to be assigned to the same area as a friend who cares about him. However, after the initial envy, Lingy's eyes immediately showed curiosity. Hamburger will probably reply to them, right? Although he doesn't consider himself a gossip, he thinks it's quite exciting to snoop on other people's secrets. Under Ling's unblinking gaze, Hamburger finally lived up to expectations and replied in the private chat. XXXX. Hamburger, of course I'm fine. Those weirdos are weak, okay. Now I've subdued a group of two-legged beast servants. Those freaks didn't even get a chance to touch me, their master, before my servants wiped them all out. Little Pink, wow, that's amazing. Looking at the messages constantly being sent in the Hamburger private chat box, he held back for a long time, but finally couldn't help but reach out his hands. The sinister hand instantly grabbed both sides of the Hamburger and pulled hard, deforming the Hamburger's body. What are you doing? Hamburger shook its body violently, as if trying to express its dissatisfaction in this way. It's been stretched out like this, so it can't chat with Little Pink anymore. But the next moment, it met Ling's ambiguous smile. There are always pets who want to be the master. You're something else, my cute little Hamburger. Hamburger was fully awake at that moment. When he heard what Lingy said, his eyes widened instantly, and he even started to stutter. You. How can you speak our language? Broken. The two-legged creatures found out that he was talking badly about someone behind their back. Wait a minute. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the other party can even see your own interface? Hamburger felt incredibly bleak about his future slime career whenever he thought about it. No, it might not even have a future. Wah! Although he wasn't particularly afraid of dying, the thought of not being able to chat with Xiaofan anymore made Hamburger burst into tears. Why are you crying? I didn't say I was going to do anything to you. Seeing that Hamburger had been successfully intimidated, he did not intend to go any further. Emotionally, Hamburg saved Vera's life yesterday. Logically, Hamburg is a partner manufacturer of my slime gel. He is already considered a powerful eunuch with double immunity from death. I just pinched it. It was just a small warning from Lingy to Hamburger for calling itself the master. Forget about masters and slaves. This is a civilized era. We don't practice those feudal ideas anymore. You're really not going to do anything to me. Hamburger looked up and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her little round hand. Really? Lingy nodded affirmatively. Hamburger lowered his head and remained silent for a long while before raising his head again. Gurgle, gurgle. Fist. Looking into Hamburger's clear yet foolish eyes, Ling felt his fists gradually harden. Suddenly pretending you can't speak. Are you taking me for an idiot? Gurgle. Hamburger shrank back in fear. Seeing this, Ling sighed helplessly. Never mind, you can talk when you want to. Let me see your interface first. Although Hamburger didn't say anything, it still obediently showed its personal interface. Upon seeing the Hamburger interface, Lingy's eyes widened instantly. You're the main character, aren't you? Chapter 40. Have I become an experience card? The message on Hamburger's profile page reads, Growth Path, God, Supreme, Legend, 5-Colored Thunder Slime King. Current level, LV9. What's with that long string of prefixes in this growth path that looks ominous? Lingy couldn't help but think of a trashy online game he had played before entering the war game. At level 1, he had just finished hunting rabbits when he had to grab a broken wooden stick and go hunt drowning crayfish. At level 10, after defeating the Wolf King at the village entrance, he had to immediately help the village chief eliminate the strong crayfish warriors. At level 50, having already obtained the legendary Weapon King sword, he fought back and forth with the demonized crayfish. Even after defeating the creator god at level 100, you still have to go into a dungeon and get brutally beaten up by the extraterrestrial demon crayfish. It's just a reskin. There's no mechanics. It's all just numbers. Even now, looking back, Lingy can't help but curse the game as trash. Judging from the way Hamburger grows, its strength is probably comparable to that terrible game design. The most important point is that with such a long and impressive prefix, the hamburger is actually level 9. Ling He reached out and lifted the hamburger off the ground, shaking it up and down, his eyes wide open. Hamburger, haven't you been with us the whole time? When did you level up to level 9? Level 9. That's almost twice as high as mine. In war games, the higher the potential of a growth path, the more difficult it is to level up. Hamburger's growth path doesn't seem to lack potential at all. Ling He really couldn't figure out how it did it, so he could only keep shaking the other's body. Gurgle, gurgle. Hamburger was so dizzy from being shaken around by Ling that he felt like his brain was being shaken to its core. During this time, it pulled out its small round hand and laboriously tapped on the personal interface. A details page popped up in front of Ling He. Passive skill unlocked. A narrow escape from death. A narrow escape from death. Synopsis. To become a king, one must endure hardships and stand tall in the world. Effect. The growth experience you gain from easy battles is reduced by 80%, while the growth experience you gain from difficult battles is increased by 80%. When you encounter other races, you will continuously gain experience based on the difference in combat strength between you and the enemy. After seeing the effect of this passive skill, Ling finally understood how Hamburger had reached such a high level. Ultimately, it's his fault. He slept with a hamburger all night last night. Although he is not strong, Hamburger is even weaker. With Hamburger's weak fighting ability, how could he not level up quickly? Wrong. As if realizing something, Ling He squinted and glared at the hamburger. Good grief, this kid is using himself as an experience card to level up. Just then, in front of Ling He, Hamburger's level jumped from LV9 to LV10. In an instant, its body seemed to undergo a qualitative change. Countless streams of light surged from all around and entered the hamburger's body, eventually forming a colorful core inside the hamburger. It's been upgraded again. Before Ling He could think any further, he felt the hamburger in his hands getting heavier and heavier, until in a short time he could barely carry it. Something fell off, so Ling loosened her grip, letting the hamburger fall to the ground with a thud. But its mutations are not over yet. The hamburger began to expand dramatically. Originally half a body smaller than Ling He, it grew taller and larger under Ling He's gaze. The burger's expansion finally stopped when a shadow covered Ling He. Cough, cough, cough. Ling coughed twice, and while Hamburger was still dizzy from being shaken and hadn't reacted yet, he quickly retreated, protecting the hundreds of cattle and horses in front of him. We're all friends. I advise you, Hamburger, not to do anything reckless. Ling He estimates that this hamburger is now over 3 meters tall, looking like a monster. If someone were to sit down like that, they could probably crush 2 or 3 oxen or horses without a problem. As Ling He's voice faded, Hamburger finally recovered from his dizziness. The first thing it saw after its eyes cleared was hundreds of 2-legged creatures staring at it with weapons. But why do these originally large, 2-legged creatures suddenly seem so small? Hamburger tilted its head, and it took it a while to realize that it wasn't the 2-legged creatures that had shrunk, but rather it that had grown bigger. He grew to be enormous, bigger than the 2-legged creatures, bigger than a monster that attacked the 2-legged creatures last night. It's very strong right now. Perhaps even wiping out this group of 2-legged beasts wouldn't be a problem. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of cattle and horses, the crystal inside the hamburger suddenly burst forth with intense light, like a laser cannon gathering energy in a science fiction work, so bright it hurt people's eyes. Just when Ling He thought Hamburger was about to break off relations with him and completely expose its bloodthirsty nature, the light suddenly disappeared. A hamburger, smaller than one size but about the same size as the original, appeared in front of the line. Gurgle, gurgle. Hamburger stretched out his little round hand to Ling He, who was hiding behind the cattle and horses, with a miserable expression on his face. It looked as pitiful as a little pet abandoned by its owner. Seeing this, Ling He stepped out from behind the cattle and horses, his twitching lips indicating that he was not at peace. So you spent all that time building up your strength just to shrink your size? Gurgle. Hamburger nodded emphatically, confirming that Ling He was right. Oh my god. Ling He covered his forehead and shook his head. With the special effects just now, he thought the hamburger was about to go all out. Seeing Ling He's very disappointed look, Hamburger withdrew his little hands, which had been expecting a hug. Do the 2-legged creatures dislike how I am now? I could transform again. Is the hamburger going to change its shape again? Lingy suddenly realized something and quickly said, "Wait, no." But by the time he said those words, it was already too late. A blinding white light shot into Ling He's eyes, and his vision instantly became a vast expanse of white. In a daze, he felt as if he had ascended to heaven, and the gate to paradise was right in front of him. However, the angel at the door only glanced at Ling He's resume. Tisk. What does tisk mean? Before Lingy could even voice a question, a sudden feeling of falling washed over him, and the blinding white light vanished in an instant, along with the heavenly realm that Ling had imagined in his mind. After the white light faded, Ling and Hamburger had completely disappeared from sight. Instead, a soft body snuggled into her arms, rubbing against her repeatedly. If I transform into a female two-legged creature, the two-legged creatures will probably like me again, right? Hearing that familiar, soft voice, Ling He stiffly looked down. Sure enough, the hamburger that was clinging to her had transformed into a little girl. Chapter 41 Girl's Burger Experience Card. She wore a fiery red dress and leaned against Ling He's chest, a peaceful smile on her face. Wait. Ling pushed the hamburger away, then reached out and placed his hand on top of the hamburger's head to compare their heights. You're way too old for this. Wait, hamburger, you're actually a girl? Girl, what does that mean? Hamburger, with the face of a young girl, showed an innocent, confused expression when faced with Ling He's words. Does it mean female? Actually, no. As she spoke, Hamburger lifted her skirt. Our tribe doesn't distinguish between males and females, so I'm not a girl. Although Ling He immediately looked away from Hamburger's actions, he couldn't help but steal a glance. Sure enough, there was nothing underneath the hamburger. Strictly speaking, the current hamburger is just a slime that looks very much like a human. For a moment, Ling He didn't know whether he should be disappointed or relieved. Ling He stepped forward and lowered Hamburger's skirt, then ruffled Hamburger's hair before saying in a cautionary tone, "Don't do this to other people in the future." Why? Hamburger tilted his head, completely failing to understand Lingy's meaning. You'll be seen naked. Ling He could only continue explaining. Seeing the light, does that mean having your body seen? Hamburger thought for a moment, then continued. But haven't the two-legged creatures already seen me naked? As she spoke, she pointed to her clothes. This is my body too. It's the same as the inside. Each sentence is more inciting than the last to commit a crime. Ling He was truly helpless and could only try to coax him in a tone that sounded like a child. Hamburger, be good. Let's go back to how we were before. But, Hamburger clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, looking frightened. But I think the two-legged creatures don't really like how I looked before, and I'm afraid they'll drive me away. If you chase them away, you won't be able to use the daily experience cards anymore, right? Ling He suddenly retorted. The atmosphere was completely ruined. Hamburger stared at Ling He in astonishment, blinking his eyes. Ling He turned his face away. Ahem, just pretend I didn't say anything. Oh. Hamburger nodded, seemingly understanding. Before turning back, can I ask the two-legged creature a question? What's the problem? Are we friends, master? Ling He wanted to answer, but after hearing Hamburger's question, the words stuck in her throat. Friend? Master? How the hell did these two words get mixed up together? Not knowing how to answer for a moment, Ling He simply put his hand on the hamburger and rubbed it hard a few times. You are now my agent, my sub-distributor, understand? It's okay if you don't understand. Just don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and transform. Hamburger, who was being rubbed on the head by Ling, looked quite pleased and didn't ask any further questions. Then I'll transform, master. No. Ling He had barely uttered a shout when a flashbang exploded right in his arms at close range. After the pure white, the hamburger appeared in front of Ling and in its original size and shape. Gurgle. After a long pause, Ling looked at Hamburger and tentatively asked, could you please stop throwing flashbangs when you transform in the future? Gurgle. Hamburger nodded. Although it started pretending not to speak human language again after turning back into a slime, Ling He felt from its actions that it should still have listened to what he said. Let's try it out. Ling He propped his chin up with his hand and scanned Hamburger's body with his eyes. Got it. Hamburger, try making your body a little bigger, but not too big. Gurgle. Hamburger's body swelled up, reaching roughly the size of Ling's chest. Yes, that's it. Ling He nodded. Don't touch the hamburger yet. After saying that, Ling He lay down on Hamburger. Okay, Hamburger, get a little bigger. Gurgle. Although he didn't understand what Lingy meant, Hamburger obediently did as he was told. Bigger, bigger, even bigger. After growing several times, the hamburger had reached a height of 2 meters, a head taller than the cattle and horses around it. He lazily lay on top of Hamburger's head, letting out a blissful sigh. This feels so good. Given Hamburger's current capabilities, carrying him along shouldn't be a problem. If the hamburger of the past was a fixed sofa, then the hamburger of today is a movable bed. After experiencing the incredibly soft wrapping of the hamburger, Lingy felt that every salted fish should have its own slime king. Of course, the hamburger is his. He ordered the servants to bring up 2 bottles of soda. Ling opened one for himself and poured the other into Hamburger's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A large number of bubbles rose to the top of the hamburger, then floated into the air and exploded. It's clear the hamburger is having a lot of fun. However, as he continued to play around, Lingy temporarily put away his playful spirit once another batch of timber had been cut up. All right, we still have a lot to do today. He ruffled Hamburger's hair. For example, let's continue our deal, my dear agent and partner. Because of the arrival of the Ghost Spirit Clan, last night, the Fire Slime Gel, which was not selling well before, suddenly became extremely popular. While he was asleep, all the gels in the trading house had already been sold out, and it was time to restock. Gurgle. Although Hamburger didn't speak, he clearly understood the word deal that Lingy mentioned this time. So, Hamburger handed a small amount of gel to Ling and his head. No, 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 no. He shook his head and did not take the gel that Hamburger handed him. He had discovered from previous incidents that administering large amounts of slime gel in a short period of time could harm Hamburger's body, and in severe cases, could even cause Hamburger to disappear. This is a situation that he absolutely did not want to see. Such soft and comfortable mobile beds are probably gone forever. Therefore, just like Vera, Hamburger absolutely cannot be allowed to have any problems. Moreover, Hamburger's production of slime gel alone could not possibly fill the huge demand market that humans have today. Production must be expanded. Lingy thought for a moment, then leaned out from under Hamburger's head and asked, "Could you show me your recruitment and building interfaces?" The grasslands and plains outside are so vast, it looks perfect for grazing. Chapter 42 Investment. Gurgle. Although he didn't understand what Lingy wanted to do, Hamburger obediently clicked on both the building interface and the recruitment interface. What came into Lingy's view was a large number of recruitable troop types and civilian types. Slimes with single attributes of ice and fire as basic inhabitants, lightning slimes and venom slimes as unit types, and mutated slimes specially provided by agents. Lingy poked the Hamburger's soft body. Are you really not the main character? Fortunately, Hamburger was a penniless man before he joined him. If it had been venom slime that attacked Lingy back then, he doesn't know if he would still be alive today. Of course, Hamburg is still a poor man. Ling glanced at it and saw that the balance in Hamburger's personal interface was a huge 0. He immediately found it somewhat amusing. He hadn't treated the other party badly after accepting the hamburger, which meant that the hamburger had spent all the gold coins from yesterday's transaction. Where did you spend all your money? Ling asked, rubbing the hamburger. He didn't see any other slimes appear around Hamburg, which means that Hamburg didn't use the money to recruit his own subjects. Where else could that money go? Did Hamburger use it to help one of its childhood sweethearts? Just as Ling was lost in thought, Hamburger made a gurgling sound, reached out its little round hand and scratched its body, then pointed at the personal interface. Special ability, easy to shape. You mean you spent all your money on this skill? This time, Hamburger didn't pretend he couldn't speak. Instead, he gave a soft I'm afraid the 2-legged creatures will chase me away. Okay, I won't kick you out. Lingy already knew what Hamburg was going to say next, so she interrupted him. However, Lingy originally wanted to give Hamburger some guidance on how to develop so that it could quickly take over his orders. But now it seems that Hamburg's ability to develop on its own is simply a pipe dream. Got it. Ling, on a sudden inspiration, asked Hamburger, how about I give you some investment? What is investment? Investing. Lingy thought for a moment, then explained in the simplest terms possible. I think highly of you, so I've decided to lend you the money to help you develop your business, and then you can pay back the money you owe me. Hamburger was somewhat tempted after hearing this, but still hesitated and said, but I don't have that skill. Yeah, I don't either, at least not right now. Lingy's voice was somewhat relaxed, So this is a gentleman's agreement without any contractual obligations. Consider a sign that I trust you, Hamburger. Trust. Hamburger shook itself, wondering why the two-legged creatures trusted it. Could this be the feeling of friendship that Xiaofan told him about a long time ago? Okay, sure. A soft, sweet sound came from the hamburger's mouth. If it's a friend's request, then it will agree. Seeing that Hamburger had agreed to his investment, Lingy immediately patted its head and said, "Then it's decided. The investment will be used to offset the debt with goods. Of course, as an investor, I have full control over the invested funds. Is that all right?" Hamburg, of course, had no objection to this. So Lingy lay on Hamburger's body and reached out his hand. One by one, gold coins clattered from Ling's palm and fell in front of Hamburger. "Remember to pick it up, lest it roll into the grass and get lost," he reminded him. "Oh," Hamburger responded, then leaned forward and absorbed all the coins into its body. As the gold coins disappeared, the remaining balance in the Hamburger panel also jumped to 1,000 gold coins. So much money. Hamburger blinked as it looked at its panel. This was the first time it had ever displayed a 4-digit number. However, the Hamburger was not consumed immediately. It still remembered the gentleman's agreement with Lingy that its friend should decide how to spend the money. "Hamburger, open the recruitment page and show me the details," he instructed. Hamburger did as instructed and brought up the detail screen of the units he could recruit. Ling glanced over briefly. Flame Slime. Era. Early Era. Dynastic Approach. Introduction. We come into this world full of confusion and anticipation, unsure if we are prepared to face dangers and challenges. Recruitment price. 1 gold, 1 population. The slime's age classification seems to be somewhat different from that of humans, but he only glanced at it and then ignored it. His focus was more on recruitment prices. Among them, the ice and fire single attribute slimes as basic citizens have the same recruitment price as Lingy's contracted lumberjacks. The recruitment prices for lightning attribute and venom attribute slimes are 3 gold and 5 gold respectively. As for the mutated slime, the 10 gold agent unit remains unchanged. However, Lingy still noticed one thing. In addition to the recruitment price for each slime, you also need to prepare the corresponding population limit, which is the place where these slimes live. This was something that never happened when he recruited contract lumberjacks and cattle. I don't know if this is related to race, the route taken, or simply because my people are special. After thinking it over, Lingy decided that in order to better understand war games, he should first find someone to answer his questions. Open the private chat interface. A conscientious street vendor. Is Brother Zhang Kuang all right? The sun was high in the sky, and Zhang Kuang, who had been up all night, was almost asleep, but he instantly woke up when he saw the private chat interface. Wait, why does this feel like the boss is calling in the middle of the night to urge me to submit a proposal? Zhang Kuang gave a wry smile, but still responded. Call me War Maniac. Brother Vendor, just say what's up. I saw you were up all night last night, setting up the timber shelves. Take care of yourself. The conscientious vendor. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Serving my family isn't tiring. I just have a small question I'd like to ask Brother Zhang Kuang for clarification. There should be quite a few lords on Brother War Maniac's side. When everyone is recruiting subjects, are there population restrictions? Call me War Maniac. Oh, so you're asking about this, vendor bro? It's not really a secret. Soon, the information about the population was sent to the private chat interface by the War Maniac. Lingy took a closer look. According to the War Maniac, for the time being, population restrictions should be related to the chosen growth path. Different growth paths lead to different attitudes towards their subjects, which will be reflected in the requirements for recruiting subjects. The dynasty route is not exactly an obscure path, and therefore it has been mentioned by some War Maniacs. Chapter 43, Feudalism, is the dregs. In the dynastic path, the lord is the king's vassal, while the subjects are vassals of both the lord and the king. According to the concept of the dynastic path, protecting the people from wind and rain is also one of the duties of a king. This led to the inclusion of population requirements in the recruitment criteria. After learning the details, Ling smacked his lips. Tisk, feudal dregs. This is absolutely quintessential medieval feudal dross. Recruiting people and then having to provide them with places to live? Why don't they learn from his thousands of cattle and horses, who work 17 or 18 hours a day and can fall asleep as soon as they're tired? Clearly, the logging camp was their home for life, so there was no need to build any additional housing. Unfortunately, that's just how Hamburg's development path is. Hurling insults about feudal dregs won't remove population restrictions. If no additional population cap is added, Hamburg's base population cap is only 1. Even with a lot of gold coins, Hamburg can only recruit 1 resident. This is clearly very detrimental to Lingyi's plan to increase the production of slime gel. Therefore, He could only thank Zhang Kuang first and then turn his attention to the building interface of Hamburg. There aren't many things you can build in Hamburg, so it's easy to find population buildings among them. Slime nest. Era. Early era, dynastic approach. Effect, population cap, +1. Construction requirements, 5 stacks of wood. 5 sets of wood per nest didn't seem like much to Lingyi. The contracted demon warriors who are currently logging have not yet withdrawn. Including the output of 600 cattle and horses, the daily timber production has reached a terrifying 73,300 sets. If Hamburg were to recruit all its basic citizens, Lingyi's investment of 1,000 gold coins would be enough to recruit 1,000 units, meaning he would need to prepare a population cap of 1,000. Even so, all that is needed is 5,000 sets of timber. Just then, Zhang Kuang's words reminded Lingyi. After a night of intense mental strain, most human lords should need to rest now that daytime has arrived. This period will create a demand gap, and even if Lingyi puts the timber on the trading house, it will not be able to sell quickly. Thinking about it this way, the timber mine during this period of demand gap is just right for building slime nests in Hamburg. 5,000 sets of timber, which is equivalent to 1,500 gold coins, can be counted as my extra investment. Lingyi muttered hamburger-like words that sounded obscure and difficult to understand. Then he patted Hamburger's body and instructed Hamburger to build 1,000 slime nests outside the lumberyard, a little distance from the council hall. Gurgle. Hamburger did as Lingyi instructed. Thousands of slime nests are scattered across the vast grasslands. Since these slime burrows weren't their own structures, Lingyi couldn't get the cows and horses to help with construction. All he could do was get the cattle and horses to transport the timber as close to the construction site as possible. The remaining work can only be done by having Hamburg recruit a fire slime and slowly build it up. Fortunately, unlike the council hall, the slime's lair is not a building that requires a lot of work. In Lingyi's view, it involves first digging a small pit in the ground, then using wood for support, and finally covering it with soil or other debris. And just like that, a slime nest is complete. Given enough wood, even a slime can build a nest in just over 10 minutes. After building the nest, there will be spare population to continue recruiting slimes. By doing this 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, Lingyi estimates that it will take 9 or 10 rounds to complete all the nests. The rest is just a matter of time. After arranging the investment matters, Ling reluctantly rolled off the hamburger. Gurgle. Hamburger looked at Lingyi with some confusion, not understanding why the 2-legged creature suddenly became distant from him. Lingyi smiled and patted Hamburger's body. Sorry, I might be a little late to come and keep you company. As he spoke, he pointed to the tower not far from the logging camp. Although the hamburger felt very comfortable, and he had a very important thing to do during the day. Ghost Spirit Clan. Lingyi felt he had to curb the arrogance of this very, very close neighbor and put him in a difficult position. Otherwise, even if he survived last night safely, Lingyi might not be able to handle the possibility of the other party attacking him every day in the future. As the saying goes, there's 1,000 days to be a thief, but there's no 1,000 days to guard against thieves. Ling and Xinyu may be lazy and love to play, but when it comes to important matters like whether they can continue being lazy, they act decisively. Hey, you guys! Lingyi pointed to the hundreds of cattle and horses he had left behind. The leader of the cattle and horses approached Lingyi with a smirk. Boss, just let me know if you need anything. Okay. Lingyi nodded slightly. Each of you take the maximum amount of wood you can carry, and then go and summon 50 contracted ghost warriors to come with me. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the tall tower not far away. His destination was self-evident. The cattle and horses didn't ask any questions. The moment he gave the order, they began to move. Soon, each ox or horse was carrying a set of timber, and 50 contracted ghost warriors surrounded Ling and acted as his guards. Gurgle. Hamburger rubbed against Lingyi's body, seemingly wanting to go with him, but in the end, he left it where it was. Ultimately, it's not like we're going to a very far place. After walking for about 10 minutes, he led his team to the foot of the tower. The tower, which doesn't seem like much from a distance, becomes incredibly awe-inspiring when viewed up close. The oxen and horses, who were relatively close to He, were carrying timber and asked in a low voice, "Boss, are you going in?" These cattle and horses are much smarter than contracted lumberjacks. Therefore, as soon as they arrived at the foot of the tower, they realized that something was wrong with it. From the outside, the tower presents a strong sense of decay, but there's also an aura of death emanating from it. The cattle and horses, on the other hand, were not afraid of death. But if the boss dies, then there's no guarantee of a salary in the future. Seeing the concerned looks in Yoma's eyes, he slowly shook his head. "No, of course I won't go in." With his current strength, he doesn't yet have the confidence to directly storm into the ghost spirit clan's lair. But that doesn't mean he's helpless against those ghostly beings. "Open the door." With a loud roar from He, the contracted ghost warriors who followed them stepped forward, pressed themselves against the tower's doors, bulged their arm muscles, and struggled to push open the heavy doors. "Put the timber by the door," He ordered again. Soon the cattle and horses had piled up hundreds of stacks of timber in front of the tower gate. At this moment, He took out a fire slime gel and gently ran it across the huge campfire made of hundreds of pieces of wood. Call. Chapter 40, for we need a product that no one can refuse. A towering flame erupted, blocking the only door leading to the outside world from the tower. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze blew across the grassland, carrying the thick smoke rising from the raging fire straight into the tower. I don't know if it's just Lingy's imagination. He seemed to vaguely see a pair of eyes watching him from behind the flames. But just as he was concentrating on searching, the inexplicable feeling of being spied on vanished instantly with a flicker of the firelight. Is it just my imagination? He withdrew his gaze from the flames. He knew in his heart that the feeling of being spied on just now might not have been his imagination. Perhaps those monsters from the Ghost Clan are watching him from within the tower's blind spots. However, He did not expect to suffocate the ghost spirits inside the tower with the thick smoke from the campfire. As things stand, he has already achieved his goal. "You," He pointed to the cattle and horses under his command. "You guys from now on, you'll be responsible for watching this campfire. If we don't have enough timber, we'll just go to the logging camp and get some ready-made. I have only one request. The flame beneath this tower must never go out." That's right, this is He's plan. Since those monsters are more flammable than wood and are extremely afraid of fire, as long as the tower is blocked with fire, the ghost race will surely be trapped inside. Even if it means consuming hundreds of sets of wood every day, it doesn't matter. A few hundred sets of timber would only cost around 100 gold coins, but last night's encounter with those two monsters cost nearly 3,000 gold coins. It is already obvious who is stronger and who is weaker. "I won't do war. It's a losing proposition." Muttering to himself, he stretched out his hand and yawned toward the sky. In an instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. Now, the human lords have completely engaged in battle with the Ghost Clan throughout the entire region. With the intelligence he released last night, the human lords will not suffer a complete defeat, at least in the short term, and may even have a slight advantage in some situations. Those lords who participated in the battle and survived would also receive a good income. Yes, that's a good income. He narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating in his mind. Just as bank robbers never earn as much as money launderers, no matter how hard an individual fights, their earnings are only a fraction of the collective's. Leveraging his monopoly on timber within the trading industry, he amassed a fortune of 5,000 gold coins overnight. But He absolutely refused to believe that this was all the income of the other human lords in the region last night. Last night, although more than 2,000 people died, nearly 8,000 lords survived. They must still possess a considerable amount of wealth. If they could absorb all of this collective income and pool it together, it would be an extremely terrifying figure. This is also enough to allow He's growth path to advance several levels. However, relying solely on and his current goods, and only on the markets for timber and fire slime gel, it will still be somewhat difficult to take over this fortune. Unless he can come up with something that he can monopolize and that no one can refuse. As for what this thing is, he already has the answer in his heart after walking this far. That is life. With a smile playing on his lips, Ling he glanced at the flames beneath the tower out of the corner of his eye, then turned and left without a second thought, calling to the contracted ghost warrior. To achieve this goal, we need the help of hamburgers. Gurgle. Ling and Kai had just returned to the lumberyard with the contracted ghost warrior when they were greeted by Hamburger's warm embrace. Haha, it's only been a short time, and you already miss me that much, Hamburger? Lingy smiled and rubbed Hamburger's body. Hamburger gurgled and smacked as it hugged Lingy tightly with its two little round hands, nuzzling against him. When Hamburger was smaller, Lingy enjoyed being close to it, as it gave him a unique feeling of petting a cat. But after the Hamburger leveled up to level 10, its size became larger than Ling's body. In a daze, Lingy couldn't tell whether he was eating a hamburger or the hamburger was eating him. After a brief moment of affection, Lingy climbed back on a Hamburger's head to check on the recruitment of Hamburger subjects. During the time he was gone, Hamburg built dozens of slime nests on the open plains. Recruit fire slimes and ice slimes according to the 9-to-1 ratio given by Ling He. Hamburg currently has over 50 flame slimes under its command. However, compared to Hamburger, these recruited subjects are relatively small, basically only about half a meter in size. Therefore, the gel production capacity of a single liter is not very high. In extreme cases, a single flame slime can only produce 10 flame slime gels per day. This production volume is actually sufficient. Lingy roughly estimated that once Hamburg had spent all its investment, the daily production of fire slime gel would be nearly 10,000 pieces. This output is more than enough to fill the market demand. It's definitely exceeding expectations. While fire slime gel has a certain audience, it's not quite a bestseller. Unless it's related to life. This is also what Ling he wanted to do. Lingy patted Hamburger's body. Hamburger, can I ask you something? Gurgle. What is it? Hamburger asked, sounding puzzled. It's true that being able to communicate with each other makes transactions much easier. With a sigh in his heart, Ling he blurted out his question. Can you get your people to make some of that gel you pulled out when you attacked me? Attack. Upon hearing those two words, the Hamburger deflated like a crushed persimmon. It shouldn't have hurt its friend, even though they weren't friends at the time. Hamburger. Lingy felt his soft bed suddenly drop half a head, and he made a sound of confusion. Okay. Hamburger's whispered words came from beneath Ling. Then a fire slime was called over by Hamburger. The very unstable slime gel that Ling had seen before was extracted from the body of that fire slime subject. Seeing this, Ling he didn't try it himself, but instead lay down on the Hamburger and poked it with a nearby twig. Phew! A small flame immediately flew up and dissipated in midair. It was just a hair's breadth away from successfully igniting the branches. It looks quite big, but its power is less than that of a stable fire slime gel. Ling he muttered to himself as he conducted the experiment. No wonder Vera quoted such a low price for this gel. It's unstable, difficult to store, and has little power. It just goes to show that Vera's judgment was absolutely correct. Chapter 45 Special Weapon Against the Ghost Clan. Honeycomb Gel. However, this does not mean that such an unstable gel is without value. Ling he leaned on the Hamburger and propped his chin up. There's an old saying, isn't there? Finding gold in the shit. Well, it should be said, gold will always shine. A good businessman can often discover the potential value in items that seem worthless. This is what is known as a business sense. Could a Hamburger make this gel even less stable? Ideally, it should be so unstable that a gust of wind could ignite it. Gurgle gurgle? Hamburger couldn't quite understand why Lingy would want that kind of thing. If the unstable slime gel is in its normal state, it can still be used as a very weak throwing weapon. According to Ling He's explanation, after the changes, even the slime itself might easily explode in its hand. However, although the idea is a bit far-fetched, it's still quite simple for a slime to extract such gel. Soon, under the guidance of Hamburger, the Slime King, a flame slime created the gel that Ling wanted. A gentle breeze blew by, and the gel instantly ignited. That's right. That's exactly how it should be. As Ling watched a faint flame drift away in the wind, his thoughts gradually overlapped with reality. This inspiration came from the attack Hamburger launched last night that instantly killed the Ghost Clan monster. What Ling He wanted to do was to put that attack on the human trading market as a surprise tactic against the Ghost Spirit Clan, although he had already spread the news that the monster was afraid of fire. However, This weakness is not easy to exploit. Because those ghostly monsters float on the ground, they move extremely fast, and killing people is as easy as mowing grass. Even if an ordinary human lord makes preparations in advance, it would still be quite difficult to attack those ghostly monsters with torches. Even on Ling's side, if it weren't for the contract Ghost Warrior restricting the monster's movement and Vera drawing aggro and distracting attention, Hamburger's attack wouldn't have been so easy to succeed. But the trading house is a different story. A super unstable fire slime gel that explodes as soon as you buy it, making it an attack that is completely unpredictable. Even if a monster like the Ghost Spirit Clan possesses the most agile body, it can easily fall victim to this attack if it's not careful. What does it mean to sell life? That is, from the moment the purchase is made, people who had thought they would never see the sun rise again have the hope of seeing it again. This is selling one's life. Of course, before putting this unstable fire slime gel on the shelves, Ling and Hamburger still need to continue their research and improvement. First of all, power is the least important point. Monsters like the Ghost race have absolutely no resistance to fire, so it doesn't take much power to ignite them. Secondly, the scope must be large. Although the slime gel is only a small piece, Lingy still hopes that once it is lit, it can cover a person's entire body as much as possible. This is very difficult to do. Fortunately, after spending some time and draining more than a dozen flame slimes, Ling and Hamburger found another way. That is disperse. Ordinary slime gel remains relatively uniform, both before and after ignition. However, the improved unstable slime gel is more like a polymer composed of countless small molecule gels. Once it encounters external forces, such as a breeze on the grass, the wind from a punch, or even a small airflow from a weapon slash, this unstable slime gel will then burst open, turning into countless sparks that scatter all around. The fireballs are not very powerful. In Lingy's tests, they were absolutely unable to ignite trees and weeds. They might only cause a tiny, minor burn if they landed on the skin. Even so, it should be more than enough to instantly kill those ghostly monsters. Woohoo! It's finally finished. Hearing Ling's satisfied expression, Hamburger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Research is really not suitable for slimes. After spending a whole day doing research with the two-legged creatures, it's one thing that more than a dozen of its subjects were drained of their life force, but it's almost exhausted itself too. Of course, a day of research is not without results. At least on the tech tree interface in Hamburg, which was unlocked at some unknown time, an extra branching path has appeared, which seems to have gone completely astray. Honeycomb Gel Flame. Description: a product jointly researched by a certain slime king and a certain human, intended to increase the attack range and reduce the attack power. Effect: after encountering a slight bump, deals 0.03 times the damage to an area 500 times larger than the normal attack range. So, just as Ling and Hamburger opened 2 bottles of soda, ready to celebrate, Vera's soft voice came from behind them. Isn't this just fireworks? Lingy was taken aback for a moment. When you put it that way, it does seem quite similar. Hey! Lingy suddenly realized what was happening and turned to look at the ground beneath Hamburger. Vera, when did you wake up? Just woke up. Vera rolled her eyes and pointed to the sky. You damned lord. Don't you even know what time it is? You lose track of time when you start playing, right? Following Vera's finger, the setting sun hung in the sky at dusk. Not only Vera, but also the regional channel, which had been quiet all day, gradually became lively as the sun set. It seems that due to the threat from the Ghost Clan, most human lords have adapted to the reversed day-night cycle very quickly. So this is the product you bastard lord, came up with today through your research and development. Vera walked over to a fire slime and watched it pull out honeycomb gel from its body. However, because the wind generated by walking exceeded the gel's tolerance threshold, the honeycomb gel exploded into a ball of sparks right in front of Vera, smearing her face with them. After a long silence, Vera finally couldn't help but give her offer. It has completely lost its ignition function and cannot be stored at all. 10 copper coins, no. If it were me, I wouldn't spend a single copper coin on this thing. As she spoke, Vera turned to look at Ling. This toy is a complete waste of production capacity and raw materials. What price are you planning to set for it, you bastard lord? This number. Ling held up 3 fingers. 3 copper coins. 3 gold coins. Vera opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth. So what happened during the day? You damned lord. Have you finally buried the last vestige of your conscience? Chapter 46, without millions of gold. What's the point of pretending to be a conscientious peddler? Hey, I, your lord, have a perfectly good conscience. Ling, he said with some dissatisfaction. This was the culmination of his hard work throughout the day, a powerful weapon that would soon be listed on the trading market to fight against the Ghost Spirit clan. Even if it's not valuable in itself, aren't the costs of labor and research also costs? Vera crossed her arms, looking at her, as if to say, I'm watching you make this up. Even if you bastard lord, say that, no one will believe you, will they? Ling Yi shook his head, revealing a confident smile. That's hard to say. After saying that, Ling Yi shifted his gaze from Vera to the plains outside the logging camp. Before anyone knew it, thousands of slime nests had been built, and a large number of adorable-looking ice and fire slimes were frolicking and rolling around on the grass. It's time to replenish our inventory at the trading post. Hamburger Tilde. Ling patted Hamburger's body, his smile gradually becoming more amiable. Let's settle the score. In the cave, unlike the relaxed atmosphere on Ling He's side, Lin Xiao was awakened in terror by the coldness pressed against his neck. The chill came from a knife. Unlike the stone dagger that Lin Xiao had crafted himself, this was a genuine knife made of fine steel. Who are you? Lin Xiao never imagined that he would entrust his life to outsiders after only sleeping for a few hours during the day. He should have been in charge of dispatching police officers. Thinking this, Lin Xiao glanced to the side out of the corner of his eye. The few people who were guarding him had all fallen into pools of blood. They didn't even have time to shout a warning. Is this the cruelty of war games? Have you come to terms with your current situation? A mocking voice came from Lin Xiao's ear. The speaker was a bald, burly man with numerous obscure and incomprehensible tattoos on his forehead, giving him an appearance of utter madness at first glance. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. He was powerless against the odds, and even if he was furious and resentful, he could only keep it all inside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao tried to calm himself down, his mind racing as he tried to figure out what was going on. First of all, weapons made of high-quality steel are definitely not something that a normal human lord could obtain. Keep in mind that this was only their second day in the war game. Currently, there's only one way to obtain high-quality steel weapons: limited-time items that are refreshed irregularly in the trading market. Buying limited-time items requires money. Lots and lots of money. That sum of money was enough to crush the spine of the richest human lord. Suddenly, Lin Xiao, forcing a trembling voice, said, "You're the people of the conscience vendor, and you're that conscience vendor." Although Lin Xiao was very reluctant to admit it, in his opinion, the only person rich enough to buy limited-time items these days was the conscientious vendor. Heaven have mercy. He only revealed his nickname when chatting privately with a conscientious vendor, and the next evening someone opened the box and found his hiding place. A conscientious vendor? What nonsense! The person holding the knife to Lin Xiao's neck frowned. He brandished the steel knife in his hand, intending to see some interesting expression on the newlywed's face. Surprisingly, this guy wasn't surprised at all, and even blurted out a name that left him completely baffled. You're not people who are honest street vendors? Seeing that the other party's puzzled expression seemed genuine, Lin Xiao's tense mind relaxed. Perhaps it was because they had suffered repeated setbacks with honest vendors. Lin Xiao's mindset has changed. From previously viewing everyone except himself as a pest, he now sees only two types of people. One type is a conscientious vendor, the other is a bedbug in the sewer. Without a word, a faint hint of contempt slipped from Lin Xiao's eyes, but it went unnoticed by his kidnappers. The bald, burly man gave the man with the knife a look, and the man with the knife understood and moved the blade slightly away, then stepped aside to make room. We have nothing to do with that conscientious peddler you're talking about. As the bald, burly man spoke, he moved closer to Lin Xiao from behind. He used his calloused hands to lift Lin Xiao's short hair, then brought it to his nose and inhaled slightly. This disgusting scene gave Lin Xiao goosebumps. If the blade hadn't been pressed against his neck, he thought he would have killed everyone here. Call! The bald, burly man went a step further, getting close to Lin Xiao's ear, where Lin Xiao could even feel his nauseating breath. I can sense that you're the same kind of people as us, the bald, burly man whispered in Lin Xiao's ear. I smell hatred, confusion, loathing for humanity, and a desire to destroy it in you. And that is why you are alive and able to open your eyes and see us. After saying that, the bald, burly man stuck out his tongue and licked Lin Xiao's slightly sweaty neck. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Fortunately, the other party did not do anything more disgusting. At this moment, the bald, burly man continued from where he left off, saying, "As for that conscientious peddler you mentioned, believe me, we are 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than him. You can casually pull out millions of gold coins?" Lin Xiao asked subconsciously. "Cannot." The bald, burly man was speechless for a moment, then moved away from Lin Xiao. He could sense that the moment he said no, Lin Xiao's fear of him decreased by several levels. I really don't know what kind of nonsense is going on in this person's head. Since when has ability been equated with money? After a long pause, the bald, burly man spoke again, asking in a deep voice, conscience vendor, from the very beginning, you can't stop mentioning conscience vendor in every 3 sentences you speak. I'm starting to wonder who this conscientious vendor is that would make you feel that this is more important than your own life and safety. At this moment, when the topic of the conscientious street vendor came up, Lin Xiao's fear vanished, and he let out a cold laugh. You'll find out who he is by watching the regional channel for a while. If you can get into our regional channel. In just a few words, Lin Xiao had already formed some guesses about the people who had kidnapped him. Perhaps, like the little girl he killed earlier that night, she was a disguised member of the Ghost Clan. It's also possible that they are humans who entered the war game in a different batch than themselves and arrived here through some unknown means. But even if it is the latter, the other party's appearance time must not be too long. Otherwise, it is impossible that they have never heard of the name of the conscientious vendor. Upon hearing this, the bald, burly man frowned but did not continue speaking. Instead, he opened his personal panel, which could not be seen by outsiders. Chapter 47, My Enemies Will Settle Accounts with My Enemies. He had a feeling that if he continued the conversation, the kid might be able to guess their identities before he even revealed himself. But isn't that kind of fun? The bald, burly man entered the regional channel from his personal panel, licking his lips with his tongue. He was very interested in Lin Xiao. Therefore, also became somewhat interested in the conscientious vendors that Lin Xiao kept mentioning. Perhaps the other party is a talent that can be won over? Just as the bald man was thinking this, a message flashed by in the regional channel from someone nicknamed Conscience Vendor. A conscientious street vendor. Hi everyone. Good evening. Dongfang Mingzhu. Brother vendor. You're awake so early? I saw you putting timber on the shelves from last night until noon today. I hope you didn't exhaust yourself. Personification. Go away. What nonsense are you spouting upstairs? Can't we just hope the vendor gets better? They're the road to heaven. Yeah, we're only alive thanks to the peddler's information. I saw a lot of people who were bragging about him yesterday, but they've all disappeared today. Seeing that his reputation in the regional channel had improved so much, Ling He, who was watching the screen, couldn't help but smile. It's really hard to guess why those who criticized him or distrusted him disappeared. That's why he doesn't argue with people. Whether he believes in himself or not, his dear Ghost Clan neighbors will naturally step in to help Ling He eliminate those who do not trust him. Everyone who had a bad impression of Ling was dead. How could Ling He's reputation not be good under such circumstances? Of course, these thoughts were just for show. Ling He hadn't forgotten the important matter at hand. A conscientious street vendor. I am truly overwhelmed by the kindness of my family. However, although the vendors provided a guide immediately, more than 2,000 people still lost their lives on this land last night. Who are they? They are our beloved relatives and friends. They are our brothers and sisters. They're the vendors' families. The Ghost Spirit Clan is slaughtering us like this. Family members, tell me, can we tolerate this? A few words stirred up the emotions of everyone in the regional channel. Because Ling constantly refers to his family, many people subconsciously relate to the topic when death is discussed. He thought that he would die at the hands of the Ghost Spirit Clan someday, not long from now. Immediately, words like, I can't stand it, and let's fight the Ghost Spirit Clan came out one after another. Brother fearless. Damn it, when a man dies, he flies to the sky. If he doesn't die, he'll live forever. Vendor, you give me a meeting point, and we'll go with you to fight those bastards. Black Dragon. Yeah, I'm capable of killing people. What am I afraid of? Just say the word. Wherever you gather, I'll bring my men and the rest of the gang to help you out. The bald, burly man was secretly astonished by the constant stream of messages calling for a full-scale war against the Ghost Spirit clan. What terrifying persuasive power! If one can capture the other party before they grow stronger, the benefits in the future will be unimaginable. However, Lin Xiao, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly as he looked at the messages on the regional channel. Based on his perception of conscientious street vendors, the other party's sudden incitement of emotions was probably not as simple as starting a war. He guessed correctly, because Ling Hajin had no intention of starting a larger, more serious war between humans and the Ghost Spirit clan, and he didn't want to be the initiator of the war. Everyone knows that starting a war costs money. In Lingi's view, spending money earned on unnecessary things instead of for personal enjoyment is an extremely shameful act. Seeing that the emotions have been stirred up enough, Ling, he continued to speak in the chat channel. A conscientious vendor. I understand your concerns, but please rest assured, I would never want to put you in any danger. So, the vendor spent the entire day painstakingly researching and developing a deadly weapon capable of instantly killing the strongest monster of the Ghost Spirit clan. Limited time offer. Clearance sale at a loss. Honeycomb gel, originally priced at 10 gold coins, is now only 3 gold coins, not 8 or 5. Only 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins won't cost you anything. You won't be cheated, but they can buy tomorrow's sunshine and the continuation of life. Lingi also posted information about how to use the honeycomb gel and which types of ghost monsters it was suitable for in a regional channel. However, sales remained completely unchanged. Firstly, according to Ling He, this honeycomb gel explodes as soon as it's bought and cannot be preserved. Since no one is in danger now, there is naturally no demand for it. Secondly, the product details stating 0.03 times the power makes many people hesitate to buy it. The reputation of this conscientious street vendor is very well known and positive within the regional channel. But when faced with such a terrifying monster, isn't 0.03 times the power a bit too little? However, unlike most people, after seeing the effects of honeycomb gel, the bald man was initially alarmed, but then immediately bought one. Puff! The moment the bald man confirmed the purchase, a large number of fire particles exploded around his body. My lord! My lord! Sir, are you all right? Anxious voices rang out from all directions. I'm Fine. The bald, burly man calmed his companion down a bit, then patted himself on the shoulder. These faint flames couldn't even ignite the hairs on his body. But at this moment, a hint of gloom appeared in the bald, burly man's eyes. The range is approximately 3 meters, and it can be maintained for about 2 seconds. Based on his understanding of the Ghost Clan at this time, any Ghost Clan member who enters the range of the fire particles within these 2 seconds will be a certainty. No matter how powerful they are, they will surely die. That conscientious vendor was right. But precisely because of this, his life could not be spared. The bald, burly man turned to look at Lin Xiao. You really hate that guy nicknamed Conscience Vendor, don't you? No. Lin Xiao shook his head. Rather than hating him, it's more like he's not doing what I want. The bald, burly man grinned menacingly, giving an unexpected answer. But for him, that answer was perfect. So, do you want to know who we really are? Looking at the bald, burly man's ferocious smile, Lin Xiao knew that the man had already decided to kill the conscientious street vendor. The next moment, ignoring the blade at his neck, he threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Well, the last batch of rotten fish and shrimp had barely died when another batch of bedbugs came knocking. Of course I want to know who you are. Rather, it's more accurate to say, Lin Xiao stopped laughing and said seriously, please let me join you. Chapter 48, The Camp of the Traitors. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade pressed against Lin Xiao's neck was moved away. Lin Xiao could clearly feel that although the way the people around him were looking at him was not exactly friendly, it was not as fierce as it had been just now. If you want to join us, use this tool first. The bald, burly man casually tossed a small iron card in front of Lin Xiao. Identity badge. Era, Imperial Age, Dynastic Route. Effect, changes your nickname. Can only be used once per era. What do you want to change my nickname to? Lin Xiao asked. Random. The bald, burly man approached Lin Xiao, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, we don't care what you want to be called. We just want you to say goodbye to the past. Lin Xiao knew this in his heart. This is a way of controlling oneself. After using this identity token, both his current name and his relationships in the regional channel will become a thing of the past. Seeing that many people around him were getting impatient, Lin Xiao immediately stopped hesitating. Use. Please confirm your nickname. From now on, I will be called Songshang. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, his nickname changed on his personal interface, and a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Lord Wailing Wall uses a special ability on you, Oath of Rebellion. You have been invited to join the secret party. Do you agree? Note, after joining the secret party, you cannot initiate or accept friend requests without the consent of the party leader. Agree. You have joined the secret party. You have unlocked a new panel, the Friends panel. You will automatically be added as a friend to all members of the Secret Service. Ah. Seeing that Lin Xiao was so sensible, Kuqiang burst into laughter and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder again. Then, welcome to the camp of traitors from Entropy. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, without interrupting, and simply listened silently as the Wailing Wall explained to him what a traitor was. A traitor is someone who, despite being human, becomes an enemy of humanity as a whole. They have no fixed allies. Whoever wages a large-scale war against humanity, they will become their weapon. Among the traitors are pitiful souls with tragic fates, followers of cults, vanguards of anti-human organizations, and even madmen who take pleasure in slaughtering their own kind. They're not all bad people, but those with chaotic and evil ideologies are not a minority among the turncoats. In short, it can be summarized in one sentence. We welcome all comers. While introducing these contents, Wailing Wall kept observing the expression on Lin Xiao's face. Seeing that Lin Xiao's expression did not change at all, he became even more satisfied with this newcomer. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Wailing Wall asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, looked around, and then asked, Isn't our secret party's leader here? After joining the secret society, he discovered that the Wailing Wall in front of him was just another member of the secret society. As for the party leader, there is someone else. Faced with Lin Xiao's question, the expression on the Wailing Wall changed several times. You really know how to ask questions. If it's confidential, please pretend I didn't ask, Lin Xiao immediately added. However, the Wailing Wall grinned menacingly. How can you pretend you didn't say what you said? It won't hurt to tell you about this. However, if you want to pass on our intelligence, I think you should understand your fate. Lin Xiao nodded. After changing his nickname and joining the secret society, he knew he was now tethered to this ship. Judging from his friend list, there are more than 50 members of the secret party in the current area, and all of them know his nickname. If he says anything inappropriate in the regional channel while using this nickname, he'll probably be in serious trouble the next second. I will never reveal a single word I have heard. Seeing that Lin Xiao was still so sensible, Wailing Wall turned his back and walked away with his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing a hint of profundity. Our all-powerful party leader. He encountered a minor accident when he woke up. An accident? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Judging from the current situation, the strength of the Peruvian party should not be underestimated. As the party leader, he should be even more powerful. Who could possibly bring an accident upon him? Yes, an accident that we still can't understand. The Wailing Wall reached out and scratched its bald head. The party leader said he was awakened by the thick smoke, and as soon as he woke up, he found himself trapped in flames. Come to think of it, the party leader did seek help from outside at the time, but the Wailing Wall did not say this to Lin Xiao. It's probably not a big deal. In this place full of newcomers, how could a mere flame possibly deal with that all-powerful party leader? Even if the fire gets bigger, surely the party leader wouldn't be without a place to run? I see. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. In other words, the party leader of the Peruvian party had just regained consciousness when he immediately went missing, and the perpetrator remains unknown. This area is truly full of hidden talents. Achoo! Achoo! Ling sneezed several times and blew her nose forcefully. Who's been cricketing at me behind my back all this time? Muttering to himself, Ling, he casually bought a piece of fabric in the trading shop and wiped his nose. Hey, you damn lord. At that moment, Vera climbed onto Hamburger's body, leaning against Ling and staring intently at the trading data. You've only sold one of your honeycomb gels so far. Is it really necessary to stock up on so many? Vera pointed to the trading platform interface. Among them, Lingy has a total of 2,000 honeycomb gels on the shelves. It's important to know that although Vera considers this modified slime gel to be of low value, each flame slime can only produce 5 slimes per day, which is half the number of regular slimes. These 2,000 honeycomb gels directly consumed 4/9 of the slime ranch's production capacity. Relax, relax. As Ling He spoke, he handed the chilled soda to Vera. That's why he wanted Hamburg to recruit 100 frozen slimes. Ice-type slime gel can generate a thin layer of frost on its surface. A large amount of ice slime gel piled up is perfect for chilling soda. Spendthrift. Vera rolled her eyes and took the soda from Ling He's hand. He who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's money is bound to him, Vera said, and didn't say anything more. As for the words spendthrift son, Ling He simply smiled indifferently. If he makes money but can't enjoy it, wouldn't his money have been wasted? Chapter 49, Christmas Eve. Moreover, due to his investment in the slime ranch, Lingy requested that Hamburg continue to offer him a 10% discount on future orders. This means the exchange rate is 1 gold to buy 10 fire slime gel or 5 honeycomb gel. Apart from Ling, no one else has yet made trade contact with the slime. Therefore, Lingy only needs to successfully sell these gels in the human trading house to easily obtain a profit of 850% after tax. And that's just the profit margin for regular gel. If honeycomb gel were used instead, the profit margin would skyrocket to a terrifying 1,275% after tax. This is all under the premise that Ling and others adhere to the principle of honest transactions. Monopolizing the market is so pleasing. Ling he couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, this is all predicated on the ability to sell them. Ling he looked at the night sky above and said to Vera beside him, I'll stay up a little longer with you tonight. Lingy has her own considerations regarding staying up late. Construction of the council chamber began at noon and took 12 hours, so it wouldn't be finished until almost midnight. Lingy planned to observe the functions of the council hall before going to bed, and also to see how the honeycomb gel would actually sell. However, after saying this, Lingy did not receive a response from Vera for a long time. Vera. Ling turned his head strangely, only to see Vera's gaze drawn to the distance. As far as she could see, the tower was engulfed in raging flames. The flames have been burning continuously since daytime, and even now, in the dead of night, they illuminate the surroundings as brightly as day. Vera, snap out of it. Lingy reached out, grabbed Vera's face, and pulled her towards him. No, just come with me. You damn lord. Why are you even getting involved? Vera snapped out of her daze, slapped Ling He's hand away, and straightened the top hat that Ling he had tilted. After taking a sip of her chilled soda, Vera said seriously, I have a feeling that tonight will be a peaceful night for us. Is that even question? Lingy pointed to the tower in the distance, which was being scorched by raging flames, and said, I also have a feeling that every day from now on will be Christmas Eve for us. Really? Vera smiled slightly. Then I can only pray to the great God of wealth that everything you bastard lord, say will come true. Ling and Vera were leaning against each other, drinking ice soda. On the snowy plain, Ling Yug lay prone beneath a thick layer of snow, covering her mouth and staring intently at the outside world. A cruelly severed bare head lay before her, its unseeing eyes still staring back at her. Ghost Spirit Clan. Although Ling he had already mentioned the terrifying appearance of the Ghost Spirit Clan monsters in the regional channel, Ling Yug saw their true form for the first time tonight. That withered, skeletal figure drifted across the snow without making a sound or leaving a trace. However, their fighting power is far more terrifying than those things that mimic humans. The bear before them was the prey that Ling Yuge had been hunting since dusk, and its meat was supposed to be food for Ling Yuge and her 3 subordinates. As expected, it died, but unlike expected, it did not die at the hands of Ling Yuge. Just as Ling Yuge was leading her people to confront it, the monsters of the Ghost Spirit Clan appeared silently. Its appearance was completely unexpected. The only fortunate thing was that its primary target was the strongest unit present, the bear that Ling Yuge had hunted down. Xiong's formidable fighting prowess bought Ling Yuge a few seconds. In those few seconds, Ling Yuge and her subordinates scattered and hid in the traps originally used for catching bears, covering themselves with thick snow. Therefore, after the Ghost Spirit Clan cut off the bear's head, they did not immediately discover the location of Ling Yuge and several of their people. However, As she felt her physical functions gradually declining, Ling Yuge knew that she couldn't hide in the snow for long. As long as the Ghost Clan doesn't give up, they will eventually find her hiding place. Even if she couldn't find it, the thick layer of snow on her body could still kill her. Thinking of this, taking advantage of the moment when the ghost spirit monster turned around, Ling Yuge decisively stretched out her hand and made a gesture to her people. This was a secret code she had agreed upon with her people before hunting the bear, but now she was using it on this ghost spirit clan. The next moment, the people, prompted by Ling Yuge, suddenly stood up from the snow and ran away from monster. This action instantly attracted the attention of the ghostly monsters. The monster turned its body and chased after it without hesitation. Great opportunity. Taking advantage of the other party's distraction, Ling Yuge also got up from the snow, picked up a wooden stick, and took out a dark red gel to run it over the stick. Call! A small spark flashed, and the slime gel successfully ignited, but it failed to light the wooden stick. Ling Yuge's expression froze instantly. It was her oversight. The stick had been buried in the snow with her for so long. How could it possibly be easily ignited when it was damp? But by then it was too late to regret it. Because of Ling Yuge's actions, the monsters of the Ghost Spirit Clan have already set their sights on her. If you can't outrun them, and you can't escape them, are you left with no choice but to buy a set of timber and fight them head-on? Ling Yuge's brain was working at lightning speed. Thanks to honest vendors, buying timber in the market is now very easy. But just as Ling Yuge made a move, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her that the Ghost Spirit Clan was rapidly approaching her. She watched as the other man's ferocious arm was about to pierce her chest. Even if she bought the wood now, she would have absolutely no chance of lighting it. Too late. What should she do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ling Yuge, reminding her of what the conscientious vendor had mentioned in the regional channel. Honeycomb gel. Honeycomb gel only costs 3 gold coins, which is easily obtainable by anyone who has killed those mimicking monsters. The only problem is that the effect is listed as 0.03 times the power, which makes people really doubt whether this thing is actually effective. Never mind, he's a good person, even if I got scammed this time. In the last second before her chest was pierced, Ling Yuge's fingers twitched slightly, and she purchased a honeycomb gel from the trading house. Puff! The honeycomb gel that had just been bought burst open right in front of Ling Yuge. The beautiful flame particles brought a touch of warmth to the cold, snowy landscape. Isn't this just fireworks? While Ling Yuge was stunned, a huge ball of flame suddenly rose in front of her. The flame particles, which were harmless to her, actually ignited the monster of the Ghost Spirit Clan in an instant. He survived. Chapter 50. The Many Faces of Human Nature and the Man Who Sold War. Ling Yuyo patted her chest, her eyes still showing a hint of shock. After a while, she turned her gaze to the side. That was the location of the conscientious peddler she sensed through the hunter's pact. He actually saved me again? Ling Yuju's eyes flickered. It was unclear what she was thinking. In fact, she was not the only one who was attacked. As night fell, a cold wind swept in. Taking advantage of the obstructed human vision, most parts of the region were attacked to varying degrees by the ghostly monsters. Last night's massacre seems to be just a prologue. It wasn't until tonight that the Ghost Clan revealed their true fangs to humanity. Along with the mimicry monsters that roamed the land, the truly terrifying fighting power of the Ghost Clan also began to roam the surface on a large scale. They can easily tear apart humanity's strongest military force without using any external weapons. In the darkness of night, flesh and corpses continued to fall to the ground. One human lord after another was driven to the brink of despair by the Ghost Spirit Clan. In desperation, they turned their attention to the ultimate weapon that Ling had listed in the trading house. And this, in a subtle way, this also indirectly helped Ling prove the authenticity and practicality of her products. Crackling sound. Before the war maniac, a ghost spirit monster was set ablaze, while several people around him kept throwing pieces of wood into the fire, as if afraid that the monster wouldn't die thoroughly enough. The vendor wasn't lying. This thing really can instantly kill ghosts, Zhang Kuang muttered to himself. Unlike the others who were forced to buy, the war maniac chose to take the initiative to find the monster Ling mentioned and test the practicality of the honeycomb gel. This is a matter of life and death, and it's no laughing matter. No matter how good the reputation of the conscientious vendor is in the regional channel, Zhang Kuang would not easily believe the seller's one-sided story. So he used himself as bait, setting up ambushes all around to lure the monsters of the Ghost Clan to come. If honeycomb gel cannot provide the practical benefits that the conscientious vendors claim, the human lords lying in ambush nearby will then set fire to the grove where the war maniac is located, giving him time to escape. At that time, even at the risk of offending the conscientious vendors, the war maniac will expose their true colors in the regional channel. Fortunately, the final result did not disappoint the war maniac. Just as the honest vendor claimed, honeycomb gel truly possesses the power to instantly kill ghost monsters. Brother War Maniac. Just as Zhang Kuang was deep in thought, the shouts from the surroundings brought him back to his senses. Zhang Kuang shifted his gaze from the firelight to the group of people emerging from the shadows behind him. Most of these people were lords who had recently come to him for refuge. They were not particularly daring individuals, which is why they chose to band together for warmth and security. However, at this moment, the war maniacs saw a strong fighting spirit in their eyes, and a tiny bit of greed. Brother Zhang Kuang, since the vendor's goods are genuine, why don't we take the initiative to strike starting tonight? Someone suggested, half encouraging. Yes, Brother Zhang Kuang, with you in charge and all of us working together, the threat from the Ghost Spirit Clan is nothing more than that. Brother Zhang Kuang, make up your mind. This is a great opportunity. Whether we can go further than others depends entirely on this chance. Amidst the resounding and impassioned voices, Zhang Kuang almost forgot how timid these people had appeared when they first found him. But the war maniac knew what had caused such a dramatic change in the attitudes of these lords. Those are the goods sold by conscientious vendors. With the help of honeycomb gel, the threat posed by the Ghost Clan to the humans was reduced to a minimum. At the same time, killing the ghost spirits will yield incredibly generous rewards. Those mimicking monsters drop coins, at least in gold coins, far exceeding the few copper coins dropped by killing wild animals. The withered, firewood-like monster that has now burned out will not drop gold coins, but it will bring a lot of experience points. Zhang Kuang glanced at his personal panel. LV4, LV6. The path he chose, called the God of War, is more similar to the monster slaying and leveling up method in ordinary online games in terms of experience point acquisition. The more experience points he can gain by killing creatures with higher combat power than himself. Logically, to gain more experience points, he must participate in more difficult battles. However, this theory is not applicable now. Because of the ghostly monster that could be instantly killed, his growth path was directly boosted by 2 levels. In other words, the monetary and experience income that the ghost race can bring is now completely disproportionate to the threat they pose. The enormous profits and minimal risks are enough to transform even the most timid into the most courageous warriors. The many human lords currently facing the war maniac are in this very state. Brother Zhang Kuang, make up your mind. Make up your mind. The crowd was still trying to persuade Zhang Kuang, and voices kept circling around his ears. Looking at the fervent expressions of the crowd before him, Zhang Kuang felt as if he were seeing the pioneers who first set foot on the American continent. Extremely low risk, huge potential rewards are right in front of them. Should we choose to ignore it, or choose to revel in it? After pursing his lips, Zhang Kuang finally acquiesced to the celebration under the intense gazes of everyone. All right, starting tonight, we'll take the initiative. Awesome. Long live War Maniac. A burst of enthusiastic cheers immediately erupted from all around, as everyone celebrated that the War Maniac had made the right choice. But what they were thinking about more was how much profit they could plunder from the Ghost Clan in the upcoming hunt. Am I really doing the right thing? Zhang Kuang shook his head, rubbing his forehead, and did not join in the cheers. He opened the trading post and fell silent as he watched the remaining quantity of honeycomb gel dwindle. Just like the arms dealers who sold matchlock guns to the pioneers of the Americas. This conscientious vendor is selling war. Low risk does not mean no risk. Many people who would not otherwise die perish due to a misjudgment of their own abilities. But even so, what could be done? Under the inevitable trend, those who go against the tide will eventually be swept away, and even he, the war maniac, is no exception. Besides, he really couldn't refuse such terrifying profits. Zhang Kuang shook his head with a wry smile. I thought he was just a greenhorn, but it turns out he's much more terrifying than many people. Chapter 51 Core Building, Council Hall. It actually sold. We've sold a lot more. Inside the logging camp, on Hamburger's body, Vera stared wide-eyed at the trading board panel. Timber sales have remained consistently high, requiring Vera to continuously replenish stock to ensure a steady flow of goods within the trading house. Fire Slime Gel, a quick ignition item, has seen quite good sales, especially now that the ghost race has appeared and fire making by friction is no longer suitable. None of this is surprising. To Vera's surprise, after a period of being ignored, the honeycomb gel actually started selling. In fact, the sales speed has been getting faster and faster over time. If we sell 2,000 honeycomb gels at this rate, we can sell at least half of them by the end of tonight. My lord, how did you do that? How is this possible? What's impossible about that? Ling, he shook his head. Firstly, I didn't exaggerate the effects of the goods. Secondly, the pricing was fair. And thirdly, I was thinking about everyone's safety. It would be strange if someone as good as me couldn't sell my stuff, right? My lord, wouldn't you call this self-promotion? Vera said quietly. What are you saying? What are you saying? Ling, he glared at Vera, flattened her hat, and continued speaking. Those who need honeycomb gel have basically killed mimic monsters before being targeted by subsequent beings. Based on my judgment, those people usually have 6 gold coins left, or even more than 10 gold coins. Do you know why I priced honeycomb gel at 3 gold instead of 6 gold? That's because I mercifully gave them a chance to make a mistake. Forget it, there's no reasoning with an old-fashioned capitalist like you. Vera lost the argument to Lingy again, pouting angrily, and then slapped her hat back onto its original position. You damned lord. What you just said didn't mention at all why you were able to sell the honeycomb gel. No. Ling, he held up a finger and waved it in front of Vera. I've already explained why we were able to sell honeycomb gel. That's because what I'm selling isn't honeycomb gel itself, but life. Selling lives? Vera tilted her head. Certainly. Although he said he had nothing to say, Ling, he still explained his thoughts and ideas to Vera in detail. After all, Vera is the person who understands him best right now and can chat with him to relieve his boredom. He can't exactly go and talk to a contract ghost warrior who repeats the same thing twice out of 3 sentences. Can he? I see. After gradually understanding Ling, his thought process, Vera's gaze towards Ling, he underwent a new change. Her gaze was initially directed at a scoundrel lord. After listening to Ling He's line of reasoning, it felt more like watching a chaotic demon. How should I put it? Vera rubbed her chin in slight distress, when a flash of inspiration struck her. Got it. You damned lord. Do you know that if the arms dealers in my hometown could learn your moral standards and way of doing things, they would all be in heaven? Haha, it's not as good as you say. Ling, he waved his hand with a smile. I wasn't complimenting you at all. Vera shook her head and rubbed her forehead. That damn lord of hers is no good at anything, except that her mental state is a little too good. If she hadn't dragged Ling He to by the logging camp, Vera felt that Ling He might still be lying dead on the grass right now. Just then, the sound of cattle and horses came from below the hamburger. Boss, the council chamber you asked us to build is complete. Would you like to come and inspect it? Is it already midnight? As Ling He spoke, he glanced at the tall tower not far away. Perhaps because of the raging fire on the tower, not a single ghost unit has been seen at the lumberyard tonight. As Vera said, tonight is Christmas Eve. By the way, the council chamber is considered the core building. Ling He nudged Vera's shoulder, placed the ghost spirit clan's death curse in front of her, and asked, Now, this item for entering the pseudo-era should be usable, right? Yes, that's possible, Vera nodded. As a secretary, in addition to helping the Lord with his work, answering his questions and resolving his doubts to a certain extent was also one of her duties. Rather, it's more accurate to say that after repeatedly failing to outwit Ling He in their bickering, she finally managed to turn the tables with her impressive knowledge base. Come with this lady. After Vera finished speaking, she got up and jumped off the hamburger. Seeing this, Lingy quickly followed, but at the same time, he waved to Hamburger behind him, signaling Hamburger to follow him. The 3 people and the slime quickly arrived outside the newly built council hall. It's no wonder that this building dates back to the Stone Age. In Ling He's view, the completed council hall was actually just a rather shabby wooden hut. Although it looks shabby, it's still much better than sleeping in the open. Neoma stepped forward on his own initiative, smiling sheepishly as he opened the door for Ling He and Vera. You're so sensible. Vera nodded, then pulled Ling, who was also somewhat impatient, into the council hall. Just as the outside world sees, the interior of the council chamber is very simple. There's only a round table in the hall after entering, and the core building's unique functions could be used near the round table. Besides that, there were a few side rooms, each furnished only with a simple wooden bed, stools, and a small table. They ignored the wooden plank bed that didn't even have a mattress. Ling and Vera walked directly to the round table in the hall. A core building panel appeared in front of Ling He. Meeting Hall, core building. Currently unlocked features: declaration of war, justification of war, diplomatic improvement, alliances discontinued, era evolution, council, not yet enabled. In addition to the alliance mechanism, which has been replaced by the proxy mechanism, there's also a council mechanism whose activation method is currently unknown. Among the remaining functions, Lingy immediately noticed the evolution of the times. That's right. If you want to enter the pseudo-era, you should choose this one. Vera explained from the side. I will explain more about this later, but the final decision rests with you, you bastard lord. Lingy nodded, then opened the era evolution section in the panel. In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed. Although he was inside a small, dilapidated wooden hut, Ling saw an incredibly magnificent scene. Molten bronze cascaded down like a waterfall as chariots raced across the plains. A deep horn sound gradually rose from the roar of the furnace. A plume of smoke swept by, and a parchment scroll slowly unfurled. Pseudo-Age, the Bronze Age. Introduction. This is our era. Chapter 52, the Pseudo-Era. Show details. Introduction. This is our era, which has long been buried deep within our wisdom and is deeply rooted. When our ancestors glimpsed the dance of flames in the furnace, when we forged our first covenant with the earth, and when the liquid galaxy of copper and tin solidified in the pottery mold, humanity would break free from the shackles of the Stone Age. Look, the swordsmiths forge stars into the blades. The surfaces of sacrificial vessels are adorned with divine totems. Wheels roll over the spine of the wasteland, and caravans, laden with riches, pass through city-state after city. This is not only an awakening of the spirit of war, but also a tempering of civilization. Stand up. The gods still watch over humanity from behind their bronze masks, while humankind now holds the power to alter the form of matter. Will this golden light illuminate the long, dark night of the century? After reading through the details of the Bronze Age word by word, Ling silently closed the details interface. After reading this introduction, he almost had the urge to immediately enter this pseudo-era. Unfortunately, although the Bronze Age appeared before Ling as a selectable pseudo-era, the option to enter it was not clickable. To enter this pseudo-era, Ling must first meet a prerequisite. Entry requirements. Craft a bronze weapon or tool. As of now, Ling has not seen any news about bronze or copper or in the regional channel. In other words, whether or not we can enter the Bronze Age in the short term is entirely a matter of luck. As Ling was thinking this, Vera walked over to his side, reached out, and swiped the panel, while simultaneously introducing more information about the era to Ling. The so-called era is divided into the overall era, which is the era in which all human lords in the entire region enter together, and the individual era, which is the pseudo-era that Ling is currently examining. The former, Ling and he, have not yet reached the point where contact is necessary, so let's leave that aside for now. Vera focused on the latter. The pseudo-era is generally only accessible to pioneers who meet certain conditions. Based on the overall era of the initial region, the pseudo-era can be upgraded by a maximum of 1 level and cannot be changed after selection. Entering the pseudo-era will bring many era-enhancing attributes, but it will also affect the growth path of individual lords and the special abilities of some units to a certain extent. Take Ling and Now as an example. Once you enter the pseudo-era, your era level will be counted as level 2, and you will no longer be able to recruit Stone Age characters when recruiting secretarial units. Secondly, there are upgrade rewards along the growth path, which may include items that reflect the characteristics of the era. Ultimately, it's the cattle and horses. The level 2 bonus from the pseudo-era will be counted towards the special abilities of the cattle and horses. The maximum combat power bonus that self-improvement brings to cattle and horses will also change from 3 points in the level 1 era to 6 points in the level 2 era. After listening to Vera's long explanation, Ling rubbed his temples and then said, "It sounds like it's mostly good with no downsides." As things stand, there's no downside. Vera did not refute Ling's statement, but she added later, "Even so, I still have to remind you, you bastard lord, that you must be careful in choosing the pseudo-era. Firstly, because different eras have different focuses and different benefits. As she spoke, Vera stopped swiping the panel and pointed at Ling and the few lines of text on the panel in front of her. That's the extra bonus that entering the Bronze Age brings. Revisiting the old path. Speed of progress plus 100%. Materialist inclination plus 10%. Copper smelting frenzy. Bronze smelting rate plus 20%. Ore smelting efficiency plus 10%. Or production rate plus 50%. When using bronze equipment, the combat power of the subjects is increased by an additional 3. The path of non-action. All citizens mystical resistance minus 20%. Morale decline rate increased by 100% when fighting mystical creatures. The Bronze Age can bring Lingy a total of 3 era entries, 2 positive and 1 negative. The copper smelting craze made Ling he somewhat envious. This increases both efficiency and speed, and as long as Lingy wants to enter the mining industry, he will inevitably have to pay attention to these bonuses. Furthermore, the additional 3 points of civilian combat strength gained when using bronze equipment, when combined with the special abilities of cattle and horses, are equivalent to an additional 45% increase in production efficiency. In comparison, the attributes taken away by negative keywords are almost negligible for Ling He. After all, whether it was the contract axe warriors at full strength or the berserkers and ghost warriors who were further strengthened by Vera, their morale was frighteningly high. As long as Ling He can afford to pay enough money, it will be difficult for the morale of his subjects to collapse. Just as Ling He was thinking this, Vera continued, secondly, and most importantly, when the initial region enters a new era, all lords will also enter the new era together. At that time, no matter what pseudo-era you bastard lord, choose, it will be forcibly overwritten by the regional era. I see. After listening to Vera's words, Ling He nodded thoughtfully. In other words, you can't just randomly choose based on the bonuses in the pseudo-era. If the wrong choice is made and a pseudo-era is completely in conflict with the regional era, then all the effort he has put into the pseudo-era will be wasted when the region enters a new era. Speaking of choices, Lingy realized that he had been under the control of the Bronze Age for quite some time. As a result, the death curse item of the Ghost Clan has yet to make an appearance. Thinking of this, Ling He didn't hesitate and directly took out the death curse. In that instant, the era evolution panel, which originally only had the pseudo-era Bronze Age, opened up a completely new area. The pseudo-era, the spiritual era. Summary. We have seen in our enemy a path we never imagined. Ancient trees voluntarily split open their annual rings to yield their branches. Rock walls guide miners to seize the dreams that have been deposited on the earth for millions of years, and mycelium spreads and grows beneath the humus. We have come to know beyond cognition, felt the joys and sorrows of the mainland, learned how to extract existence from the world, and woven everything with the spirit as the warp and weft. The century-long history of wheat ears is compressed into a single second of ripening. This is not a prelude to conquering nature, but a wild fantasy of dancing with all living beings. Unlike the Bronze Age, the conditions for entering the spiritual age have already been met. In other words, Ling He can consume the death curse in his possession and enter the spiritualization era at any time if he wants to. However, before deciding whether to enter the Bronze Age or the Spirit Age, Ling He wanted to take a look at the bonus attributes that the Spirit Age could bring him. Chapter 53 Choice, the Era of Spiritualization. The future is uncertain. The rate of progress has decreased by 30%, the tendency towards idealism has increased by 20%, and subsequent eras are incompatible with a purely materialistic era. All things and spirits. Spirit will become a hidden attribute of the area. When the concentration of spirit in the area is medium, high, or extremely high, it will increase the growth rate of crops by 15%, 45%, and 100%, respectively. A spirit within. All citizens gain plus 10% mystic resistance. The Lord gains plus 1 luck, and the spirit transformation bonus increases by 30% when the growth path levels up. Compared to the advantages of the Bronze Age, the Spirit Age seems somewhat unpredictable. The clearest description of this is the improvement in crop growth rate. However, the additives at medium, high, or even extremely high concentrations are not very competitive compared to the copper smelting boom. The same applies to the subsequent 3-foot spirit. Lingi was unclear about what spiritual reward tendency was. But if there's only a 30% probability, and this reward tendency is never triggered, does that mean there's no bonus from the stat? So you bastard lord, do you have any ideas? Vera asked, should we enter the spiritualization era now? Or wait a while and then move into the Bronze Age? Or should we choose neither? Lingi closed his eyes, calculated for a moment, and then gave an unexpected answer. Choose the Spirit Era. Really not going to reconsider? Vera pointed to the Bronze Age. As humanity's own era, this one has a high probability of becoming the next era. Once the Bronze Age becomes the dominant age, all the costs we incurred in the spiritual age will be wasted. Even so, my lord, would you like to try a completely new path? Certainly. Lingi nodded. Indeed, as Vera said, the Bronze Age, being an era etched into the very bones of humankind, is absolutely the most likely candidate to become the first era for humanity in this region. Furthermore, the Bronze Age bonus seems to be significantly stronger than that of the Spirit Age at the same level. But in the spiritual age, you can add 1 point of luck to yourself. There's a saying that goes something pointless. People with good luck will generally have good luck. For the sake of this 1 point of luck, Lingi had a premonition that this spiritual era might bring him surprises that the Bronze Age did not have. Choose the era of spiritualization. All right then. Vera spread her hands and shrugged. Anyway, the decision is in your hands, you damn lord. You decide for yourself, you damn lord. I was just offering a suggestion. Seeing that Vera did not object further, Lingi placed his hand on the panel in front of him. The pseudo-era, the spiritual era. Choose. The death curse of the Ghost Clan has been consumed. Congratulations. You have successfully entered the pseudo-era, the era of spiritualization. You have temporarily entered the level 2 civilization stage. Please explore other features on your own. Explore on your own? Lingi didn't think about it any further, but instead raised his hands and yawned. Before he knew it, it was past midnight. After choosing which pseudo-era to enter, he could say that he had finally put his mind at ease for the day. So what he needs to do next is wait for the market to continue to develop. Only by upgrading the growth path can the reward-oriented keywords of the spiritualization era have the potential to be utilized. Vera, good night. After saying good night, Lingi beckoned Hamburger to go inside. Wait, you damn lord. What are you going to do? Vera quickly followed Lingi into the house, and then saw a sleepy Lingi placing a hamburger on the wooden bed. Then flatten it, lay it out like a mattress, and finally lie down on it. Ah, this feels so good. Ling's body sank in half, enveloped by the hamburger, and she let out a soft groan. Lingi, who had nothing on his mind today, was about to fall asleep peacefully. Vera puffed out her cheeks and suddenly stepped forward to pull Lingi off the hamburger. Damn lord, how am I supposed to restock the trading post if you're sleeping here? If you're going to sleep, then come out and sleep here. As he spoke, he half pulled, half dragged Lingi out of the council hall. It was a bit chilly in the wilderness at night, so Vera first instructed the working cattle and horses to light a campfire in the open space. Then, just like yesterday, he let Lingi lie on his lap. Perhaps because he was really sleepy, Lingi quickly fell asleep. Seeing that Lingi had fallen asleep, Vera remained silent, simply opening the trading platform interface and watching each completed order. However, the latter half of tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful. A thin man lay on the ground, clutching his broken finger and letting out a piercing scream. His gaze was fixed on the person directly in front of him, who was walking towards him step by step, his eyes filled with fear. I am human. I am a real human. What do you want me to do for you to believe me? Of course I believe you. Lin Zhao's voice came from in front of the man. The man's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, but just as he was about to say something, he felt a sharp pain coming from his palm. Looking down, he saw that his left hand had been pierced through by a stone dagger. Yeah, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, and when he looked up, he was met with Lin Zhao's cold and stern gaze. Hand over all the remaining money you have on you. The man hesitated for only a moment, and Lin Zhao chopped off another of his fingers without hesitation. The man immediately dared not haggle any further. I'll pay. Several dull thuds rang out as a dozen gold coins fell onto the muddy ground. Lin Xiao bent down to pick up the gold coin from the ground, then looked at the person behind him and said, "Thanks." That man was the same one who had held a knife to his neck earlier. Lin Xiao had only just learned that the other party possessed a particularly useful special skill. Encounter battle. Effect. When you successfully ambush a Lord unit, temporarily disable their chat and recruitment panels. It was the effect of these skirmishes that made plundering and raiding between kinsmen a real possibility. "You're welcome." In response to Lin Xiao's words, the visitor smiled faintly. "On the contrary, you are much stronger than I was back then. I was very foolish back then, and my pledge of allegiance was far inferior to yours now. By the way, if you're no longer useful to this person, can I play with him for a bit?" As he spoke, he pointed to the man who had collapsed on the ground. Lin Xiao glanced at it casually, uttered a casual word, and then quickly left. Arriving at a quiet corner, Lin Xiao looked at the dozen or so gold coins in his hand and let out a self-deprecating laugh. "I am strong, but why is this plundered, blood-stained money worth less than what others make in a few minutes?" Chapter 54 Guild Mechanics. Lin Xiao finished talking to himself. A private message from a friend appeared in front of him. "The Wailing Wall. From Entropy, after you've paid your dues, come back with the others. Remember, those who saw us, leave no survivors." Lin Xiao frowned as he looked at the private message in front of him. From Entropy. "Aren't we going to continue hunting tonight? But this is an opportunity. We can gain a lot from them. And besides, if we let others continue to grow." The Wailing Wall. From Entropy. "This is an order. I didn't come here for you to question me. Tonight has seen too many unexpected developments. The remaining main force of the Ghost Clan is rapidly dwindling, and the party leader is still missing. We can't afford to do anything too out of line. If we're exposed before the party leader issues the mission, none of us, including everyone else, will be in good shape." Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he looked at the message from the Wailing Wall. Although the other party's tone was full of commands and threats, he only sensed noise and cowardice in it. Even though they chose to be villains, they still can't plunder and develop to their heart's content. Being restricted by frameworks and structures makes one feel constrained and hesitant in doing things. In that case, what's the difference between them and good people? They're even worse than good people. His original idea was indeed correct. They're just a bunch of sewer bugs. They're not going to amount to anything. However, no matter what Lin Xiao thought in his heart, he could not change the current situation where the situation was more powerful than he was. From Entropy, yes. The Secret Service's operation tonight ended abruptly. A few hours later, daylight broke. Damn Lord, damn Lord. Ling He was woken up from his sleep by Vera. The sun's already high in the sky. Vera. When Ling He was shaken awake, he was still in a daze and just vaguely waved to Vera. "Just buy whatever you want for breakfast. We're not short of money for that meal. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes and wake me up in the afternoon." After saying that, Ling He buried his face in Vera's lap and looked like he was about to fall asleep again. Damn Lord! In the end, it was Vera's loud shout in Ling He's ear that shattered Ling He's dream. Hoo. Ling He moved his head off Vera's lap, sat up halfway, and subconsciously looked around. Which blind fool attacked? Roar. Vera was almost laughing in anger at Ling He. She crossed her arms in front of her. "I was so blind to wake up the Lord. It's really too much of a hardship for the Lord." Vera. Ling He rubbed his eyes, perked up, and looked up at the sky. Well, judging from the position of the sun, it shouldn't be quite noon yet, probably around 9 or 10 o'clock. Ling He's face immediately fell. "None of my family members understand. I was woken up by my secretary at only 9 a.m. Back when he ran a small shop near the elementary school, he never opened it before 11:30 a.m. All right. Vera looked at Ling He's droopy face, rubbed her forehead, and shook her head. "I don't want to wake you up, you bastard lord, but someone I know is looking for you. I think it would be better if you, that bastard lord, knew about this." As Vera spoke, she brought up a private chat window in front of Ling He. Ling glanced at it briefly and realized it was Zhang Kuang, who was still awake at 9 a.m. and was sending him a private message. "What? It's just that I asked myself a question yesterday morning. Is it a case of tit for tat?" While mentally complaining, Ling He had finally come to his senses. Based on his understanding of the war maniac, if he's contacting him privately, he probably won't be saying anything pointless. Thinking this, Ling, he carefully looked at the private chat interface. Call me War Maniac. Hey vendor bro, I'm planning to start a guild. Establishing a guild is fine, it's not a big deal. Establish a guild? Ling, he suddenly realized something and narrowed his eyes. In a typical online game, creating a guild wouldn't be a big deal. But in a war game, this is a completely new mechanism that Ling and he had never heard of before. Without replying to Zhang Kuang's word for the time being, Ling, he reached out and opened the regional channel. My first glance was at the corner of the regional channel. Number of remaining users, 7,719. Last night, the number of humans in the entire area was only over 200, which is enough to make it a peaceful night compared to the first night. This also means that the benefits for the human side will not be low. As Ling, he thought this, he turned his gaze from the corner to the messages that kept popping up on the regional channel. Among them are newly discovered weaknesses of the ghost race. For example, those mimicry monsters will experience a very abnormal spatial distortion when flames are brought near them. This was discovered by a human lord nicknamed Mr. Handsome is Not Handsome. Ling felt like she had seen the name somewhere before, but after thinking about it carefully, she really couldn't remember it at all, so she focused her attention on something more noteworthy. That's what many people in the regional channels are discussing right now. The first guild in the entire region, War God Temple, is now open for recruitment. The message was sent by the War Maniac. He didn't hide anything and explained the guild mechanism in detail in the regional channel. The guild system is a variation of the alliance system, but it places more emphasis on the relationship between individual lords rather than a collective relationship. Once a guild is established, it must pay sufficient funds daily to ensure that the guild does not disband. However, guild members can also gain many benefits from the guild. For example, basic architectural blueprints can be submitted to the guild's research team. Once the research is completed, all guild members can copy the dungeon blueprint for free and can use it until the guild is disbanded or the member leaves the guild. This advantage alone is enough to make many people with limited budgets flock to it. But according to Zhang Kuang, the benefits of joining a guild are not limited to that. Ling quickly scrolled through the regional channels and found the growth path and upgrade rewards that Zhang Kuang had posted. LV9 LV10, random S-rank guild aura, war god path. And what he randomly got was the Holy Law of War. Introduction. Our allies are a reliable support system, allowing us to entrust our backs to them and focus wholeheartedly on the future war. Effect. Disables all friendly fire damage between guild members. Seeing the effect, Ling, he clicked his tongue twice. The idea of disabling friendly fire in a war game immediately brought to mind many twisted and abnormal gameplay possibilities for Lingy. All I can say is that battle maniac was really lucky. Chapter 55, The Kind-Hearted War Maniac. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Ling, he typed a line of text in the private chat interface. The honest vendor, Brother Zhang Kuang, are you asking this to invite me to join the guild you founded? The warrior responded instantly. Call me War Maniac. Haha, vendor bro, don't flatter me. How could I dare? I just wanted to ask if the vendor has any plans to establish a guild. The hacker probably understands that the first guild to be established will gain considerable influence in the region. I was able to unlock the guild system today, thanks to your intelligence and goods help, brother vendor. I'm not someone who forgets their roots. If the hacker brother has plans to establish a guild, I will definitely not compete for that position. After reading this long string of words, Ling had only one thought in her mind. Zhang Kuang is indeed a kind person. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Someone who is kind-hearted enough to lend a helping hand to a stranger without hesitation can't be too bad. As Ling he was thinking this, another message was sent by Zhang Kuang. Call me War Maniac. Of course, if Brother Vendor is willing to join the Temple of War, I'll wholeheartedly support it. I just don't know what the vendor's growth path is. My guild's rules require that the growth path of the people we recruit must be related to that of a warrior. Fearing that Lingy might misunderstand, Zhang Kuang gave a special explanation. His guild system is derived from the God of War path. All those who join must have a growth path related to warriors, such as Berserker, Shield Warrior, or Paladin and Dragon Knight, to meet the joining requirements. But there are growth paths similar to those of a certain god, emperor, pope, priest, pastor, or hunter and thief. Even if the War Maniac wanted to invite you, you would fail to join because you couldn't meet the requirements. The conscientious vendor. I see. Ling he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He actually had a thought to join Zhang Kuang's guild and try to ride on his coattails, but unfortunately, that idea was about to fall through. The term end producer seems to have little to do with warriors. The conscientious vendor. Unfortunately, my growth path means I'm destined to never join Brother War Maniac's guild. However, I still wish Zhang Kuang's guild great success. I have no plans to form a guild for the time being, so Zhang Kuang can just take the title of the #1 guild. I hope Zhang Kuang will continue to support my business in the future. Zhang Kuang finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ling He's reply. Right now, the conscientious vendor is gaining popularity in the regional channel. Forming the first guild in the region will undoubtedly attract the attention of some people. That's why he wanted to communicate with the other party first. It wasn't a big deal, but even brothers can turn against each other over small gains. Zhang Kuang didn't want this incident to cause the biggest merchant in the region to become hostile towards him. On the other side, after dealing with Zhang Kuang's problem, Ling He immediately closed the private chat interface. After yawning, Ling hugged Vera, who was leaning against him, wanting to take another nice nap. But at that moment, Ling glanced at his personal panel out of the corner of his eye. Remaining assets, 26,192.51 gold. Cough, cough. I choked on a lot of saliva. Lingy sat up straight again. Overnight, his assets had grown to nearly 30,000 gold coins. Although he had expected this number, Lingy still couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw the terrifying amount of assets he still had. You finally noticed, you damned lord? Vera raised her head high, revealing a proud expression. The more than 70,000 sets of timber produced yesterday have all been used up. Excluding the timber you used, the profit from the sale is about 17,000 to 18,000. Also, the sales of fire slime gel and honeycomb gel were quite good. Although they weren't sold out, they still brought in nearly 6,000 gold in revenue. Including the money you didn't spend yesterday, you bastard lord, that's the amount you have now. Okay. Lingy listened to Vera's data report and smiled as he rubbed Vera's hat. I have to thank Vera for helping me watch the shop. Vera was in a good mood at the moment and didn't care about Ling He's little tricks. Oh right, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Vera suddenly held up a finger, her tone becoming slightly more serious. Currently, there are over 1,000 people under our jurisdiction, and we have to pay more than 200 taels of gold every day to cover their full pay. Damn lord, you need to really control your labor costs. Ling He nodded in agreement. While the daily income is decent, the daily labor cost of over 200 gold coins is indeed not low. As things stand, in the entire region, besides Ling He, there's probably no one else who can come up with 200 gold. Even if there are any, they are extremely rare. Fortunately, after 2 days, the first batch of recruited workers had already been working 24 hours a day. The 2-point increase in combat power brought a 30% increase in resource production rate to the cattle and horses. Without withdrawing the contracted ghost warriors, Ling and his logging camps have already exceeded 80,000 sets of daily output. This is not even the limit for cattle and horses. Since Lingy has already entered the level 2 era, the combat power bonus cap for the bulls and horses has reached 6 points. As long as the cattle and horses continue to work hard, the logging camp's output efficiency will surely reach new heights, and breaking through 100,000 sets is not a problem. And this does not require Ling and additional labor costs. I'll recruit some more cattle and horses later, Ling He muttered to himself. With the arrival of the Tier 2 era, cattle and horses have become increasingly useful. Under full pay and buff conditions, the basic combat power of cattle and horses can even exceed that of contracted lumberjacks. In addition to their low labor costs, they seem like a good choice to replace contract lumberjacks as low-end combatants, in addition to serving as production units. After making his decision, Ling He continued to look at his personal interface. This time, he was looking at the growth path level. Although the timber industry was already almost monopolized, there wasn't much experience left for Lingy to exploit. However, the best-selling fire slime gel and honeycomb gel also brought Lingy a lot of growth experience. Therefore, Lingy's level jumped to level 7, just a tiny bit away from level 8, and he is expected to successfully level up today or tomorrow. Upgrading naturally comes with upgrade rewards. LV5 LV6, Random Building Blueprints, Final Producer Pathway. LV6 LV7, Top-Tier Secretary Recruitment Card. Ling He casually used the Random Building Blueprints, not in a hurry to see what he had obtained, but instead turned his attention to the top-tier secretary recruitment card. Top-tier secretary recruitment card. Summary. To attract a thoroughbred horse, first build a golden platform. Only by planting the phoenix tree can you draw the phoenix. Effect. Consumes 10,000 gold coins to recruit one top-tier secretary who meets the current era's maximum requirements, and increases the secretary recruitment cap by 1. Chapter 56, The New Secretary, by M.O. Only by planting the parasol tree can the phoenix be attracted. Ling muttered to himself, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Vera. Vera can see her own stats, so she should have seen the effects of the top secretary recruitment card as well. Paying a fortune to recruit the next secretary seems a bit unfair to Vera, who is working for free. You damn lord, why are you staring at me like that? Vera rolled her eyes. Use it if you want. Being so concerned about other people's feelings will never get you to the ultimate level of a prolific producer. I see, Vera, that's what you think. But is that really the case? Ling stared at Vera's expression for a moment, but couldn't see anything wrong with it. It seems Vera really doesn't care about such a small detail. Ling nodded thoughtfully. It seems I've been underestimating Vera. Having said that, he swiftly reached out and snatched Vera's top hat, which represented the evils of capitalism, from his own head. In an instant, Ling felt as if he had been possessed by Vera's capitalist spirit, and even his gaze became much colder. Damn lord! Vera's piercing scream came from the side. How many times have I told you, don't touch a lady's hat? After saying that, Vera pretended to snatch the hat back from Ling's head. But Ling preemptively pressed his head down, leaving him helplessly furious in place. Seeing Vera glaring at him angrily, Ling found it somewhat amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Vera's eyes widened. You're still laughing? Stop laughing, Vera, you're still so cute. As Ling spoke, he slapped the top hat back onto Vera's head. That scene just now reminded him of the first words Vera said to him when they first met. I'm so cute, please give me money. Snort. Vera adjusted her hat and snorted. Of course this lady is cute. I don't believe it. Ling shook her head. She's clearly a scumbag capitalist from the Victorian era. Not ladylike at all. But, as Ling spoke, he reached out and pinched Vera's cheek. I need a ruthless capitalist like you. So Vera will always be my chief secretary. Now, and in the future, and that will never change. I am. Vera rolled her eyes, seemingly unimpressed. So, you damn lord, are you going to recruit any new people or not? Vera yawned, covering her mouth with her hand as she finished speaking. I'm really sleepy right now. I really want to sleep, and every night you bastard lord, have your head on my lap, which makes my legs so sore. You damn lord, I'd be more than happy to have someone help me with the work. It's not like I wanted to use this as a pillow. You were the one who dragged me out of bed. Ling muttered to himself unconsciously. Huh? What did you just say, you damn lord? Nothing. Ling shook his head, then turned his gaze back to the top secretary recruitment card. Actually, besides Vera's feelings, Ling also had some concerns about not immediately using the top secretary recruitment card. That is, this recruitment card is different from the recruitment card used to recruit Vera. It has a time limitation. If Ling were to use this now, the secretaries he recruits would only be the best secretaries of the Spirit Era. If it were left for other eras in the future, it might have an even greater use. Do you want to stay? Or is it really worth saving this top-notch secretary recruitment card for the future? Never mind. After calculating in his mind, Ling shrugged. He wasn't the protagonist in a novel, and he didn't have the patience to keep something good for 10 or 20 years. No matter how valuable an item is, if you hold on to it without letting go or using it, its value will remain constant at 0. Ling had a fairly clear understanding of this. So, use. 10,000 gold coins were transferred from Ling's account, which was 1/3 of Ling's current funds, a considerable sum. After all, even the promised wages for the nearly 200 contracted ghost warriors were only 3,000 gold. Congratulations on successfully using the top-tier secretary recruitment card. Your secretary limit increased by 1. Because your current era is the spiritual era. You have acquired a top-tier secretary unit that is in line with the current era by M.O. The next moment, a beautiful woman dressed in a green robe with long hair reaching her waist appeared in front of Ling and Vera. If Vera's style can be described as cute with a touch of sophistication, the woman before them possessed a heroic spirit mixed with a touch of otherworldly grace. While she might be slightly less adorable than Vera, her beauty, amplified by her imposing presence, surpassed Varys. Snap! Just as Ling He was becoming increasingly mesmerized by the sight. Bai Mo's eyebrows twitched slightly. He gently opened his eyes and then clasped his hands together and bowed to Ling He. I have long admired your great name. Liang means good. I'm a humble scholar with 3 special skills and have only read a little bit of poetry and literature. I am willing to serve you. Such a refined and literary way of speaking. As Ling He was thinking this, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of him. Bite. Congratulations on gaining the approval of Secretary Bai Mo. You can now view Bai Mo's personal profile. Ling He immediately stepped forward to help Bai Mo, who was bowing up, and then checked her personal profile. I want to see it too. I want to see it too. Vera quickly moved closer to Ling He, peeking her head out from behind his shoulder and blinking her curious eyes as she looked at Bai Mo's personal interface. Secretary, Bai Mo. Combat Strength, 20. Characteristics, Spiritual Victory, Spring and Autumnal Style, Musical Entrance into Battle, 5 chapters of Archery, 8 Steeds Vanishing, River Chart, and Luo River Riding. Psychological Victory. When our actions conform to the Zhou rights, the belligerency of all citizens in the area where this secretary is located increases by 2. Euphemistic Writing Style. When our side triggers a regional/server-wide announcement, any text can be added/modified/deleted. Zhao Lu enters the battle. When this secretary wields the Guqin as her main weapon, her combat power increases by 500%, and she gains a music-related support skill. Archery Chapter 5. When this secretary wields a longbow as her primary weapon, her combat power increases by 500%, and she gains bow-type attack skills. 8 Steeds Vanishing into Shadows. When this secretary's mount is a chariot, her combat power is increased by 500%. Furthermore, if she is in a spirit-transformed area, she enters a special state, walking on flat ground. Hichu Luo Shu. Within the area where this secretary is located, the drop rate of neutral creatures killed by our side increases by 20%, and the amount of money dropped increases by 20%. Holy crap! Ling He was the first to finish reading it, and he gasped in shock. Ritual, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. What a fine set of the 6 arts of a gentleman. With Vera as a control group in front of us, Bai Mo's panel seems a bit too luxurious. Veda. Ling He murmured. Can I go back on what I said earlier? Chapter 57, Conforming to the Rights of Zhou. Just kidding, just kidding. Seeing Vera staring at him with wide eyes, as if he were an animal, Ling He quickly said that he was just saying. He must have been influenced by Vera's hat. That's why, without realizing it, one might say such sincere, insincere words. Bai Mo glanced at Vera, then at Ling He, and chuckled softly, covering his mouth. The two of you seem to have a very good relationship. There's absolutely no sense of hierarchy between them. A good relationship? Vera tilted her head, and 3 question marks popped up on her forehead. You mean I have a good relationship with this bastard who won't even feed people? As she spoke, Wei stretched out her finger and pointed at Ling He, locking on her target. Cough, cough. Ling He coughed heavily twice. I've said it so many times, you unscrupulous and black-hearted capitalists have no right to say anything good about me. Although I strongly disagree with Vera's words. But thanks to Vera's words, Ling suddenly realized something. Given the current state of his subjects, it has absolutely nothing to do with conforming to the rights of Zhou. Thinking about it this way, Bai Mo's special ability, Mental Victory, seems to be a useless skill that can't be triggered on my side. Just as Ling He was thinking this, Bai Mo's soft laughter came again. Hee hee, my judgment was right after all. The two of you have a really good relationship. And this one, Bai Mo looked at Vera, blinked, and suddenly realized something. Although Vera had seen her profile, she had not seen Vera's. Therefore, she did not know Vera's name. Fortunately, Bai Mo's good manners allowed him to change his tune in time, preventing the situation from becoming awkward. This heartless capitalist lady. Some things can't be blamed on our Lord, can they? The sage said, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it will first test their will, strain their muscles and bones, starve their body, leave them destitute, and thwart their endeavors. Lord, you are clearly giving everyone the opportunity to train for free. This is in accordance with the rights of Zhou and is a great act of kindness. Cough, cough. Ling He, who was listening nearby, kept coughing. Mo showered him with praise, making him a little embarrassed. If Mo hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have known that he was such a kind and philanthropic person. Bite. Congratulations on meeting the requirement. Conforming to Zhou dynasty etiquette. Secretary Mo's special skill, mental victory, has been triggered. In the current region, the belligerency of all your subjects increases by 2. Holy crap. This was the second time Ling he had gasped in shock since Mo appeared. So this is what they call a spiritual victory? Ling he was originally thinking about how to meet the condition of conforming to the Zhou rites. But who would have thought that this thing was defined by Mo himself? I believe I am in accordance with propriety. Therefore, I am in accordance with propriety. As for what constitutes etiquette and law, that's none of your concern. Looking at the smiling Mo, Ling he suddenly wanted to test her other characteristics. The easiest one to trigger is the Archery Chapter 5, which can be triggered simply by equipping Mo's main weapon with a longbow. Meanwhile, in the trading market, there happened to be a limited time item that hadn't been bought yet. Iron frame bow. Price, 50 gold. Limited time offer, 2 days, 12 hours, and 39 minutes. 50 gold coins is just enough for Ling he and Vera's meals for a day. They wouldn't have bothered to buy it in the past, but now that they need it, Ling he naturally won't be stingy. After buying the iron-rimmed bow, a finely crafted wooden bow and arrow appeared in Ling he's hands. Unlike regular bows and arrows, this bow and arrow has sharp iron tips at both ends, making it look like it could easily pierce several transparent holes in unarmored units. Mo, try this bow and see if it fits your hand. Ling he handed the iron-rimmed bow to Mo. Mo took the bow, ran his fingers along the bowstring, and flicked it lightly. A fine bow. To receive such a generous gift on our first meeting is truly an honor, Mo said. Mo said this, but Ling he couldn't see any sign that she wanted to put down her bow and arrow. Clearly, she was quite fond of the expensive bow and arrow she had purchased. As Mo took the bow and arrow into his hands, Mo's personal panel has also undergone new changes. Secretary, Mo. Combat power, 100. Attack skills, white arrow, continuous strike, sharpening strike, flowing ruler, well-shaped instrument. My combat power instantly jumped to over 100. This is the first unit under Ling he with a combat power of over 100. Even the contracted Ghost Warrior in its previous dead state only had a combat power of 30. Mo, can you demonstrate your shooting skills? Ling he asked. No problem, my lord. Without hesitation, Mo raised an arrow and shot it at a giant tree in the distance. Captain, an arrow flew out like lightning, and with a thud, the entire arrowhead embedded itself in the tree trunk. But this was not the end, because in the next moment, 3 more arrows came in quick succession, each hitting the fletching of the previous arrow. With the combined force of the 3 arrows, the first arrow actually pierced through the entire tree trunk and continued flying backward, landing firmly on another giant tree behind it. Ling he smacked his lips as he looked at it. If Vera is the kind of supportive secretary who leans toward accounting, then Mo, the newly recruited secretary, is the type who is also a bodyguard. Even ordinary low-powered firearms wouldn't dare say they could easily penetrate a tree trunk. Mo actually managed to shoot through a tree all by himself, which is quite astonishing. Ling even felt that Mo's combat power had not yet reached its limit. Because among Mo's abilities, only Zhao enters the battle, and Archery 5 chapters are abilities that conflict with the main weapon. The 8 Steeds Escape ability requires riding a chariot, which does not conflict with the previous 2 abilities, but still provides a 5-fold increase in combat power. With both factors combined, Mo's combat power will reach a terrifying 500 points. She truly deserves to be called a top-notch secretary. For Ling he, being able to recruit an individual unit with 500 combat points in the Tier 2 era for a mere 10,000 gold coins is definitely not a loss. After all, he is penniless now, and all he has left is money. The only unfortunate thing is that Lingi has not yet been able to verify this idea. It's not that he's out of money, but rather that there are no war chariots for sale in the entire trading industry right now, because no one has even reached that stage of development. Lingi also experienced firsthand that money isn't everything. After thinking for a moment, Lingi sent a message in the regional channel. A conscientious vendor, looking to buy a guqin, a 7-string zither, a chariot, or mining site at a high price. Those willing to sell can message me privately. Fair prices, no cheating. After the message was sent, no one messaged Ling he privately for a long time. Firstly, most people are just falling asleep at this time, and secondly, the items Ling and Xiao are looking for are not ordinary items in the area. Therefore, Ling he did not seem to be in a hurry. He simply released the news first, and then focused his attention back on the matter. Chapter 58, Planning and Greed. Little did they know, this message had been noticed by someone with ulterior motives. A guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, a chariot, or a mining location. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, glancing around out of the corner of his eye. At the urging of the Wailing Wall, nearly 10 secret party lords have gathered together. There are a dozen or so lords on their way, but one night is not enough time for them to reunite. These lords, in turn, each led a number of subjects under their command. The quality of these inhabitants far surpasses that of the Stone Age newcomers in the region today. In other words, the forces surrounding Lin Xiao are exceptionally powerful right now. This is an opportunity. With Lin Xiao's sharp mind, he immediately realized what a great opportunity this was. Putting aside the guqin and chariots for the moment, the fact that a conscientious peddler wants to buy minerals means that he will definitely be present at the scene in person. After all, minerals are buried deep underground and cannot be sold through trading houses. Let's follow this logic. This might be his best, and perhaps only, chance to see the true face of the conscience-driven vendor in the early stages of the war game. With the powerful military force of the Secret Service behind him, he was able to stop the conscientious peddler from widening the gap with others by stirring up the trading market. Be aware of this. Lin Xiao stood up and quickly walked to the side of the Wailing Wall. Can we have a proper talk? Seeing Lin Xiao appear before him again, Wailing Wall sighed and touched his bald head. What do you want to say now? Now that things have come to this, he is somewhat helpless, wondering if recruiting Lin Xiao into the secret party is a good choice. It wasn't that Lin Xiao was only superficially friendly with them. On the contrary, Lin Xiao seemed too enthusiastic about the secret party's actions. So much so that sometimes even the Wailing Wall doesn't know who the real veteran member of the secret society is. I have a good plan, Lin Xiao said. If this plan succeeds, I think our party will not lack funds for a long time to come. At that time, we will have countless riches to support our actions. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao could feel several pairs of eyes immediately fixed on him. Yes, it's true that the secret society plunders the wealth of fellow human lords, but that doesn't mean they are particularly wealthy. Most lords would put most of their funds into their own development, and it's unlikely they would save up much currency. Therefore, even if the Secret Service engages in plundering, slaughtering, or even a full-fledged operation of fraud, threats, and kidnapping, the final income after deducting expenses will not be much. Therefore, Lin Xiao's statement about countless riches has tempted many people. I think I heard something incredible. A man with a face like a snake walked up to Lin Xiao and sat down, but his eyes were fixed on the Wailing Wall. You wouldn't mind if I got a piece of the pie too, old friend? Lin Xiao recognized this person. He was one of the lords summoned by the Wailing Wall last night, nicknamed Ghost Wolf. The Wailing Wall remained silent in the face of Ghost Wolf's question. It wasn't that he tacitly agreed with Ghost Wolf's meaning, but rather that he knew many people within the secret society had their own unique personalities. He was unable to command the spectral wolf's actions. In fact, if it weren't for the party leader's sake, Ghost Wolf wouldn't be sitting here. Seeing the Wailing Wall remain silent, a mocking smile appeared on Ghost Wolf's lips. All right, it seems that Lord Wailing Wall has tacitly accepted my eavesdropping. Kid, what's with that great plan you've been talking about? Why don't you tell everyone about it? But before that, I want to remind you of something. Ghost Wolf's tone gradually turned sinister, and several intimidating-looking citizens appeared behind him. My time is very precious, and unlike the Wailing Wall, I don't value talent. If I find out that your so-called plan is a trick on me, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to apologize to the party leader in person. Apologize? Apologize for what? The members of the secret society around them heard this, but they were already fully aware of the hidden meaning behind the wolf's words. But Lin Xiao did not show any fear. He appeared very calm, and even showed a determined expression. Trust me, sir, this plan will not disappoint you. Because just now I saw the news about the conscientious street vendor in the regional channel. A conscientious peddler? Upon hearing this name, the Wailing Wall immediately stood up. Another conscientious vendor? That's right, a conscientious vendor. Lin Xiao nodded. Ghost Wolf frowned. his gaze shifting back and forth between Lin Xiao and Wailing Wall. Because he was new to the area, he was unaware of the name Conscience Vendor and had no idea what kind of riddle the two were playing on him. Ignoring Ghost Wolf's bewilderment, Wailing Wall declared decisively, "No, I don't agree to this plan. But I haven't even said what the plan is." Lin Xiao said anxiously. He considered many possibilities. "But I never expected it to turn out like this." The Wailing Wall actually rejected his plan outright because of the name Conscience Vendor, without even giving him a chance to explain it. No need to say anything more. Wailing Wall stared fiercely at Lin Xiao. "From Entropy, I think I've told you many times, we can't expose ourselves to everyone before we contact the party leader. That conscientious vendor is like a star on this stage right now. Do you think if we touch him, we can still remain as discreet as we are now?" Ha ha. Suddenly, the wolf burst into laughter. He still didn't understand the riddle between Lin Xiao and the Wailing Wall, but he took in all the wariness on the Wailing Wall's face, which only fueled his curiosity. A pale, slender arm then draped over Lin Xiao's shoulder, and Yulang clung to Lin Xiao's body. "Tell me about it. I'm very interested in your plan. Tell me in detail about your plan, and about that conscientious peddler you all talk about. What the Wailing Wall couldn't do, I might be able to do for you." As he spoke, Yulang nudged Lin Xiao from behind, signaling him to go and talk to him somewhere further away. Seeing that he had support within the secret party, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he really didn't want to miss this opportunity to drag the conscientious vendors down with him. "Lord Ghostwolf, please follow me." Walking side by side with Yulang into the distance, Lin Xiao gradually explained his thoughts. "Nowadays, conscientious vendors occupy the largest share of the market. I have calculated that the daily turnover of that conscientious vendor would never be less than 5 figures. Copper, gold." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao could clearly feel the grip on his shoulder suddenly tighten considerably. But soon, that force relaxed again. At the same time, the slightly gentler voice of the ghost wolf appeared in his ear. "Go on. Chapter 59 Ling, he is liberated." "Yes." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "I just saw a message on the regional channel that a conscientious vendor is offering high prices for a guqin, a chariot, and mineral coordinates." A hint of doubt flashed in Yolang's eyes. He didn't quite understand what a purchase request could possibly mean. But he did not interrupt Lin Xiao. Therefore, Lin Xiao continued, "This is our opportunity. You said that if we use the pretense of mineral coordinates to lure that conscientious peddler here, and then take him down in one fell swoop, wouldn't this 5-figure daily income just fall into our hands?" Ghost Wolf responded with a sound of agreement, neither explicitly agreeing nor explicitly disagreeing. But the greed that flashed in his eyes had already betrayed his attitude. He earns tens or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins every month. He has never seen so much money since joining the secret party. If what Lin Xiao said is true, then wouldn't a conscientious peddler be equivalent to a walking gold mine? They have taken control of that gold mine. It seems the position of party leader will soon need to be taken by someone else. "Shall we act now?" Ghost Wolf asked. "No." Lin Xiao shook his head. "I don't think that conscientious vendor is a fool. If we want to deceive him, at least what we say has to be true. In other words, we must actually own a mine before we can take any action." Lin Xiao and Yu Lang's figures gradually disappeared into the distance, and their conversation grew fainter and fainter. Several secret faction lords exchanged glances and quickly got up to chase after them. They were all like the Ghost Wolf. Compared to the hidden treasures mentioned by the Wailing Wall, the endless wealth that Lin Xiao spoke of was more intriguing to them. As for the party leader, they certainly respect the party leader, but only if the party leader gives the order personally, not if the Wailing Wall is just there to intimidate them. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the staff left the site. As for those who remained, one of them asked the Wailing Wall with concern, "Sir, are you really not going to stop them?" In terms of ideology, they lean more towards the Western Wall. In response, the Wailing Wall simply shook its head, then stuck out its tongue, licked its lips with a strange laugh, as if savoring some flavor. Why stop them? Did they lie about entropy? Or did they have no chance of success? Faced with the Wailing Wall's questioning, the remaining people looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Therefore, the Wailing Wall answered this question for them. "I have already tasted that everything entropy said is true and has not deceived me in any way." "Sir, do you mean that the boys' plan has a chance of succeeding?" Someone seemed to have grasped a bit of the meaning of the Wailing Wall. But this was followed by an even greater question. If that's the case, why don't you want to go with us? Could it really be because of the party leader? The speaker paused, for the Wailing Wall had already walked up to him and placed a finger to its lips. Sure, I haven't finished speaking yet. Wailing Wall sniffed the lingering scent of Lin Xiao as he left, a strange smile on his face. It's the aura of hatred. That kid buried his hatred beneath his outward appearance of truth, thinking he had fooled everyone. But I'm not that fool, Ghost Wolf. His emotions can't fool me. Just watch closely, this is a plan doomed to fail. That conscientious peddler will eventually die, and no one will benefit from it. Having said that, the Wailing Wall returned to its original spot and said nothing more. Wow, there are such good things. Beside the council chamber, Vera stood beside Ling and exclaimed in surprise. Before them, a huge cylindrical wooden statue rose from the ground. This is the building that he randomly selected from the random building blueprints. Pillar of Prayer for Heaven. The era, the age of spiritualization, the ultimate producer approach. Synopsis. One day, we suddenly discovered that by infusing spirit into fragile buildings, we could create functions that shouldn't exist. Construction requires 300 sets of wood. Note, during construction, the area must have a core building, and this building can only be built on land owned by our side. This is the first time Lingy has extracted building blueprints related to his growth path. He hadn't expected that his first draw would trigger the spiritualization reward tendency of the era's terminology. However, Lingy didn't think that this was due to the increase in luck value. People who laugh a lot like him usually have good luck, right? Lingy has already fully met the exact requirements for construction. After sending out the purchase request, Lingy gathered his men and had the Chichen pillar manufactured next to the council hall. After construction was completed, the architectural interface of the prayer pillar was also seen. Pillar of Prayer for Heaven. Effect. Lists goods on the trading post. Efficiency depends on the efficiency of the ruler's citizens. Currently, the number of residents involved is 0 out of 10. The effect was only a single line, but it was enough to make Vera exclaim in amazement. In the past, when trading, Vera could quickly list items using the Pichot wallet, but only if Ling and he were nearby. This way, Vera can keep an eye on the trading post and regional channels while listing items. But with the construction of the prayer pillar, everything changed dramatically. Goods produced by the logging camp and slime ranch next to the council hall can be directly listed on the prayer pillar. With the listing problem solved, most of the remaining tasks can be handled remotely via the control panel, even if Lingy isn't here. In other words, Lingy is now completely freed from the logging camp. Along with her, Vera was also freed up, no longer needing to maintain a completely reverse schedule with Ling. Vera started to feel sleepy just thinking about it. After all, she had stayed up all night again. Damn Lord, if there's nothing else, I'm going to take a nap. Lingy nodded and looked at Bayamo beside him. Bayamo smiled knowingly and patted his chest. Lord and Miss Black-Hearted Capitalist, you can go and rest. Leave this to me. My name is Vera Byrne. Vera whispered from the side, but no one paid any attention. Bayamo continued, picking up where she left off. Since childhood, I have studied the sayings of the sages and can be considered a disciple of the sages. If any outsiders invade, I will surely make them. We will surely use the words of the sages to influence them. Then I'll have to trouble you, Bayamo. Lingy yawned as he spoke. He had been woken up by Vera around 9 a.m., which was a very painful thing for someone who usually sleeps until noon. After I finish my nap, I'll try to get you a war chariot, Bayamo. After saying that, Lingy turned and led Vera into the council hall. Hamburger was still fast asleep on the wooden bed, showing no sign of waking up. Looking at the sleeping Hamburger, Lingy couldn't help but chuckle. This guy is sleeping better than I am. Chapter 60. The Wheel. Lying back down on the Hamburger, the soft touch instantly made Lingy squint her eyes in bliss. This is much more comfortable than lying on Vera's lap. Such a soft and comfortable mattress is unlikely to be found for generations to come. Therefore, for a very long time to come, Hamburger will be his best agent, without exception. Damn Lord, I'm going to sleep now. Vera naturally didn't want to sleep on a hard wooden bed, so she lay down next to Lingy without any hesitation and quickly drifted off to sleep. Lingy took the opportunity to pinch Vera's cheek, and seeing that she didn't react, he went back to sleep. Before long, Two snoring sounds came from inside the council chamber. My lord, the doors to the council chamber were gently pushed open. Mo slowly poked his head in from outside the door, his gaze lingering on Ling He and Vera, who were huddled together for a moment. The next moment, Mo's eyes curved slightly. You two are such a perfect match. Ling He's nap was shattered by a blinding light. My lord, it's already afternoon. Mo's voice gently rang in Ling He's ear. Hearing that it was already afternoon, Ling He slowly woke up. Is it already afternoon? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Ling He looked up at the sky. The sky? Ling He suddenly realized that he was no longer in the council chamber. Just then, Hamburger bounced twice, and Ling He realized that Hamburger had woken up. He had been sleeping on Hamburger, and when Hamburger woke up, he was naturally pulled out with it. Good morning, two-legged creatures. The sound of hamburgers came from under Ling's buttocks. Good morning, Burger. Ling He subconsciously responded, then looked around and asked, somewhat puzzled, where's Vera? Where did Vera go? He remembered that Vera was lying next to him. Shoo! Mo made a shushing gesture, then pointed his finger into the council chamber. I just brought the heartless capitalist's daughter back home. She should still be sleeping now. Ling He nodded, then gave Mo a well-done look. Just then, Ling He suddenly noticed that Mo was holding a wooden basin of water. This. Mo handed the basin of water to Ling He, saying, I think you've just woken up, so you might need to wash your face to refresh yourself. That's so thoughtful. Ling He reached into the wooden basin, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it on his face, instantly waking up completely. She truly deserves to be called a top-notch secretary. Although it wasn't written out in the special abilities section, Mo clearly seemed to be better at taking care of people than Vera. Did anything unusual happen while I was sleeping? Ling He asked Mo. Something special? Mo shook his head. It's very quiet around here. I've surveyed the area and confirmed that there are no threats around the lumberyard and slime ranch. It's good that you're all right. Ling He nodded, then casually opened his personal profile. His personal level is still at level 7, which suggests that market activity is not high because most people are sleeping during the day. With no new rewards to be won, Ling rubbed his chin, striking a thoughtful pose. Vera is still sleeping. What should we do now? As he spoke, Ling glanced at his balance. During the time he was asleep, his remaining 16,000 gold coins had returned to just over 20,000. He has as much money as he wants. Unfortunately, no one responded to his purchase request during those few hours. There's nothing we can do about it. The Guqin is rare, the chariots are advanced, and the minerals are scarce. The 3 items Ling He wanted to buy were not something an ordinary person could produce. Even if they could, they would probably hesitate for a long time before selling them. There's no other reason than that. Apart from the Guqin, both chariots and minerals are extremely important to a lord, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they're the bottom line for a lord's development. Natural Ling and others don't find these things so easy to acquire. Perhaps he shouldn't have placed all his hopes on other people. Ling suddenly remembered the honeycomb gel that he had previously developed with Hamburg. Suddenly, a bright light bulb flew out from his head. Yes, war games are not such inconvenient things. As long as he can think of it and make it, what does it matter if he doesn't have a blueprint? Does that mean he can't build a war machine without a blueprint? Thinking this, Ling He's gaze drifted slightly downwards, eventually landing on a hamburger. My dear business partner, I'm troubling you again this time. Gurgle, Hamburger Shudat. Now that it could understand 2-legged creatures, it had a strange sense of foreboding when Ling He said that. However, unlike when researching honeycomb gel, Ling He didn't experiment too much with hamburgers this time. The first thing he did was enter the trading house and frantically buy up the blueprints that others were selling. Wheels, fishhooks, bone needles. Most of these drawings are not architectural blueprints and have almost no use now. So many people choose to list them directly on the trading platform after they are revealed. The prices aren't expensive, generally between 3 and 5 gold, with a few as cheap as 1 gold, and some items are even listed for over 10 gold. However, compared to Ling He's financial resources, it seems rather inadequate. Ling He bought up all the blueprints he didn't have, greatly expanding his tech tree, and it only cost him less than 3,000 gold. Of course, most of them were just extras bought on a whim. The blueprint that Ling valued most was still the blueprint for the wheels. Primitive wheel equipment. Era, Stone Age, basic approach. Synopsis. Behold, the rolling rings bear the weight of civilization. They crush the barriers of mountains, turn the course of destiny and connect deserts and oases between their spokes. With this blueprint, Lingyi was able to directly manufacture individual wheels, which are one of the most important components of a chariot. Because they had no mineral resources on hand, Lingyi used pure wood for this experiment. The wheels and spokes were made of wood, and after being polished, several oxen and horses came forward to install them on the left and right sides of a hollowed-out wooden frame. In no time, a simple human-powered two-wheeled vehicle was created. This is not difficult, but the current object is far from being worthy of being called a war chariot. So Lingyi turned his attention back to the hamburger, and gold coins fell from his hand one by one. My dear agent and supplier, it's time for us to work together again. Chapter 61, on the feasibility of slime-powered tanks. Gurgle. Hamburger was puzzled, but having learned from the experience of the previous collaborative research, it still skillfully opened its various panels. Lingyi didn't waste any more words and started giving instructions while lying on Hamburger. He gestured 3 times with his finger in front of the recruitment panel in Hamburg. Recruit this one, and this one. Lingyi was referring to the 2 electro-poison units that Hamburg had previously refused to recruit, as well as the administrative officer unit. At the time, I was afraid that Hamburg would suddenly have a large army and might do something to me. But as they became more familiar with each other and started communicating, Lingyi's wariness of Hamburger decreased significantly. 10 minutes passed quickly. After Hamburg built the new slime nest, he recruited all the units that Ling had specified. Lingyi scanned each of the newly recruited units in Hamburg with his eyes. He eliminated the poison slime first, for no other reason than that it was simply too small. He reached out and compared them from a distance. As a unit, the poison slime was almost the size of his palm. Ling even felt that he could pick up a poison slime completely with one hand. What he wants now is not this kind of miniature pet. What Lingyi needs now is another core component of the chariot besides the wheels, power. Normally, according to Lingyi's worldview and common sense, this component should be a tamed horse. But right now, he hasn't even seen a horse, let alone tamed one. So Lingyi figured that since they were using living beings to pull the cart anyway, if horses could pull it, then there was no reason why slimes couldn't. This is exactly the case with the research project being conducted in collaboration with Hamburg. Lingyi had even come up with a project topic on the feasibility of slime-powered tanks. It's fortunate that we're in a war game right now. Otherwise, Lingyi thinks that with this project alone, getting into graduate school would be a piece of cake. With the poison slime eliminated, Lingyi now only has the electric slime and the mutant slime to choose from. These 2 slimes, one a soldier and the other an administrative officer, are not particularly small in size. The largest of the mutated slimes is about 2 meters tall, with bright red spikes constantly protruding and retracting from its body, making it look like a dangerous creature. But this does not mean that they can be used directly to pull carts. Lingyi quickly discovered that the ray slime's body was too smooth and the thick rope tied to it would easily slip off, making it impossible to secure it. The mutated slime, on the other hand, has an excessively sharp surface. The thick ropes tied to them were like those tied to saw teeth. Any movement would cause the ropes to be cut to pieces. Because of its destructive behavior, the mutant slime, like the poison slime, was completely eliminated by Ling. In other words, the only option available to Lingyi now is ray slime. Lingyi rubbed his chin as he watched the ray slime rolling around in front of the hamburger. How can we get this slime to successfully drive the chariot? At the very least, the thick rope connecting the chariots must not fall off. As he was thinking, Lingyi's gaze involuntarily drifted to the hamburger. He remembered that hamburger had a special ability. It could turn itself into a little girl. If that's the case, does that mean that skill can also transform a ray slime into a horse? Lingyi shared her thoughts with Hamburg. Hamburg's response was, horses? Just as it and its companions like to call humans 2-legged creatures, it is unaware of the names humans use for animals. Therefore, Lingyi had to explain to Hamburg again what horses were. Maybe it'll work. Hamburger's tone was not very certain, but it still followed Lingyi's instructions and recruited another ray slime. Then I bought 2 transformation skill books from the trading house and gave them to the 2 ray slimes respectively. Having learned the transformation skill, the ray slime quickly transformed into a very cool warhorse through Lingyi's explanation. The warhorse was clad in phosphorescent armor, with faint arcs of electricity flashing around it. It was so cool that it seemed like a product of this era. But Lingy knew that no matter how it looked on the outside, it was just skin. The warhorse, transformed from a ray slime, has what appears to be iron armor on its body, but if you actually cut into it with a sword, you'll find it soft. It's all show and no substance. It looks good, but is useless. Fortunately, Lingy didn't really expect to use slimes as warhorses in battle. All he wanted was for the thick rope to be tied to these ray slimes so they wouldn't slip off. Retie the thick rope connecting the two vehicles. Because it had transformed into its warhorse form, the thick rope was still slipping a bit on the slime, but at least it had a place to be tied to. Therefore, this test was quite successful. As the two ray slimes took a few steps forward using all four limbs like horses, the two-wheeled vehicle behind them was also pulled forward. Lingy immediately turned to look at Mo. Mo, why don't you try it out and see if this kind of chariot can be used? Good. Mo nodded, then tiptoed and flipped herself onto the chariot that Ling had specially built for her. Ling watched with some tension, because he wasn't sure if the thing he'd cobbled together could actually be used as a war chariot. If that doesn't work, he'll have to resort to Plan B, replacing the ray slime, pulling the cart with oxen or horses to test the feasibility of a human-powered chariot. If it still doesn't work by then you'll have to give up for now and wait for limited-time items in the trading house, or see if you can buy them from someone else for a fee. However, just as Ling was thinking this, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Secretary by Mo's special skill, 8-Steed Shadow Escape, has been triggered. The area is currently in a spiritualized state, and by Mo has entered a special state, walking on flat ground. Smooth movement. This unit will not be slowed down or hindered by special terrain, such as lakes and hillsides. It actually triggered the walking on flat ground state. This homemade war machine, which had absolutely no blueprints, was actually recognized. Lingy suddenly reached out and brought up by Mo's personal interface. Sure enough, with the activation of the main weapon and mount bonus skills, by Mo's stats reached an extremely abnormal level. Secretary, by Mo. Combat power, 500. In other words, Lingy was unaware of the combat strength of the ghostly monster that had attacked him earlier. But considering by Mo's current extremely inflated stats, tearing apart a monster shouldn't be a problem for him. Bite. Suddenly, a private message appeared in front of Lingy. Ghost Wolf, I have the coordinates for an open pit copper mine. Interested? Chapter 62 Divination by Tortoise Shell. A conscientious vendor. Interested? Of course I'm interested. Lingy subconsciously pinched her cheek to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Is today some kind of auspicious day? Suddenly, he has double happiness at his doorstep. Or perhaps it was because he washed his face today that his already handsome, fair-skinned face became even fairer. While internally complaining, Lingy didn't forget to reply to the other party. If the copper mine coordinates are accurate, I can promise a minimum reward of 3,000 gold coins, with no upper limit, depending on the amount of or reserves. 3,000 gold coins. Beside an exposed open-pit copper mine, a sharp, explosive sound came from the mouth of a ghost wolf. If he remembered correctly, the area he was in was just a beginner area. The entire region is still stuck in the primitive Stone Age. Yet in such a barren and barbaric region, someone actually told him that the reward was guaranteed at least 3,000 gold coins, with no upper limit. What does 3,000 gold coins mean? Ghost Wolf has gone from Era 1 to Era 3, and he has never held so much money in his hands in his entire life. What a damn rich bastard. The Dark Wolf has always harbored an equal and unbiased hatred towards humanity as a whole. He seemed to have never hated a human being as much as he did today. However, this also seems to mean that he has found the right target this time. Ghost Wolf no longer concealed his greedy gaze, and then turned to look at Lin Xiao. That guy took the bait. Meeting Yolang's gaze, Lin Xiao gave a timely smirk. I knew it. With you personally taking action, capturing a mere merchant would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Enough with the nonsense. Ghost Wolf was clearly not buying Lin Xiao's act. Quickly tell us what we should do next. What we are about to do is actually very simple for you, sir. As Lin Xiao spoke, he pointed to the ground beneath his feet. With this mind, we just need to continue pretending to trade with that conscientious peddler. By bringing him here, and with the resources of this mine, that conscientious peddler will not suspect us at all. At that time, all we need to do is lay an ambush, wait for the conscientious peddler to get close, and then subdue him in an instant, and the great mission will be accomplished. The only difficulty is how to convey the coordinates of this place to that conscientious vendor. Oomph. Hearing Lin Xiao mention the difficulty, Yulang sneered. Isn't this simple? Let him know how we know about this place. After saying that, Ghost Wolf waved behind him. In the ranks of the secret society, several warriors in light armor pressed a terrified man down in front of Ghost Wolf. Thump! The soldier raised his leg and kicked the man hard, knocking him to his knees. You. The man had a stubble beard and looked unkempt. He was kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up, and just kept saying you repeatedly. Oh! Ghost Wolf slowly crouched down, a cold glint in his eyes. How are we? Tell us about it, so we can hear it. You. Meeting the wolf's gaze, the man gradually trembled and shut his mouth. He knew that the people in front of him were all scoundrels, ruthless killers. Previously, he had joined up with several human lords, and during the 2 days when the ghost clan suddenly ravaged the land, they managed to survive, if not thrive. But with the sudden appearance of Ghost Wolf and his companions, everything changed. The people they had painstakingly recruited and accumulated were scattered and slaughtered in an instant by this new group. Those lords, because they did not bring enough benefit to the people, were sent down to accompany their subjects. He alone survived, because he could bring benefits to the Ghost Wolf. Thinking of this, the man could only ask helplessly, I have done everything you asked me to do. You've already found the minerals. When are you going to release me? You want to leave? Snap, snap. Ghost Wolf stretched out his pale hand and gently patted the face of the man in front of him, whose name he didn't even know. I like your straightforward personality. So, it's not impossible for you to leave if you want to. As he spoke, Ghost Wolf tossed a tortoise shell in front of the man. For our current copper mine, you could do another divination, and then you can leave. What? The man's eyes widened. You're all insane. Indeed. The reason he was able to survive the clutches of the Dark Wolf and other mystic lords was precisely because of the special skill his growth path had given him. Tortoise shell divination. Divination by tortoise shell. Effect. Consumes 10 years of lifespan to perform a deductive calculation. The calculation range cannot exceed the user's current location. The result can be inscribed on the tortoise shell, creating a one-time consumable item. The man had already used this skill twice in succession under the coercion of the wolf. The first time was to deduce the location of a conscientious vendor. The deduction was successful, but Lin Xiao stopped Yulang. In Lin Xiao's view, approaching a conscientious vendor without a reason would only alert him. Once the conscience of street vendors is alerted, it will be much more difficult for them to target them in the future. Thus, the second method of divination by tortoise shell came about, to calculate the location of the nearest mineral deposit. This is why the Ghost Wolf group was able to find the mineral deposits in just half a day. The man has already wasted 20 years of his lifespan by consulting the tortoise shell twice in a row. But now, Ghost Wolf actually wants him to perform a third divination by tortoise shell, and this time the divination must specifically concern the mineral deposit beneath his feet. Isn't this just wasting his lifespan? The man was filled with rage. But when faced with the wolf's cold and twisted gaze, he only managed a brief moment of anger. Okay, he finally conceded, but we have to agree that if I help you one last time, you must let me go. Of course. Ghost Wolf nodded. The man then took a deep breath, picked up the tortoise shell that the wolf had thrown in front of him, and began using the tortoise shell divination technique once more. As 10 years of his lifespan passed, images flashed through the man's mind. And those images appeared in the tortoise shell in the form of complex written characters. One-time consumable item, crafted. Ghost Wolf looked at the tortoise shell in the man's hand, which was covered with characters. It was this tortoise shell that had guided them to this open-pit copper mine. Unfortunately, tortoise shells are disposable items. They will age and disappear once the divination is completely completed. Otherwise, it would also be a good use as a wayfinding sign for a fixed location. Give. The man handed the tortoise shell to the wolf. Can you let me go now? We agreed that if I do one more divination for you, you will let me go. Chapter 63 on the eve of departure. Walk. Ghost Wolf took the tortoise shell and looked at the man kneeling on the ground. Having consumed 30 years of his lifespan, the man's skin now shows wrinkles, and his once black hair has sprouted a few more white hairs. Being stared at like that by the wolf, he instinctively clenched his heart. The next second, Ghost Wolf said, Of course you can leave now. Only then did the man breathe a heavy sigh of relief. I'm leaving now. Having said that, he steadied his trembling body and tried to stand up from the ground. But the next moment, The voice of the ghost wolf came again. Come on, show them out. Very. Before the man could even think, he felt a sharp pain in his skull. Before he knew it, a cold, metallic glove had been placed on his head. No, 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 no. The man tried to struggle, but the hand was too strong, and he had no chance of succeeding. All that could be heard was the cracking sound of the man's skull, and bright red blood flowed down his head like a stream. Why did it turn out like this? They clearly agreed that as long as they helped them, they would release them. Gradually, the man stopped struggling. He could feel that his skull had cracked and split open, and even if he managed to escape, he would probably not live much longer. Faced with the passing of life and the imminent approach of death, the man was no longer so afraid of the dark wolves and the lords of the secret party. In his last moments before losing consciousness, the man used the rest of his life to perform a final divination by tortoise shell. This time, however, he smiled. I see it. Most of you will die. Your end is near. I am waiting for you in hell. Before he could finish speaking, the man's head was severed from his neck by a tremendous force. Instantly, a jet of blood shot into the sky, splattering onto the faces of everyone around. The lords of the secret party were already quite accustomed to this. Ghost Wolf wiped the blood off his face, tasted it, and then revealed a sickly smile. Ha ha ha. I didn't break my promise. I didn't break my promise. This is how useless people should go. Looking at Yolong's sickly smile, Lin Xiao took 2 steps back and subtly wiped the blood off his face. There really wasn't a single normal person in this secret society. Lin Xiao had made up his mind to temporarily use the secret party to get rid of the conscientious peddler and then immediately find a way to break away from the secret party. Otherwise, if he stayed in this secret society for too long, he himself would probably not have a good end. On the other side, Ling He was still waiting for Yolong's response, while a very important question was on his mind. He only realized this problem after he had submitted the offer. That means there's no map in the area right now. So how can others tell you the coordinates of the mineral deposits? Are we going to follow the old regional channel approach and use certain landmarks to determine coordinates and location? This is not a good idea. If the two sides are not very close, using landmarks as a standard for judgment may lead to situations where one person says east while the other goes west when no landmark can be found. In the end, they went in opposite directions, and neither of them touched the other. Presumably, the ghost wolf had also considered this issue, which is why it suddenly fell silent for half a day. Just as Ling He was thinking this, Yuling finally sent a new message in the private chat channel. Ghost wolf, I prepared the coordinates. If you're willing to trust me, go to the trading post and buy an item called tortoise shell. I've listed the price at 100 gold. Consider it a deposit. As for the remaining portion, we'll settle the payment and deliver the goods at the copper mine. At first glance, Ghost Wolf's words seemed to make no problem. Upon opening the trading post, Ling He indeed found the tortoise shell the other party had mentioned. Tortoise shell. Description: a commonly used tool in ancient divination, bearing an unknown coordinate address. Listing price: 100 gold, including 15% transaction tax. If Ling He's guess is correct, these so-called unknown coordinates should be the location of the copper mine that Yuling mentioned. Therefore, Ling placed the order without hesitation. A mere 100 gold coins is nothing compared to the enormous profits that the copper mine might bring in the future. With over 100 gold coins spent, a tortoise shell appeared in Ling He's hand. The moment Ling He picked up the tortoise shell, he felt as if he had entered a mysterious state. He was clearly still far from those coordinates. However, as long as he holds the tortoise shell, Ling He can subconsciously know which direction he should go, how many mountains he needs to cross, and how many rivers he needs to cross along the way. By Montak, Ling called out by Mo's name, preparing to show the tortoise shell to Bai Mo as well. But in the blink of an eye, he found that Bai Mo had already stepped down from the chariot and was standing beside him. She was staring intently at him. No, to be more precise, Ling He felt her gaze was fixed on the tortoise shell in his hand. Ling He held up the tortoise shell and waved it in front of Bai Mo, whose eyes followed suit. Once Ling He confirmed that Bai Mo was indeed looking at a tortoise shell, he immediately asked, "Is there a problem with this?" Bai Mo frowned slightly. After carefully considering his words, he said to Ling He, "There's a bit of a bloody smell." But soon, she shook her head. "No, maybe I'm overthinking it." Faced with Bai Mo's current attitude, Ling He looked like he understood, but not quite. Tortoise shell, Killing a tortoise to take its shell, the little bloody smell doesn't seem to be a problem. Thinking this, Ling He quickly reached out and placed the tortoise shell into Bai Mo's hand. Could you calculate how long it will take us to get to this place? Upon receiving Ling He's instructions, Bai Mo did not bring up the previous topic again. Instead, he took the tortoise shell, closed his eyes, and began to sense it. After a long pause, she finally responded. 3 days. If I go full speed ahead, I can arrive in 3 days. What if we add other people? Ling He stretched out his hand and pointed to the cattle, horses, and contracted ghost warriors in the logging camp. If they were to be away for an extended period of time, Ling He would definitely take the contracted demon warriors with him, as they were the main force ensuring his safety. Bai Mo thought for a moment, then gave a new number. If we include others, 7 days of force march is my conservative estimate. The actual time required may be even longer. The time required for the demand increased dramatically. However, Ling He nodded. That's fine then. Once Vera has rested well, we'll officially set off tomorrow morning. Chapter 64 Vera, illness. Before you knew it, it was already the next morning. Vera stood on the chariot, pointing her scepter forward and made an excited sound. Woohoo, let's go. She had already woken up at midnight, but Ling forced her to go back to sleep, so she is now in a terrible state of mind. Miss Blackheart, you seem to be in great spirits today, Bai Mo chuckled from his side. That's right. Vera raised her head high. Ever since I started following that bastard lord, I've been working 2 shifts every day. I've been looking forward to going out for a long time, okay? Heaven have mercy, if this continues, she, as the chief secretary, will be reduced to a beast of burden. At this point, Vera suddenly felt that there was something wrong with how Bai Mo addressed her. Black-hearted miss? With wide, staring eyes, Vera looked at Bai Mo in disbelief. You're going to use this nickname to refer to an absolutely adorable lady? Speaking of which, yesterday I was calling her a black-hearted capitalist daughter, and today she's called a black-hearted lady. What? Is she not capitalist enough? Thinking of this, Vera pouted angrily. All right, stop fooling around. Vera, move aside. Ling He's voice came from the side. He was directing the contract ghost warriors to load the soda onto the chariot. These are his lifeblood, and he must bring them with him even when he goes out. Of course, in addition to this, Ling also increased the number of cattle and horses in the logging camp to 1,000 to make up for the loss of productivity caused by the withdrawal of the contracted ghost warriors. Ling He has already calculated this. Although the output efficiency will temporarily decrease from more than 80,000 sets per day to more than 70,000 sets per day. However, cattle and horses at full strength can reach their peak combat power of 7 points in about 4 days. At that time, the daily resource output of the logging camp will also rise to 130,000 sets per day, which is no less than it is now. Furthermore, cattle and horses possess a very strong sense of initiative. With the appearance of the Kirienzu, pillar of prayer for heaven, building, even without Ling He and the other secretaries directing operations on site. Nowadays, logging sites can also provide automated, one-stop managed services for resource production, transportation, and storage, requiring no effort whatsoever. Thinking of this, Ling He silently made a cheering gesture towards the logging camp. It is thanks to the hard work of these animals that his future life will get better and better. Just then, a small figure pounced on Ling He. Are you 2-legged creatures leaving this place? Please take me with you. Hamburger. Ling frowned helplessly, then lifted the hamburger by the back of its neck. Why have you changed so much again? The girl in front of me, who looks like a hamburger, is still incredibly tempting, but unfortunately, she's not human, and she's too petite to lie on comfortably. Then I'll change back. As Hamburger spoke, it transformed back into its round, chubby slime form and rubbed against Ling He. Seeing this, Ling He nodded in satisfaction and picked up the hamburger, placing it on the chariot. I brought my soda, and of course, I couldn't leave out the hamburger, which serves as my sofa. No, as my agent. After all, everyone says that soft drinks and hamburgers are a perfect match. Ling He couldn't bear to separate the two of them. With preparations for going out almost complete, Vera suddenly glanced at Bai Mo out of the corner of her eye. Then her eyes lit up with a mischievous smile. My lord. Upon hearing this title, Ling looked at Vera with suspicion. This title is something Vera would only use when she had made a lot of money. Vera is suddenly calling herself that. Could it be? Ling He quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Vera's forehead. It's not hot at all, and she's not sick. Vera almost couldn't hold her voice. However, after Ling He made such a fuss, she decided to speak her mind. You damned lord, if we all leave, aren't you afraid of encountering any danger at the lumberyard? Don't you? Ling He reached out and touched Vera's forehead again. She's probably really sick. She's starting to talk nonsense. Encountering danger is simply a pipe dream for a logging camp at this stage. The biggest threat right now, Ling Yi's good neighbor, is that Ghost Spirit Clan's tower, which is still being scorched by flames 24 hours a day. Even if some ghostly creatures break out of the tower, the thousands of slime nests on the plain will be more than enough to give them a hard time. If even the ghost race is like this, then the human lords in the region are even more so. Don't underestimate the cattle and horses in Ling He's hands just because they are basic civilian units. Once they enter the level 2 pseudo-era, the peak combat power of these cattle and horses is 7 points. In the Stone Age, some basic troop units had individual combat strength of less than 7 points. In other words, Ling He is the one in danger in this area right now. It would be unpleasant if someone brought a few scattered soldiers with single-digit combat strength to the lumberyard to harass thousands of cattle and horses. Ling He didn't know whether he should pray for them or offer them more incense next year. All right, I know exactly what you're thinking. Ling He smiled and flattened Vera's top hat. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Vera's vision was obstructed, he pulled Vera off the chariot and dragged her aside. Leaning close to Vera's ear, Ling whispered, "Do you want to stay and watch the house?" Vera had just slapped the hat back to its original position when she heard Ling He say such a thing. "I don't want to." As she spoke, Vera put on a teary-eyed look. "You've forgotten the old one just because you have a new secretary? You bastard lord, I was right about you. Don't pretend, don't pretend." Ling grabbed Vera's cheek, interrupting her dramatic performance. Then he whispered in Vera's ear, "You want Bayamo to stay and watch the house?" Vera's expression changed instantly. The tears that were about to spill out were sucked back in, and she looked at Vera with an expression that said, "You're absolutely right. So what's our combined fighting strength?" Ling He continued to ask Vera in her ear. Forehead. Vera's expression froze. The combined combat power of her and that bastard lord should be around 1 point, or roughly. For a fleeting moment, Vera had a tiny bit of doubt about her own fighting ability. Seeing this, Ling He knew he had hit the nail on the head, so he released his grip on Vera's cheek, letting her cheek bounce back with a slap. Vera immediately covered her face. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. You damn lord, go easy on me." However, Ling He had already boarded the chariot and was comfortably lying in Hamburger's arms, waving to her. "Vera, if you don't hurry up, I'll make you stay behind to guard the house." "They're here." On the chariot, Bayamo looked at Vera jogging over and shook his head with a faint smile. "Miss Vera seems to have some issues with me." Chapter 65, A Journey of Sparks and Lightning. It's probably because they feel unbalanced. Ling He could actually understand Vera. Although they may not say it, the difference in recruitment value between secretaries is very real. Only by planting the parasol tree can the phoenix be attracted. In the recruitment card for the top secretary, Bayamo is hailed as a phoenix. If Ling He and Vera switched identities, Ling He himself would probably find it difficult to let go of Bayamo, this phoenix. However, Vera meant no harm. "I know," Bayamo chuckled and interrupted Ling He, who was only halfway through his sentence. As the sage said, "A gentleman is dignified but not contentious." He also said, "He is strict with himself but lenient with others." I will try to get along well with Miss Vera. After all, we will be working together for the rest of our lives. Besides, isn't Miss Vera lovely too? What are you whispering about? Vera had already boarded the chariot, her gaze shifting curiously between Bayamo and Ling He. "It's nothing, Miss Blackheart." Bayamo shook his head slightly, then took out the tortoise shell that Ling He had bought earlier with one hand, and held the thick rope of the chariot with the other. "Now that everyone has arrived. All right, everyone, please be seated. We'll now set off." As soon as he finished speaking, the chariot, driven by 2 ray slimes, sped forward. For the next 7 days, the entire region remained relatively calm. With the proactive attacks of numerous human lords, the Ghost Clan's offensive against this region weakened day by day. Gradually, many people even developed the same peaceful illusion they had when the war games first appeared. Of course, this excludes Ling and his group. He never imagined that Mo, who looked so gentle and refined, actually harbored the genes for racing. These days, due to differences in travel speed. After planning the route for the contracted ghost warriors each day, Mo would spend the rest of his time taking Ling He and the others sightseeing. Hey, water, water, water. Cliff, stop the car. Stop the car. Yeah. Ling and Vera huddled in Hamburger's arms, screaming. Yes, traveling and sightseeing. This sightseeing is really too exciting, just like a roller coaster. Ling He witnessed once again the extraordinary nature of Mo's special abilities. This area is currently under spiritual influence. With the aid of walking on flat ground, Mo was able to drive across the seemingly endless lake. As for the 80-degree steep slope, that goes without saying, you can climb it without even thinking about it. So much so that during several of his sightseeing trips, Lingy felt as if he was about to see his long-deceased great-grandmother. Of course, this time is no exception. The chariot climbed straight up the steep slope into the sky, only stopping when it reached the top of the mountain. At that moment, on the flat ground atop the mountain, a human lord was having a meal with his subjects. Suddenly, a tank came charging at a right angle. His mind went blank for a moment, and the grass in his mouth fell to the ground with a thud. Holy crap! Lingy looked at the unknown lord in front of him and gave him an awkward yet polite smile. But the next moment, he leaned over the tank and began to retch. Ugh! Lingy gagged several times before finally suppressing the churning stomach acid in his stomach. Vera, standing nearby, was in no better shape. But compared to Lingy, she had things she was more interested in, so much so that she could temporarily suppress her physical discomfort. She flipped herself off the chariot and then picked through the grass around her. This has some nutritional value, but not much. Let's say 5 copper coins. This stuff is good. It grows fast and is highly nutritious. It has no downsides except for its unpleasant taste. I'll give it 20 copper coins. Spices, Vera muttered to herself as she pulled weeds from the ground. 2 gold, 3 bronze, 12 bronze. This has become her daily routine since she started going out recently. Under the gaze of the eye of value deconstruction, Vera can easily analyze wild weeds to identify valuable seedlings. Vera will collect these seedlings together. According to Ling He's plan, after dealing with the mining matters, they can start considering the planting industry. At that time, these seedlings of varying values will definitely be of great use. Damn Lord, I've collected them all. Although only a short while had passed, when Vera got back into the car, she was already carrying a sack that was full. Thanks to the eye of value deconstruction, Vera didn't need to carefully distinguish each weed. All she needed to do was walk over, take everything of value, and that was it. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the side. The human lord, who had been ignored from the sidelines, timidly raised his hand and whispered, "Is it possible that you stole my food for the next few days?" Upon hearing the sound, Vera noticed that there were actually several other people nearby, and her eyebrows twitched slightly. You all saw me take it just now. Can taking it openly and honestly be called stealing? Besides, these grass seeds were clearly in the weeds, and you didn't even harvest them. Vera. Lingy interrupted Vera, glancing at the people in front of the chariot. Apart from a few leaders who looked like savages, the leading lord was dressed in tattered clothes, looked disheveled, and was hiding on the mountaintop eating wild grass. It seems they were trying to avoid a fight. But thinking about it, it makes sense. There are plenty of people in this world who don't like fighting, and Ling and I are among them. Thinking of this, He suddenly threw out a few gold coins and tossed them at the feet of the unfamiliar lord in front of the carriage. Take this money and buy some bread instead of eating grass. After saying that, he gave Mo a look. Mo understood, and with a flick of the thick rope in his hand, the chariot started moving again. Before the lord could pick up the gold coins, he saw 2 magnificent horses clad in phosphorescent armor, their bodies crackling with dazzling arcs of electricity, in front of the chariot driven by Ling and the others. As the chariot moved forward, each time a horse lifted its leg and landed, a flash of electricity would erupt at the point where its hoof touched the ground. The entire journey was filled with special effects and lightning, until the chariot reached the cliff and made a 90-degree turn, disappearing from everyone's sight. Only then did the stunned lord gradually come to his senses. However, the first thing he did after recovering from his shock was to enter the regional channel. Little evil lord, does anyone know where to find in-game purchases in war games? I just saw someone with a super luxury mount skin fly past me, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning. I don't want to try anymore. Chapter 66, I didn't believe it either until I saw it with my own eyes. However, as soon as Little Evil Lord sent out his message, it was met with a wave of merciless ridicule in the channel. A soft voice, 666, the person upstairs must be delusional, spending money on skins in a war game. I can't believe you even thought of that. Violent puppy. Are people so careless when making up stories these days? Even a ghost clan doesn't have special effects like sparks and lightning all the way through. Justice and a rule of law. To be more believable, it would be more convincing to say that the ghost race has some kind of visual effect. Saying it's a human's mount is just too far-fetched. Looking around, almost everyone in the channel who saw Little Evil Lord's message thought he was joking. Of course, when it comes to jokes, there's always someone to stir things up. A fan of trouble. I can vouch for Little Evil Lord. Everything he said is true. My distant cousin got the legendary Dragon Slayer blade with his first 999 recharge. A hero's true colors. That's it. Just SOSO. I've been reborn, starting by pouring hundreds of millions of my fortune into the war game. Now, I have SSS level agents all over my head. The trading house charges me 50 copper coins to unlock the next chapter of my revenge story. These people are utter bastards. When Little Evil Lord saw that the regional channel was full of people making fun of him, he couldn't help but stomp his foot in anger. But soon his stomach growled loudly. So hungry, Little Evil Lord rubbed his belly, then looked at the wild vegetables on the ground that had been trampled on, feeling a little sorry for them. Distracted by the sudden arrival of the chariot, he had to start cooking the wild vegetables, which he had just managed to soften, all over again. Just then, Little Evil Lord noticed the few gold coins that Ling he had thrown down. After picking up the gold coins from the ground and successfully adding them to his personal interface, he realized that this was not a malicious joke. That unfamiliar human lord is incredibly wealthy. He must have spent money on in-game purchases to have so many gold coins. Thinking of Ling and the cool warhorse pulling the carriage, a hint of envy flashed in Little Evil Lord's eyes. Before getting into war games, he was the type of person who liked to max out his wings, pets, and mounts when playing online games. I don't care about any attribute bonuses. I just want someone who looks handsome and good-looking. Therefore, I want it. I really want it. It's decided. I'm coming down from a mountain. Little Evil Lord raised his hand, cheering himself on. This time, he was determined to find the lord who drove the chariot. Firstly, to inquire about the purchase channels for that BMW. Secondly, it's also to clear my name. He didn't make up a story to lie to people. However, in the following period of time, Little Evil Lord did not continue to send messages in the regional channel. However, in today's entertainment scarce world, the topic of special effects mounts is still brought up from time to time as a joke. As the message appeared more and more frequently, even Ghost Wolf, the leader of the secret gang at the open pit copper mine, couldn't help but notice it. Ghost Wolf initially didn't believe the news. Even he, who had gone from Era 1 to Era 3, had never seen what Little Evil Lord was talking about. Until he saw with his own eyes the tank flashing with electric arc effects appear in his field of vision. Yahoo! Vera stood up on the chariot and waved to the Dark Wolf from afar. Lingy had previously shown her his private chat interface with Yulang, so she could guess that the person standing near the open pit copper mine was the Lord Yulang, who had sold Ling he the coordinates. Seeing Vera greet them first, Ghost Wolf also stretched out his hand and waved towards Ling, he, and the others. But from another perspective, he was actually issuing orders to the Secret Service members around him. Hold your position. During the time that Ling and the others have been waiting for, the Secret Service had already dug several pits in the open pit copper mine for hiding places. Because the area is a mineral deposit, these caves, marked by human excavation, don't seem out of place here. All that's needed afterward is to stuff the person into the cave, and it will be perfectly hidden. At this moment, Mo had already driven the chariot to the front of Yulang. Looking at the wolf's pale skin and the gloomy aura it exuded, Mo frowned slightly. However, out of politeness, she ultimately didn't say anything more. Ghost Wolf's eyes flickered slightly at that moment. As the chariot approached him, he had already made a judgment about the identities of the people on it based on their clothing style. The girl driving the car was dressed in a retro robe, which didn't quite look like a lord. She was more likely from pseudo-era, Bronze Age administrative unit. Next is the boy lying on the slime. Why are there slimes? Ghost Wolf suddenly paused. However, compared to the handsome warhorse pulling the chariot and the electric arc effects emanating from the chariot, the presence of a slime or something doesn't seem so surprising. Since a mere slime couldn't cause any big trouble, Ghost Wolf simply stopped paying attention to it. In short, the boy was dressed plainly and didn't look like a lord at all. Even if he was a lord, he might just be a lowly vassal. After eliminating the two incorrect answers, only one person remained in the carriage. Ghost Wolf's eyes were fixed on Vera. A black suit, a white shirt, a top hat with a dark pattern, and gold-rimmed monocles to enhance her elegance, along with the scepter she held in her hand. Such attire and demeanor would make it impossible to recruit such an official even in a pseudo-era, a mere level 2 era. Thus, Vera's identity became quite clear to Ghost Wolf. Cough, cough. Ghost Wolf coughed twice, then looked at Vera with a deliberately forced smile and took the initiative to speak. I suppose this young lady is the conscientious vendor herself. Yes. Vera didn't realize what Ghost Wolf meant at first, thinking he was trying to flatter her. But after the words left her mouth, she realized something was off. After realizing what she meant, Vera pointed to herself. You mean me? Yes, Miss Vendor. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Ghost Wolf's eyes. Although Vera quickly changed her tune, that subconscious yes still revealed her identity. With this in mind, it becomes clear who to take down first in the upcoming raid. The wolf, who had already planned how to spend the gold mine after capturing Vera, did not notice that behind him, a gaze even more wolfish than his own quietly opened. A girl? The conscientious street vendor is actually a girl. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. Although I had made many mental preparations. But he never expected that the conscientious vendor who ruined his initial advantage and tricked him in the trading house was actually a girl. Chapter 67, The Generous Street Vendor. At this moment, Ling he suddenly laughed. Hey vendor, aren't we here to do business? Let's get down to business. As he spoke, Ling he reached out and poked Vera's lower back, indicating that she should continue the conversation under this identity. After all, Ling He's original intention in bringing Vera out was to have her check the value of the mineral and, incidentally, discuss the pricing plan for the mineral with Yulang. This is where the secretary's role comes into play, isn't it? Which boss would personally discuss proposals? That would be exhausting. As for the identity of a conscientious street vendor, Ling and herself didn't care much about it. If needed, he would gladly give this mere identity to Vera. Isn't making money while lying down appealing? Thinking of this, Ling he opened a bottle of soda, turned to the side, and began to sip it slowly. Seeing that Yulang was looking at him blankly, Ling he waved his hand casually. You guys talk, don't worry about me. Hearing Ling He's words, Yulang snapped out of his daze and asked Vera in confusion. And who is this? In his view, Ling He, as a lord vassal of the conscientious peddler, had acted far too recklessly in this series of actions. If Ling He had joined the secret party and stayed with him, given that move of poking someone in the lower back just now, Ling He's hand definitely wouldn't have been able to stay. He's just a homeless man I picked up on the street. I don't need to worry about him, Vera said, rolling her eyes. Adopting homeless people, Ling He's hand suddenly squeezed the can out of shape, and his expression became even more amiable. He somewhat regretted letting Vera impersonate him. Seeing this, Vera chuckled to herself. If there hadn't been outsiders present, she probably would have burst out laughing. She always lost more arguments than she won when arguing with that scoundrel lord. Now that Lingy wants her to pretend to be a conscientious street vendor, she can't blame her for taking this opportunity to vent her frustrations. Of course, Vera didn't forget about matters of money either. Her gaze first swept over the open pit copper mine behind Yulang. Then she opened her mouth slightly and gave a price that surprised Lingy. If you're sincere about selling this mine, we can offer 8,000 gold coins. 8,000. Ling he sat up slightly, his expression becoming more serious. Although the number sounded somewhat frightening, he did not interrupt Vera. One reason is that he hasn't spent much of his earnings from the past few days. Although the daily demand in the trading post fluctuated as the Ghost Clan's offensive weakened, it still managed to bring Ling he an average of about 20,000 gold per day. After several days of accumulation, and after deducting miscellaneous expenses, Ling currently has more than 130,000 gold coins on hand. For Ling he now, 8,000 gold coins is nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Another reason is that Ling and Vera trust each other. He knew that Vera wouldn't joke around when it came to money. Since Vera is willing to offer 8,000 gold at this stage, she must have her reasons. For example, the mineral content of this open-pit copper mine is frighteningly high. The wolf fell silent. Although he had seen many grand occasions, the other party's casual display of spending thousands of dollars still managed to intimidate him. Lin Xiao had mentioned to him more than once how rich the conscientious street vendor was. But Lin Xiao was not the real person. The tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of gold that Lin Xiao mentioned were just numbers that Yulang casually mentioned. The 8,000 gold pieces Vera mentioned were real 8,000 gold pieces, the kind that could be traded with him immediately. In this beginner area, he might not be able to earn 8,000 gold, even if he killed 100 lords. For a moment, Ghost Wolf even had a slight thought. Why not just take the money and leave? Seeing that Ghost Wolf was stunned into silence by this terrifying number, Vera asked, "So, do you agree?" Ghost Wolf opened his mouth slightly, but before he could utter the word agree, he caught a glimpse of a message from Entropy in his friend's private chat. From Entropy: "My lord, don't forget our plan. The money they have is far more than that." Yes, how much money would someone who can casually pull out 8,000 gold coins have? It's probably numbering in the tens of thousands. A glint of greed flashed in the wolf's eyes. His earlier desire to retreat had vanished completely. Of course I agree. I'm very grateful for your generosity. With this money, my life will be much easier from now on. While saying comforting words to Vera, Ghost Wolf didn't rush to collect the money. He knew that once he accepted the money, he would no longer have a legitimate reason to approach the people on the chariot. This opportunity to collect money is one that Ghost Wolf can take advantage of. As he relaxed the guard of the group, he walked to the chariot and casually asked in a conversational tone, "With the Ghost Spirit clan rampant right now, I'm safe hiding in this secluded place. But seeing how few of you are all alone, it must be very dangerous for you to go out without some people with you. It must have been difficult for you to get here. Don't you?" Ling gave Yuling a strange look. He's not Vera. Why would he care if his group is in danger? However, since it was just a chat, Ling didn't mind making a casual remark, so he chuckled. What danger could there be? Even if there were, do you think the Hawker's sister has the financial resources to handle it? Upon hearing this, Yuling chuckled wryly and patted his forehead. Yes, with the vendor's wealth, attracting thousands of people in an instant wouldn't be a problem. Look at my brain, I actually forgot about that. Seeing this, he shook his head slightly. Actually, judging by the time, the hundreds of contracted ghost warriors behind them were only a dozen minutes away from here. Seeing that Yulang was alone, and fearing that he might frighten him, Lingy didn't let the contracted ghost warriors behind him show themselves. To be frank, Ling had no intention of forcibly taking it. He personally announced the acquisition. There were no problems with the goods, and the acquisition cost wasn't a large sum for him. He shouldn't have lost his dignity by staging a spectacle of 800 axemen smashing cups for a little bit of money. The main reason for bringing out the contracted ghost warrior was to be vigilant against the appearance of ghost monsters while sleeping at night. After acquiring the mineral resources, let them take charge of security at the copper mine. Indeed, with the increasing cost-effectiveness of cattle and horses, Lingy is fully prepared to eliminate contract lumberjacks from its production system. The remaining ghost warrior units will all be transferred to the security sequence. However, just as Ling was thinking this, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. You have entered an ambush state. Your chat panel and recruitment panel will be temporarily disabled. Chapter 68, Armored Knight. Things happened far too fast. The moment the pop-up appeared, before Ling could even react, Yulang had already dropped all his disguises and reached out to grab Vera. We've got it. A smug look flashed in Ghost Wolf's eyes. This conscientious peddler is nothing special. He's no different in essence from the fools he killed in the past. However, just as the wolf's palm reached up past Vera's waist and was about to grab Vera's collar, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in his finger. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and the wolf howled in pain, instinctively pulling its hand back. After he regained his composure, he realized that what he was biting in his hand was actually a small wallet. What's going on? Even wallets are biting people these days? A sense of absurdity welled up in Ghost Wolf's heart. At this moment, Ghost Wolf's attention was completely diverted to the wallet, and he even forgot to continue attacking Vera. Mo was the first to react. driving his chariot to increase the distance between himself and the ghost wolf. After creating distance, she did not launch a counterattack immediately. Instead, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, she stretched out an arm to shield Ling He and Vera behind her, guarding against any potential threats lurking in the shadows. What do you mean? Vera finally realized what was happening and glared angrily at the wolf. If the Pisha wallet hadn't attacked her, she might have been pulled off the car by the ghost wolf. What do I mean? Faced with Vera's questioning, having completely abandoned all pretense, Ghost Wolf stopped pretending and let out a sickly laugh. My meaning is very simple, little vendor. As he spoke, Yulang grabbed the Pisha wallet and forcefully tore it off his fingers. Even though a piece of flesh was torn off by his wallet, he ignored it and only cared about asking Ling and the others questions. I have a great business to start, and I need the help of the street vendors. Would you gentlemen be willing to come with me? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of heavy objects colliding echoed from the ground around them. One by one, people wearing black cloaks, mixed with fully armed soldiers, emerged from the holes of the open pit copper mine. People were everywhere, and Ling and his chariot were vaguely surrounded in the center. After the secret society's ambush troops emerged from underground, Ghost Wolf did not rush to issue further orders. In his view, now this so-called conscientious vendor has become fish on his chopping block, at his mercy. His confidence stemmed not only from the useless fellow members of the Secret Service, but also largely from the agents he had carefully cultivated. Khan, come out and meet our new friend. At Ghost Wolf's command, a heavy figure stepped out from the crowd of the secret party. The figure was dressed in full heavy armor, and each step forward produced a dull thud. Khan, an armored knight from the Third Era, would have had a combat power exceeding 150 had it not been for an accident that resulted in his warhorse being killed. Of course, Khan's current combat power is also above 100. Ghost Wolf was confident that as long as Khan was there, along with the many lords of the secret society and their respective forces, leaving behind a mere 3 people on the chariot would be no problem at all. So he was waiting, when the seemingly unapproachable, conscientious vendor showed him an expression of fear and despair. The more noble a person appears, the more pleasing it is to others when they show this expression, isn't it? However, Ghost Wolf was clearly going to be disappointed, seeing that the secret party members did not continue their attack. Ling and the other 2 huddled together and whispered to each other on the chariot. What's going on with this guy? Ling asked in a low voice. Why did he ambush us? And his troops don't seem to be products of our time, do they? It certainly doesn't look like it, Vera nodded. The current regional era is the Stone Age. Even if someone, like Ling He, enters the level 2 pseudo-era ahead of time, the most they can reach is the Bronze Age. The soldiers who ambushed Ling and his group were clearly from a more advanced era. This makes one wonder about the true identities of these people. Are they really human lords? Vera seemed to remember something and suddenly stomped her foot in anger. I clearly offered a very reasonable price. These ungrateful bastards. Vera believes that the reason why Ghost Wolf and others attacked her was most likely because they couldn't reach an agreement on their interests. However, Ling didn't think so. The ambush is a fact that cannot be denied. Judging from the size and scale of the opposing force, they have certainly been preparing for more than just a day or 2. This was probably premeditated. As for the motive, sometimes it may not take much reason or excuse to harbor malice towards one's own kind. A single word, jealousy, can encapsulate many issues. Mo. Ling He suddenly turned to Mo and asked, if it were you, what are your chances of breaking through? Although Mo's 500 combat power points seemed like a lot, Ling He had never seen the attribute panel of a high-end combat power user. Therefore, he did not know how these 500 combat points compared to the troops of the advanced era. My lord, if you're asking about the chances of breaking through. Mo hesitated for a moment, glanced at the members of the secret party out of the corner of his eye, and then said with certainty, 10 out of 10. However, I do not recommend that we break out now. Oh, Ling He made a strange sound. Then Mo, what do you think we should do now? Mo did not speak immediately, but instead asked Ling He a question. Would you be willing to believe me, just as you believed Miss Vera? Finally, you got my name right. Vera suddenly remarked from the side. Ling He immediately slapped Vera's top hat flat. Is this the time to talk about these things? After dealing with Vera, Ling He gave Mo an approving look. If you employ someone, You trust them. If you don't trust someone, you don't employ them. If you are willing to trust me, then I will naturally trust you. Bai Mo smiled upon hearing this. Mo will not let you down. With that, Bai Mo flicked the thick rope in his hand, and the chariot slowly began to move, heading towards the ghost wolf. However, their marching speed was not very fast, and they didn't look like they were charging into battle at all. Ghost Wolf raised his hand to stop the actions of the secret society members around him. With Khan by his side, he was not very afraid of the three people coming towards him. In contrast, he was more curious to see what tricks this conscientious vendor could still pull off now that the recruitment interface was banned. Cough, cough. Bai Mo stopped the chariot some distance from the Ghost Wolf, coughed lightly twice, and then smiled. As the sage said, to punish without teaching is cruelty. So, gentlemen, I think we can continue our discussion. Chapter 69, to be frank, I've wasted my breath. If, as Miss Vera says, the price is what displeases you all, then we. Bai Mo was interrupted by a rude voice before he could finish speaking. Who do you think you are? Is your lord mute, so you have the right to speak? Upon hearing this, Bai Mo's smile remained unchanged. However, her gaze bypassed the wolf and fell upon the person who had spoken earlier, before she drew her bow and knocked an arrow in one swift motion. Make your move. A streak of light flashed by, and before the words had even faded, the arrow had already pierced the face of the person who had just spoken. Thump! A corpse fell heavily to the ground. Several windows popped up in front of Ling as a result. Congratulations on your first kill of a fellow clan leader. You have gained 0 growth experience points. Your loot, none. This was the first time he had killed a human who was also a lord, just like himself, although Bai Mo had done it for him. But what about those lives that were mocking 1 second and vanished the next? Surprisingly, he felt no emotion whatsoever. They said everyone would throw up the first time they killed someone. Novels are such a lie, he muttered to himself. On the other side, the members of the secret society surrounding the corpse instinctively scattered in all directions. After realizing what had happened, she glared angrily at Bai Mo. Now that she's at the mercy of others, how dare she take the initiative to attack? However, Bai Mo's smile remained unchanged as he faced the angry gazes of many members of the secret party, and he only slowly uttered a sentence. The sage also said, if someone is taught but does not repent, he shall be executed. This action naturally conforms to the rites of Zhou. What a perfect example of conforming to the Zhou rites. A sarcastic voice came from afar. But before he could finish speaking, another streak of light flew out of Bai Mo's hand, followed by another corpse falling to the ground. Bai Mo slowly lowered the longbow in his hand, looked at the crowd around him who were already sweating profusely, and asked with a smile, now, can you all calm down and listen to what I have to say? No one responded to Bai Mo. Having had 2 lords killed in quick succession, no one knew whether speaking now would make them another victim of Bai Mo's arrows. Even Lin Xiao, who was inconspicuous in the crowd, was extremely frightened at this moment. Those 2 shots were so fast that he didn't even see the initial movement before he was already dead on the ground. If it weren't for those 2 secret faction lords speaking first, he would have been in trouble. So perhaps he was part of the group that's now lying on the ground with those 2 corpses. Seeing that no one continued speaking, Bai Mo nodded slightly. Let's talk things out rationally first. There's nothing that can't be resolved through communication, isn't there? As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to the ghost wolf. If you're not satisfied with the price, I can take the liberty of raising it by 10% on top of Miss Vera's price, which is 8,800 gold coins. Then, based on this, let's round it up to 9,000. The extra gold coins can be considered as compensation for the 2 brothers. What do you think? Upon hearing this, a slight twitch appeared on Yolong's sickly face. A human life is worth 100 gold pieces. Shouldn't he also praise the other party for being so polite? To be honest, 9,000 gold coins is not a small number. If it weren't for Lin Zhao's earlier words, Yulang might have actually stopped while he was ahead. After all, finding this open-pit copper mine only cost a few lives. It was practically a zero-cost deal, and getting 9,000 gold was a surefire profit. But after Lin Zhao's words, things started to get interesting. The other party can produce 8,000 gold coins, and they can also produce 9,000 gold coins. But this also means that the wealth that can be obtained by defeating the other party will be far more than that amount. That's why they say money is the real devil. Now, Ghost Wolf is already tempted by the potential profits in the future, and his appetite cannot be satisfied by a mere 9,000 gold pieces. Therefore, his answer to Bai Mo's words was very firm. I refuse. As he spoke, Ghost Wolf licked the wound on his finger and sneered, You've finished speaking. How about I show you a way out? Lay down your weapons and surrender, and you may be spared. Otherwise, if so many of us rush in, your mere chariot will probably not be enough to protect you all. At that time, Ghost Wolf pointed at Vera. None of you will survive except for her. Vera blinked and pointed blankly at herself. In fact, Ghost Wolf's original intention was to sow discord between the Lord and the affairs officer. When he said those words, he even used his special abilities related to speech. Under normal circumstances, if this situation were encountered, the loyalty of any officer, unless they were extremely loyal, would decrease to some extent. Unfortunately, he pointed to the wrong person. Furthermore, there is no concept of loyalty on Lingi's side. Bai Mo laughed out loud. It was hard to tell whether he was annoyed by Yulang or amused by Yulang. Take a deep breath. Bai Mo drew his bow again, the arrowhead pointing at Yulang. To be frank, I've wasted my breath. Why risk your life to solve something that is so simple? Swoosh. Before Yulang had any time to react, Bai Mo's arrow was already fired. But compared to the two who were shot earlier, Ghost Wolf reacted much faster and was also more ruthless. He grabbed his citizen from behind and placed him in front of him. Uft. The arrow pierced his chest, making Yulang's eyes widen in horror. What he instinctively grabbed in front of him was his subordinate civilian unit, Foot Knight Squires. Any unit that has even a slight connection to knights is destined to be expensive to recruit. But what pained him was not the knight's attendant, but the chainmail he was wearing. This chainmail was extremely valuable, and ordinary Stone Age arrows would never be able to penetrate it. However, the bow and arrow in Bai Mo's hand were clearly not products of the Stone Age. This arrow destroyed the chainmail, and even the knight's squire looked like he was about to die. Damn it! He casually tossed the increasingly weak knight squire aside. Ghost Wolf pointed towards the chariot. Khan, kill them. And you too, all of you get them. Except for that conscientious vendor. Leave the other two alive. Clearly, the secret society members around them had been eagerly awaiting this order from the Shadow Wolf. Therefore, the moment the order was given, the encirclement surrounding the tank quickly moved towards the center. Many of them carried iron spears, which were perfect for stopping the chariots. Snort. Seeing this, Bai Mo calmly chuckled, drew out 4 arrows, and knocked them onto the bowstring. As the sage said, time flows on like this river, never ceasing day or night. It means that the corpses of the enemy should flow in the river day and night. It seems we can only be enemies. Chapter 70. Free is the most expensive. The conversation just now was Bai Mo's last chance for Yulang and the others. It is only because the sage once said that to punish someone without teaching them is cruelty. But at present, none of the lords of the secret party showed any sign of wanting to repent. If one teaches without regret, then Bai Mo need not show any mercy. Only a few hundred people. Well, instrument. Bai Mo released the bowstring, and 4 streaks of light flew out simultaneously, piercing the hearts of 4 different lightly armored units. And this is just the beginning. As Bai Mo reached for the quiver on the carriage, streaks of light flew out from his hand. Each time she drew the bowstring, it foreshadowed the loss of several lives. This scene, like a ruthless life-harvesting machine, left the secret party lords behind dumbfounded. Is this correct? If we didn't know in advance what era this area belonged to, given the current situation, they almost thought they were the ones being crushed by the times. However, the next moment, as the number of arrows in the quiver dwindled, Bai Mo was no longer satisfied with simply drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Instead, he swung the thick rope in his hand and steered the chariot out. Great opportunity. As the chariot drew closer, a spearman gripped his iron spear tightly. That damned woman killed so many of their brothers in such a short time. If he can force the chariot to stop, then the rest of the troops can swarm in and tear Bai Mo, who is driving the chariot, to pieces. It's almost here. Closer, even closer. Suddenly, as the chariot drew near, the spearman seized the opportunity and thrust his spear forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by the pikemen's bewildered expressions. The woman driving the chariot actually deflected his spear with just the corner of her longbow. The spearman tried to say something, but a metallic taste suddenly welled up in his throat, and his life force quickly faded away. Just moments ago, after Mo used the iron-rimmed bow to deflect the spear, he then used the bow's tip to pierce the spearman's heart. With the spearman dead, a gap was instantly torn in the defensive line, and those around him didn't have time to plug the hole. Mo seized the opportunity and drove his chariot straight out of the encirclement of his secret party members. Now the balance of power shifts instantly. The war chariots circled around the secret society members, reaping lives every now and then and constantly shrinking their living space. The situation changed far too quickly. The secret party lords could never have imagined that the fish on the chopping block in their eyes just moments ago would transform into a white wolf ready to devour its prey in a matter of minutes. Mo, was he really that strong? Lingy muttered to himself. Although the sound was very soft, it still reached Mo's ears. Therefore, while attacking and defending, Mo did not forget to turn to Ling He and smile slightly. It's more than worth the price, isn't it, Lord? Seeing Mo displaying great prowess on the battlefield, Vera pouted in dissatisfaction. She was the one who arrived first. Just then, as if sensing something, Vera suddenly looked in another direction to the side of the chariot. On the distant horizon, hundreds of contracted ghost warriors wielding stone axes were rushing toward Ling and his location. After calculating the time, about 10 minutes had passed, and they should have arrived by now. A sudden inspiration struck Vera, and an excited smile appeared on her face. Then he slammed the scepter heavily on the chariot and stretched out a finger into the distance. 1,000. Before he could finish speaking, Ling He swiftly stepped forward and covered Vera's mouth tightly. Grandma, you can't say that. If Vera were to activate the index stimulus, promising a full salary for 1,000 days, even if she died, she would still receive it. That would be a fixed cost of tens of thousands of gold. Recruiting Mo wouldn't have cost this much money. When Vera acquired this open-pit copper mine, her offer was only 8,000 gold. Vera pried Ling He's hand away from her mouth. You must first promise not to make any empty promises. Seeing Vera nod, Ling He then released her hand. Vera took a deep breath of fresh air, then rolled her eyes at Ling He in annoyance. You bastard lord. Are you trying to murder your absolutely adorable chief secretary? Ahem. Ling He coughed lightly twice, his gaze involuntarily turning to the side. Seeing that Vera wasn't planning to use her skills again, Ling He breathed a sigh of relief. As the sage said, what is free is the most expensive, and this is absolutely true. Don't be fooled by the fact that recruiting Mo costs a fortune. His subsequent skills only cost a few dollars. But if it were Vera, although recruitment is free, if Vera were to unleash her skills, Ling and his current small fortune as a billionaire would be bankrupt in no time. At this moment, the members of the secret party also belatedly discovered the existence of the contract Ghost Warrior. They definitely couldn't have come without anyone with them. The secret society lords were not surprised by the appearance of the contract Ghost Warrior. Rather, it would be quite rare for a conscientious hawker to be able to leave without bringing any of his own people. Upon seeing the appearance of the contract Ghost Warrior, the secret party lords actually breathed a sigh of relief and regained some of their overwhelming confidence. It seems that the conscientious peddler is only as good as a mere administrative officer. If you don't keep up with the times, your subjects will still be a bunch of misfits. Attack! Attack! Stop them! One of the secret party lords had already pointed into the distance. Although they haven't figured out how to deal with Mo driving the chariot yet, slaughtering a group of poor, shirtless barbarians armed only with stone-breaking axes shouldn't be a problem. After all, these Era 3 units have a minimum combat strength of 30, and armored units can even reach over 60. This will be a massacre. As a group of lords took command, some of the secret party soldiers dispersed from the main force, no longer fixated on Mo and the chariots, but instead charged head-on towards the contract Ghost Warriors. The sharpness of iron clashed with the heaviness of stone. In an instant, the sound of countless sharp weapons piercing flesh could be heard. Just as the secret lords had predicted, iron weapons could easily kill these unarmored ancient units, while stone weapons seemed somewhat helpless against the iron armor. I did it, an unassuming spearman muttered to himself. Previously, they could only watch helplessly as Mo reaped the lives of their allies, and their morale had almost reached rock bottom. And now, the spear in his hand has pierced the heart of a contracted ghost warrior. Everything seemed to indicate that their enemy was not as powerful as they thought. Their enemy was also made of flesh and blood. Just then, a large hand suddenly grabbed the spear that the spearman had thrust out. Chapter 71, Fear, Total Collapse. Everything for profit. A chilling voice, like that of hell, was now coming from in front of the spearman. What? The spearman stood stiffly, looking at the contracted ghost warrior whose heart he had pierced. It was him who reached out and grabbed his own spear. The spearman tried to pull hard, but the spear was stuck inside the contracted ghost warrior's body and couldn't be pulled out at all. The contracted demon warrior, despite losing his heart, showed no signs of being weakened. For profit, for profit. He muttered words the spearman couldn't understand, and then, with the spear piercing him, he walked step by step toward the spearman. No, no. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the spearman was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. You're not human. You could never be human. But the contracted ghost warrior didn't say anything extra. He just muttered about benefits, and then raised the stone axe in his hand high. Thump! The stone axe slammed down, striking the spearman on the head. Thanks to the iron helmet, the spearman was only slightly dizzy from the blow, avoiding the horrific sight of his skull being shattered. But the contract ghost warrior clearly wouldn't stop there. The stone axe was raised and lowered again and again in the hands of the contracted ghost warrior. Thump! 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 With each strike, the spearman's iron helmet would deform a little more. Before long, a red and white liquid mixed with minced meat began to flow from the gaps in the spearman's helmet, which was now completely deformed. The contracted ghost warrior stopped, not even removing the spear stuck in his heart, and ran off to kill the next target. Similar scenes are playing out all over the battlefield. Some tried to cut the contracted demon warrior in half at the waist, while others tried to cleave it diagonally from the neck to the abdomen. But they didn't know why. No matter what they did, the contracted ghost warrior wouldn't fall. Even if they only have half a body left, they will stagger to their feet and fight to the very last moment. Finally, some soldiers couldn't withstand the pressure and suffered a complete mental breakdown. No, 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 no. What are we fighting? They're not human. They're demons. Evil spirits crawled out of hell to claim our lives. The weapon fell to the ground. The mentally broken soldier, tears streaming down his face, turned and fled in the direction away from the contracted ghost warrior. And fear is contagious. Fight. Your citizens' imperial spearmen, morale has decreased by 10 points. Your residents' infantry knight squire, morale has decreased by 10 points. Your citizens, the imperial spearmen, have suffered a morale collapse, reducing their loyalty to you by 50 points. Your subjects, the imperial spearmen, have fled. Your people's sword and shield warriors have fled. Your lords, infantry knight squires, have deserted. With the appearance of the first deserter, the soldiers who went to intercept the contract demon warriors completely collapsed. Some panicked people even fled back the way they came and charged into the allied lines that were trying to capture by Mo. Khan, what are you doing? Ghost Wolf's furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Stop worrying about their lives. If you can't spare 1 out of 2, then kill them all. Originally, Ghost Wolf wanted to keep the gold mine of the conscientious peddler, using his wealth as a stepping stone to his own path to greater heights. But as the conscientious vendor revealed more and more of his cards, Ghost Wolf became hesitant to spare his life any longer. The front line has only broken halfway. If we stay any longer and hesitate any longer, all our troops will collapse, and even Ghost Wolf himself may perish here. Ghost Wolf wasn't stupid. He naturally understood this. They received orders from the Ghost Wolf. Khan, who was mixed in with the crowd, finally made a move. Previously, he hadn't found an opportunity to assassinate by Mo and Ling He, but only to leave Vera alive. That's why he moved slowly through the crowd, conserving his strength and waiting for the right moment. But now, Ghost Wolf's order is to kill them all, so he doesn't need to conserve any energy anymore. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the chariot attacked the line again and took several lives, Khan suddenly jumped up and slammed his halberd down heavily on the chariot. Captain! Bai Mo's shout immediately rang out. Then came an arrow that struck Khan squarely in the face as he rose up. The arrow struck precisely where it pierced the gap in Khan's helmet. Fortunately, the wolf was willing to invest heavily in Karn, whose equipment was good enough to prevent him from being instantly killed by that arrow. But then, 3 arrows came in quick succession, each striking the fletching of the previous arrow precisely. With a combined force of several arrows, the first arrow pierced directly into Khan's helmet and exited from the back of his head. Thump! A corpse crashed down and was mercilessly crushed by the tank. Mo then sheathed his longbow, glanced at the corpse, and said, "The sage said, the commander of an army can be captured. I've been watching you for a long time." Previously, Khan was surrounded by armored foot knights and attendants. If Mo wanted to kill him, he would have to peel away the outer layers of flesh shields one by one, like peeling an onion. But Khan jumped up. There was no one around him to provide cover. Khan. Ghost Wolf instinctively collapsed to the ground. He never imagined that his elite affairs officer, who was considered one of the best in the third capital, would die so helplessly. It wasn't about the sadness of Khan and his own bond. What truly saddened Ghost Wolf was that he knew he was finished. Slaying a general in the heat of battle is the worst thing you can do to demoralize your troops. Now that Khan is dead, the remaining soldiers who have not yet fled are showing signs of disintegration. Moreover, with such heavy losses, even if he were to survive today, his status within the Secret Service would inevitably plummet. And the culprit behind all of this is from entropy. Suddenly, the wolf's eyes widened, and it raised its head to scan the chaotic battlefield. Corpses were everywhere, deserters were scattered, and the lords of the secret society were regrouping their troops in an attempt to continue the resistance. But what's missing is the presence of entropy. Damn it, Ghost Wolf growled at the top of his lungs. He actually got outsmarted by a newcomer who just joined the organization. This conscientious peddler's strength is far beyond what a new lord could possess, and her administrative officer's combat power far surpasses the scope of the first and second eras. If it weren't for entropy, Ghost Wolf would never have set his sights on the conscientious street vendor. No, if it's not from entropy. He had already planned to leave when the other party offered 8,000 gold coins. Xiangqi. Suddenly a sound rang out, and then 2 arrows pierced the wolf's abdomen. On the other side of the chariot, Mo slowly put away his bow and then gave Ling He a thumbs up. "My lord, what excellent archery skills." Chapter 72, The Business World, is like a battlefield. And isn't it all about fighting and killing? Haha, it's not that good. Ling He scratched the back of his head somewhat embarrassedly. He just suddenly had a whim and picked up a small wooden bow to play with. He didn't mean anything by it. With his arm strength, the arrows he fired flew crookedly and were estimated to fall to the ground after traveling a few meters. Who would have thought that Mo would immediately draw his bow and follow up, and even the arrow he fired would merge with Ling He's arrow, enveloping it and piercing Yolong's abdomen. Is this one of Mo's attack skills? Ling He took the opportunity to glance at Mo's panel. Xiang Ruler. Effect. Fires a spinning arrow that can merge with any small projectile, slightly altering the target's attack direction. After merging, the merged projectile inherits 90% of the unit's base attack power. One can only say that she truly deserves to be a secretary recruited at great expense. Whether this skill is useful or not is another matter, but at least in terms of emotional value, it gives Lingyi the maximum. However, this scene greatly shocked Vera's young mind. Staring at Mo, Vera leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't you feel any pain in your heart to say such things against your conscience?" "It doesn't hurt." Mo also whispered in Vera's ear, "Besides, the Lord's archery skills are really good." "Real?" Vera glanced to the side, reserving her opinion on the matter. Perhaps Mo's emotions were too well conveyed, or perhaps it was because they were having too much fun. Lingyi picked up the small wooden bow again and pulled back the bowstring with some difficulty. This time, his target was a distant secret society lord who was trying to reorganize his forces. Swoosh! The arrow flew from Ling He's hand, traced a beautiful parabola, and then fell to the ground before it had even traveled 10 meters. At that very moment, before Vera could even react, Mo instantly raised his hand and shot an arrow. Xiangqi. A streak of light shot out, carrying Ling and the arrow that had lost its momentum into the distance. Immediately afterward, a scream rang out as the secret society lord, who was trying to regroup, was pierced through the chest by 2 arrows. With yet another commander out of action, the battlefield became even more chaotic. As a result, the contract ghost warriors quickly arrived, and the terrifying sight of them stubbornly surviving despite being covered in various weapons constantly dampened the morale of the secret party. Mo didn't care about any of this. She quietly put down her bow, an arrow, turned to Ling He and gave him a thumbs up, then smiled at Vera. Of course it's true. After saying that, Bayamo leaned close to Vera's ear and whispered. The sage said that the marketplace is the battlefield, and from that we can deduce that the battlefield is the marketplace. Bayamo gently patted Vera's top hat twice. The battlefield is not just about fighting and killing. It's also about human relationships and social interactions. You heartless lady, you still have a lot to learn. Vera pouted. She roughly understood what Bayamo meant, but even so, she was still greatly shocked. But before that, snap! Vera casually slapped Bayamo away, saying, "It's not proper to touch a lady's hat without proper etiquette." Bayamo wasn't annoyed by this. He just smiled casually and then flicked the thick rope in his hand. "My lord, please sit tight. We're going to meet the mastermind behind this scheme against us." Hearing Bayamo say this, Ling He also put away his small wooden bow. "Have fun, but we still need to get down to business." The chariot quickly passed the scattered forces of the secret society and stopped in front of the ghost wolf. At this moment, Ghost Wolf had just pulled the 2 arrows out of his abdomen and was crawling with difficulty, clutching his stomach. Fortunately, the arrow only pierced his small intestine, which was not a fatal wound. As long as he could get out of the battlefield before bleeding to death, Ghost Wolf would have a way to save him. Unfortunately, a chilling voice rang out from behind him. "My dear seller, where are you planning to go?" The wolf stiffened its head and slowly turned it behind it. He saw the chariot and the 3 unharmed people inside. Not long ago, they had spoken in the same manner, with Yulang alone facing Ling and the other 2. At that time, the dark wolf was not afraid, because he knew that a powerful force was lurking beneath his feet. But now, not long after, the scene remained the same, but Ghost Wolf was now completely alone. "No, don't kill me," the wolf muttered to itself as it moved backward. "I agree to the deal. I agree to whatever you say." The bloodstains were dragged along by the ghost wolf. In response, Bayamo simply raised the iron bow in his hand and said calmly. The sage said, "The petty man fears power but does not cherish virtue." Don't you think it's too late to say these things now? We've given you more than one chance. Even if you didn't agree to the deal, we could have parted ways amicably. And you, as Bayamo spoke, he drew the bowstring taut. "Take a good look at the mess you've made." The sage said, "Repay evil with good." How then will you repay good? Even if the sage himself were here today, he probably wouldn't spare you. No, 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 no. The wolf trembled as it raised its arm to shield itself, its voice stammering as it spoke. "I don't want it anymore. I don't want anything anymore. I'll give it all to you. I'll give it all to you. Spare me. Please spare me." At this moment, Ghost Wolf was no longer the manic figure he had been just a few minutes ago. He thought he was different from others. But as he truly approached death, Ghost Wolf discovered that there was actually no difference between people. His body survival instinct compelled him to utter the same words as those he had killed. "That's right, I'm useful. I'm still useful." As if grasping a straw, Ghost Wolf suddenly raised his head and looked intently at Vera. He pointed his hand toward his chest. "I know a lot of things, and I can tell you anything you want to know." "Oh," Ling He suddenly spoke up. Bayamo glanced at Ling He's face out of the corner of his eye, and saw Ling He's smiling expression. He immediately understood and put down the longbow. The ability to read between the lines is a very valuable skill. As it happens, she was well versed in the 6 arts of a gentleman and was quite familiar with them. Bayamo drove the chariot closer to Yulang. Now, Yulang is the fish on the chopping block. Severely injured, he has no way to escape from Bayamo's chariot. With a wry smile, the wolf stopped trying to climb backward, as if resigned to its fate, and prepared to accept its destiny. Ling He stood on the chariot, leaning slightly forward to face Yulang. "But you're saying that we can tell each other anything?" Chapter 73, you did a great job, right? Ghost Wolf nodded. For example, this open-pit copper mine was discovered by us after we assassinated a group of lords and used the special ability of one of them. Besides, stop. Yulang wanted to continue speaking, but Ling Yi stopped him abruptly. Suddenly, Ghost Wolf looked up in confusion, only to see Ling He yawning boredly. "To be honest, I'm not interested in how you found this mine. Whether you stole, robbed, or killed someone, I only know one thing. After you found this mine, I was the first person you thought of, and I was also the first person you found it." "That's good, very good." As he spoke, Ling He suddenly stepped off the chariot under Bayamo's worried gaze and patted Yulang on the shoulder. You know what, before you attacked us, I thought we could be friends. Friend? Yulang gave a bitter smile. A few minutes ago, if Ling He had said something like that, he would have just retorted with sarcasm. Who would befriend an insignificant tag-along under the wing of a conscientious street vendor? But nowadays, he has neither the standing nor the means to say even such things. Because he lost miserably. Despite his resentment, Ghost Wolf had no intention of attacking or kidnapping Ling He. In his view, Vera was the conscientious vendor known to everyone in the channel. Therefore, kidnapping Ling He had no practical significance for him. Ling He continued patting Yolang's shoulder. Yes, friend. We could have been friends. What a pity. Shaking his head and sighing, Ling He's expression changed when he met Yolang's gaze again. A kind smile appeared on his lips. Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer. Ghost Wolf nodded. He didn't ask such a stupid question as whether he could survive after giving the information. He had done similar things far too many times, so he knew better than anyone that any promise was worth less than toilet paper. Even without asking, one can still hold on to a tiny bit of hope and fantasy for the future. Asking might only lead to despair. At this point, Ling asked her first question. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to belong to this era, do you? Who exactly are you? Us. Despite his fear, Ghost Wolf's lips curled into a slight smile when he talked about his identity. We come from the secret party. You may not understand now, but in our former territory, people called us members of the traitors. Ghost Wolf revealed all the information about the secret society and the traitors without any reservations, despite his considerable position within the Secret Service. But as someone who can betray even humanity as a whole, betraying the secret society again naturally doesn't put much psychological pressure on him. So the traitor camp is an alliance of madmen, perverts, and cultists? Ling He summarized. Forehead. Ghost Wolf paused for a moment. That's one way to understand it, but not entirely. Interesting. Ling smiled slightly. Is it interesting? Ghost Wolf had told more than one person about the traitors, but after listening, he laughed and said it was interesting that he had only met Ling He. That's right. Ling He nodded. Very interesting. For some reason, after hearing Ghost Wolf's description of the traitors' camp, Ling He's first reaction was not anger, fear, or pity. His first reaction was as if he saw a business opportunity. If there are no terrorists, then who should buy the guns and the bullets? If there are no missiles flying around in the sky, then what value do air defense systems have? Necessary evils could be the best catalyst for the market. Lowering his head, Ling He glanced at Yolang's wound, then turned and reached out to Weila. Didn't you find some herbs on the way here? Do you have any to stop the bleeding? Yes, there are. Vera reluctantly reached into the sack on the chariot and pulled out a bottle of soda. I took some of those herbs and mashed them into a paste and put them in here when I had some free time. You damn lord. Use them sparingly, or there won't be any left. The remaining herbs should be kept for planting, just as you, that bastard lord, said back then. I understand. Ling He reached out and took the can of soda from Vera's hand, then placed the can in front of Yulang. You don't need me to help you with applying the medicine, do you? Ghost Wolf remained silent, then poured out the ointment from the jar and applied it to the wound on his lower abdomen. It wasn't the deadly poison he had imagined. The herbal medicine Vera provided immediately stopped the bleeding from the wolf's abdominal wound. Why did you save me? Ghost Wolf's voice was a little hoarse. Ling He's actions made him feel like he had grasped a glimmer of hope for survival. But he was also afraid that the other party, like him, enjoyed toying with his prey one last time before it died. He feared that what he thought was an oasis in the desert was actually just a mirage. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell is the most painful. Ling He did not answer Yolang's question, because he had no obligation to answer it. Seeing that the bleeding from Yolang's abdomen had stopped, Ling He quickly asked his second question. From what you just said, you are not from this area. So how did you get here? It's thanks to the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower, Ghost Wolf said. 2 weeks ago, we were inside the Ghost Clan's tower, helping the Ghost Clan resist the invasion of the human lords. It was around that time that the Ghost Clan suddenly decided to leave their original territory. We didn't have time to evacuate from the tower, so we came to this new area with the Ghost Clan. So that's how it came about. Ling He nodded to himself. However, he soon frowned. Now that the origins of the secret party were clear, another problem arose from the Ghost Spirit Clan. Judging from the appearance, the Ghost race is not a native race of this area. Their opponents include human lords from the Third Era, which proves that their own era is not weak. If that's the case, What methods did such a powerful group of lords use to arrive in the barbaric Stone Age and blast fish, as if by divine intervention? Ling asked Yulang about this, but Yulang was also completely unaware of it. Although they are in the defector camp and temporarily stand on the same side as the Ghost Clan, their bodies are ultimately human, and the Ghost Clan cannot share all intelligence and information with them. Puff! After hearing what Yulang said, Ling and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just one-sided simping? Vera said with a laugh. Although Baemo quickly covered his mouth, he still smiled and agreed with Vera's words. I have feelings for you, but you are indifferent. Why should I demean myself and serve you like a dog? I offer my warm face to your cold heart, and my sincerity is only met with disdain. Chapter 74. The rules protect you, not me. You, all of you. Ghost Wolf opened his mouth, as if to refute something. But considering the current situation and positions of both sides, he ultimately swallowed his words. All right. Seeing that Yulang was indeed not very familiar with the situation of the Ghost Spirit Clan, Lingi immediately clapped his hands. Then my questions end here. I have no interest in knowing what bad things you've done, who you've killed, or who you've robbed. As for now, Lingi suddenly drew out a long tone, making Yulang's heart tighten. He was all too familiar with this scene. He would make this gesture every time he was about to kill someone. So is it his turn this time? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Yulang's mind, and a bitter smile gradually appeared on his lips. He didn't listen to a single word that Lingi said next. Suddenly, Lingi patted Yulang's shoulder, startling Yulang. Were you listening when I spoke? Lingi looked at Yulang suspiciously. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt like Ghost Wolf had been daydreaming. These days, capturing a prisoner is treated like capturing a college student. Yes, of course I'm listening, Ghost Wolf explained instinctively. Then he saw Lingi extend his hand in front of him and make a hooking motion. Since you're listening, that makes things easier. Besides this mine, you must have something else you'd like to trade with me, right? Looking at Lingi's outstretched hand, Yulang's lips curled into an even more bitter smile. Because just recently, he had made the same move as Lingi. I see. In an instant, under Lingi's strange gaze, Yulang seemed to have aged considerably. He reached out his hand, and 2 blueprints appeared out of thin air. I've heard about your situation, and know that the wealth you possess is beyond my imagination. I don't know what I have that you would find appealing. If there are any, they might be these 2 outdated blueprints. Before Yulang could finish speaking, Lingi had already reached out and grabbed the 2 blueprints, looking down at them. Subterranean Smelting Furnace. Era. Bronze Age. Basic Approach. Synopsis. The earth blazes and gold and bronze begin to resonate. The furnace, buried deep within the earth's veins, transforms or into a flowing river of metal, forging the very foundation of civilization. Production rate. 300 random or ingots/7 days. Construction requirements. 200 stacks of stone, 20 stacks of wood. Ceramic mold, foundry workshop. Era. Bronze Age. Basic Approach. Introduction. A handful of clay is refined 1,000 times, 3 parts copper and tin, 7 parts skill. Only by adhering to established rules and standards can a forest of spears and halberds be created. Construction requirements. 150 stacks of clay, 50 stacks of bone meal, 20 stacks of pine resin. Both of these blueprints are for buildings from the Second Era, which are of little use to the Ghost Wolves, who have already entered the Third Era. That's why the Ghost Wolf has kept him alive until now. This is also what Yulang believes is the most likely thing on him that Lingi would take a liking to. That's all I have, Ghost Wolf said with a bitter smile. I don't ask for anything, I just want a quick death. Since he was going to die anyway, Ghost Wolf just wanted to die without suffering. That's great, of course. Lingi nodded. But not now. What? You? Ghost Wolf suddenly raised his head, a shadowy and resolute glint in his eyes. However, before he could suddenly attack, he saw Lingi turn around and hand 2 blueprints to Vera. Vera, take a look at these 2 blueprints and see how much they're worth. What does this mean? For a moment, Yulang didn't quite understand Lingi's actions. When he says, not now, isn't he just torturing himself? Vera had already taken the drawings, glanced at them casually, and then gave her quote. It's quite valuable. The blueprint for the smelting furnace costs around 50 gold, and the price in the foundry is even higher, around 100 gold. Of course, the high price Vera mentioned was not specifically for Lingi. Compared to other drawings from the Bronze Age, these two drawings are already at a mid to high level of value. Most importantly, for people like Ling He who have not yet developed the mining industry, these two blueprints have very high added value. Understood. After hearing Vera's offer, Ling He nodded, then turned around and took Yulong's hand. Yulang was increasingly unable to understand what Ling Yi was trying to do. But soon, he noticed that his hand felt heavy. Looking down, he saw a handful of gold coins in his hand. Pleasant transaction. Ling Yi's voice came from Yulong's ear. So this was actually a transaction. Was it really just an ordinary transaction? Ghost Wolf subconsciously added the gold coins to his personal interface. Looking at the extra 150 gold coins in his personal interface, he almost thought he was living in a hallucination. See, doing business is actually very simple, isn't it? Ling, he patted Yulang on the shoulder. The money and goods are settled, and neither party owes the other anything. Seeing that Yulang was still stunned, Ling Yi shook his head and smiled, then leaned close to Yulong's ear and whispered, I won't give you the money for the mine, and you probably know why. If you ever have another chance to trade in the future, remember this one thing. The rules protect you, not me. After saying that, Ling Yi patted Yulong's shoulder twice more before getting up and getting back onto the chariot. Then, looking down at the wolf, he laughed and said, Since the deal is done, I won't keep you here for dinner. Please do as you wish. If he doesn't kill himself, how can he leave on his own? Ghost Wolf stood up unsteadily, still feeling somewhat incredulous. Looking at Ling He, Yulang hesitated for a second before finally speaking out what was on his mind. So, you're the one with a conscience, the vendor? In fact, Ghost Wolf had already made some guesses when Vera addressed Ling He as Lord. Therefore, when he blurted it out, although it was a question, he used a declarative tone. Ling He simply smiled and nodded, acknowledging this. The wolf let out a laugh, seemingly returning to its previous sickly state. His gaze lingered on Vera for a moment before turning to Ling He and saying thank you. This thank you contained a hint of genuine gratitude, but it was mostly a self-deprecating remark from Ghost Wolf. He never would have imagined it. It's unbelievable that someone who tramples on the rules could end up in such a miserable state because he lost the protection of those rules. The so-called fair trade stemmed from Ling He's benevolence. It was he who turned away the other party's benevolence. The laughter stopped. Ghost Wolf clutched the wound on his abdomen, turned, and walked away into the distance. This time, he did not refuse Ling He's kindness again. But as he stepped across the blood-stained mud, the once mad Wolf King became a pitiful lone wolf. Chapter 75, even the bones can be squeezed for another 2 ounces of oil. Wait until the Ghost Wolf is far away. Mo suddenly raised his bow, an arrow, making a drawing motion. Do we need to do this? Mo asked. She didn't explicitly say what she was doing, but Ling He knew what Mo meant. Oh well, forget it. Ling He shook his head and reached out to press down Mo's longbow. After all, it's never wrong to be polite. Courtesy, Vera asked in confusion. Was that guy very polite? I don't think so. With that, Vera jumped out of the car and picked up her Pichio wallet from the ground. She still remembered the scene when Ghost Wolf reached out to grab her earlier. What kind of manners could a guy who would lay a hand on a lady have? Yes, what a guy who would lay hands on a lady. Thinking of this, Vera turned around and glared at Ling He. Why are you looking at me like that? What did I do now? Ling He shrugged innocently, then pointed to the open-pit copper mine at his feet with one finger. Look at this, isn't this the wonderful gift he gave us? Ling He understood this very well. If it weren't for someone like Ghost Wolf, then in the short term, there would likely be no one responding to his request to buy minerals. Even if such a person existed, they wouldn't be able to provide Ling with an item that could indicate the coordinates. It was precisely because the Ghost Wolf was ruthless and wicked that it was able to meet all the conditions and guide Ling He to the location of this mine in the shortest possible time. Killing the Ghost Wolf only provides temporary relief. But if we keep Yulang around and give him some funds to make a comeback, we might be able to squeeze some more oil out of him. However, Vera's thoughts differed considerably from Ling He's. She looked at the spot Ling He was pointing to, belatedly realized something, and then nodded. All right, we didn't pay. Vera calculated that even including the casualties of the contracted ghost warriors, the expenditure would only be a few hundred gold. But they haven't paid a single penny of the 8,000 gold coins they were promised for the copper mine. Thinking about this, Vera's impression of Ghost Wolf improved considerably, and she even felt that it would be better if there were more bad guys like him. Puff! Suddenly, Mo covered his mouth and laughed. Vera raised an eyebrow instantly. Are you laughing at me? No, no, no. Mo smiled and shook his head, putting the longbow aside, and spoke his mind. I just feel that the Lord is kind-hearted and acts in accordance with the rights of Zhou, truly possessing the demeanor of a wise ruler. Kind-hearted and benevolent. Ling He's ears twitched. He had taken Mo's words to heart. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel curious. If I hadn't stopped you, Mo, what would you think of me? I see. Mo smiled gently, his eyes crinkling. Lord, your strategies are divine, eliminating evil from the world. This action is in accordance with the rights of Zhou, and I naturally admire you. Cough, cough, cough. It's not that good. Ling coughed twice, embarrassed. In Mo's eyes, whether he killed Yulang or released him, it was all in accordance with the Zhou rights. Oh right. Suddenly, he remembered the secret organization that Yulang had mentioned. The lords who followed the Shadow Wolves were only a small part of the secret party. Many other secret party lords were scattered throughout the region. Mo, what do you think about us launching a surprise attack and wiping out that secret society? Mo understood and said directly. The sage said, if one has enough food, enough soldiers, and enough trust, and must resort to force, one should first give up one's army. It means that an organization with sufficient food, troops, and cohesion should first defeat the enemy's army. If your lordship were to launch an attack, it would not only be a preventative measure, but your actions would also align with the principles of the sages and would naturally conform to the rights of Zhou. What if I just let it go? If we leave it unattended, wouldn't that prove that you, my lord, are magnanimous and broad-minded, surpassing all others in the world, and naturally conform to the rights of Zhou? I think I understand now. Vera blinked to herself. From the conversation between Mo and Ling He, she had gleaned one meaning. All roads lead to the Zhou dynasty's rights, right? So what exactly are the Zhou rights? That is naturally a very sacred thing. Ling He reached out and patted Vera's hat. Those who know, know. Those who don't, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Vera pouted. Fine, don't tell me then. I don't want to know anyway. Seeing this, Ling He smiled and shook his head, clearly in a good mood. Is this the concept of acting in accordance with the rights of Zhou? It can only be said that Mo truly deserves to be a top-notch secretary recruited at great expense. Ling He had previously thought that Mo was just a bodyguard-type secretary whose only skill was martial arts. However, it now seems that in addition to martial arts, public relations is also one of Mo's strengths. From then on, Ling He could do whatever he wanted, and in the future, great scholars would debate the classics for him. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Ling He took out a bottle of soda to appease Vera, then casually used the 2 blueprints that Ghost Wolf had offered. After adjusting his playful mood, he started to get down to business. First and foremost, we must firmly grasp this mine. Just as the secret party was defeated, the ambush was lifted. Ling He readily recruited 2,000 cattle and horses and purchased matching stone tools from the trading post. The total cost was only 4,000 gold. But with this arrangement, almost all the stone tools in the entire trading house were contracted out to Ling He alone. This incident caused a minor stir in the regional channel, since stone tools are not particularly valuable, and most people would choose to make them themselves rather than buy them directly from the trading post. It was indeed a strange thing that stone tools suddenly ran out of stock in the trading house. However, Ling He didn't care what people were talking about in the regional channel at that moment. He was assigning tasks to the newly recruited cattle and horses. The council hall, as the core building, and the prayer pillar used to display goods, will definitely be built first. The construction of these 2 buildings requires a considerable amount of timber. It was precisely because of this that Ling He discovered a problem with the trading house when he tried to remove his timber from the market. Your location has exceeded the maximum allowed range. At the open pit copper mine, the timber he had put on the racks was in a state where it couldn't be taken off. Prior to this, He was unaware that the trading house had this restriction. It seemed that once a product was listed, it could not be taken down unless it was returned to the vicinity of the listing location. It seems that the trading house can at most be considered as a local insurance warehouse. Using the trading post as a lossless remote space device is not a feasible solution. This approach has already been blocked. Fortunately, timber wasn't particularly rare. After casually dispatching a group of people to go out and cut down trees, He turned his attention to Yolong's 2 Bronze Age blueprints. The construction requirements of these Bronze Age blueprints, clay, bone meal, and pine resin, are still quite unusual by today's standards. Chapter 76, Creating Demand Single-Handedly. Bone meal is probably the easiest thing to obtain nowadays. Having just experienced a major battle, although many people fled due to the rapid collapse of the secret society, there were still quite a few corpses left behind. Ling He estimated that as long as the flesh and blood of these corpses were removed and then burned, a lot of bone powder should be produced. Well then, Vera will handle this. Ling He pointed at Vera, hesitated for half a second, and then turned to Bai Mo beside him. Bai Mo, you should do it. It would be somewhat wicked for Vera to do such a thing, but if it were Bai Mo, it would naturally be in accordance with the Zhou dynasty's rights. Bai Mo nodded slightly, without refusing. And what about me? Seeing Bai Mo get up and get out of the car, Vera moved closer to Ling He and pointed to herself. Damn Lord, did you forget about me so quickly? Of course you have things to do too. Ling reached out to touch Vera's head, but his hat blocked his way, so he changed his gesture and patted Vera's hat instead. Ling He didn't want Vera to burn the body because he didn't want his conscience to be hurt. As for having some free time, Vera certainly wouldn't be idle. With that in mind, Ling He sent another purchase request in the regional channel. A conscientious vendor, buying large quantities of clay and pine resin. Clay is 1 gold per set. Pine resin is 3 gold per set. You can list them directly on the trading house. I'll buy them as soon as I see them. No need to message me privately. After sending the purchase request, Ling He pushed the trading panel closer to Vera. Vera, could you please take a look at the trading house for me for now? Ling He didn't plan to find the clay and resin himself. According to Ling He's estimation, these two items shouldn't be considered particularly valuable or rare resources in the entire region. If you're going to search the whole world just to build a foundry, you might as well just buy one directly from within the regional channel. As the old saying goes, time is money, but money can buy back time. As long as the time saved allows Ling He to earn more gold coins, then every coin he spends is actually a profit. For this reason, Ling He doesn't even mind briefly elevating the price of clay and resin to a level that doesn't belong to them. Having earned over 100,000 gold coins, you have to spend some of them, right? Of course, it was precisely because of Ling He's idea that many people in the regional channel had a red glint in their eyes. Extremely bored. A set of pine resin is worth 3 gold coins, and a set of clay is worth 1 gold coin. That's more than you could earn fighting the Ghost Spirit Clan, right? For many people, Ling He's purchase request this time is far more shocking than the last one. Because for most people, things like the Guqin, chariots, and minerals are all abstract and unattainable concepts. But clay and pine resin are much easier to find. Rather, the reason these two items are not found in the trading industry is not because they are rare, but because in the early stages of survival, no one had any need for them. But now, Ling He has created demand all by himself. Sasa, holy crap, there's a patch of clay next to the river where I landed, and now that clay is turned into a gold mine. Let me give you 3 punches. Don't leave upstairs. You can't protect this treasure. Let me help you keep an eye on it. Sword dance in the sky. While I was exploring, I happened to find a pine forest that wasn't too sparse. Since the vendor needs pine resin, I'll just live here for now on. The acquisition went even more smoothly than Ling had imagined. Perhaps it was the good image that Ling he had maintained in the past, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that played a role. When faced with Ling He's purchase request, most people's first reaction was to believe rather than question. In less than half a day, Vera had acquired all the materials needed to build a foundry from the trading house. A large amount of clay and some solidified pine resin were piled up in front of Ling He. At this moment, Bai Mo returned to the chariot and reported on the results of cleaning up the battlefield. The secret party left behind more than 100 corpses near the copper mine, and their equipment had been recovered by Bai Mo. Aside from the equipment that is already damaged and cannot be reforged yet, there are about 30 sets of usable iron armor. What do you plan to do with these equipment? Bai Mo asked Ling He for his opinion. Ling He rubbed his chin. How about we share some with the contract Ghost Warriors? The war spanned 2 eras. Although the contract Ghost Warriors crushed the morale of the secret party with their death resistance and intimidation attributes, they also suffered heavy casualties. There are about 30 sets of armor, enough to give 1 set to each of the remaining contracted Ghost Warriors. Bai Mo nodded slightly, having no objection to the handling of Ling He, and then continued to report to her subordinates. Aside from the equipment, Including the corpse of the contract ghost warrior, there were nearly 200 corpses in total, yielding 400 sets of bone powder. This was largely thanks to the robust physique of the contract ghost warriors, whose bone meal production far exceeded that of the secret society soldiers. Furthermore, after half a day of mining, thousands of cattle and horses extracted nearly 5,000 sets of stone and more than 2,000 sets of malachite, while the logging cattle and horses also brought back several thousand sets of timber. In other words, the seemingly cumbersome material for the furnace and foundry were actually collected in excess of their quantity in a very short time, thanks to Ling's massive manpower and financial resources. Ling naturally didn't need to hesitate about this. Open the building panel directly and take pictures of 10 underground smelting furnaces and a ceramic mold casting workshop near the copper mine. With a large number of cattle and horses, these buildings can be completed in less than 10 hours. Meanwhile, Linghe did not call a halt to the acquisition of Vera. A foundry might be able to gradually produce enough to cover all of Linghe's subjects, but Linghe's ambitions extend far beyond that. As the saying goes, with great power comes great power and great wealth. The wolf so enthusiastically handed over the opportunity to monopolize the next era to Linghe. Faced with this tempting piece of meat right before his eyes, how could Linghe not eat it? Moreover, a foundry only costs a few hundred gold coins to build. This amount of money might be a chance for many people to become rich overnight, but it's not much for Linghe. Suddenly remembering something, Linghe turned around and rubbed Hamburger's body. Hamburger didn't respond. It was clearly asleep. Linghe found it somewhat amusing because on the way to find this mineral, thanks to his collaboration with Hamburger on slime gel, Hamburger's assets had already reached several thousand gold coins. Is this what they mean by, even if a poor person becomes rich overnight, they still won't have as much money as a rich person's sofa? Chapter 77, The Only Time I Soften My Heart. In conclusion, with the substantial investment of funds, Linghe has fully gotten the copper mine on track. All the difficulties in the early stages of mining were resolved by Ling and his vast capital. The rest is just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Ghost Wolf, clutching his injured abdomen, moved completely away from the copper mine. He was not in a hurry to reunite with the fleeing secret society lords. Compared to those fleeing fellows, Ghost Wolf was thinking more about Linghe at this moment. Currently, Yolan's perception of Linghe is somewhat divided. On the one hand, he was somewhat grateful because the other party had actually let him go instead of chasing after him and trying to kill him. On the other hand, everything he had was destroyed by Linghe, so it's impossible for him not to feel any hatred. Clutching his wound, Ghost Wolf sat down against a large tree and let out a sickly laugh. It's amazing that gratitude and hatred can coexist in one person. Humans are truly contradictory creatures. Speaking of humans, Ghost Wolf recalled the scene not long ago when he was mocked by Ling and the other two. Yes, he is just a human being. The wolf's sickly smile gradually disappeared, and a hint of inscrutable darkness flashed in his eyes. Based solely on his human identity, it was impossible for him to gain the complete trust of the Ghost Spirit clan or any other race. Even if he was a member of the Renegade camp, this was still the case. Having followed that all-powerful party leader for so long, he seemed to have almost forgotten why he initially chose to join the traitors and become an enemy of humanity. It seems to be to become stronger in this dog-eat-dog world. When exactly did he forget his original aspirations and become a madman whose mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of being an enemy of humanity? Ghost Wolf exhaled. He became somewhat lost and vulnerable because of the time Ling and the others mocked him. This was the first time Ghost Wolf had begun to consider what to do after slaughtering all the human lords. After a moment, Ghost Wolf slowly shook his head. I can't think of anything. Perhaps only the leader of the secret party knows the answer to this question. The Wailing Wall is right. He shouldn't have acted on his own. He should have stayed where he was with the Wailing Wall and waited for the party leader's return. Just then, a trembling voice came from behind the Ghost Wolf. Lord Ghost Wolf. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a surge of anger welled up in Ghost Wolf's heart, and he glared fiercely toward the source of the sound. Sure enough, Lin Xiao was standing there. How dare you come before me again, Entropy? Faced with Ghost Wolf's questioning, Lin Xiao trembled. Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Ghost Wolf. I was just too scared. I didn't run away on purpose. Ghost Wolf stared coldly at the other party. If it were in the past, based on this action by Entropy alone, Even if he didn't kill the other party, he would never have let them off easily. However, after meeting Ling He once, his heart softened considerably. Judging from Entropy's trembling and cowardly appearance, he probably wouldn't dare to scheme against him. As for running away, even he was beaten so badly. So given his limited combat strength, running away is understandable. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xiao asked in a trembling voice. Hearing this, the remaining anger in Ghost Wolf's heart gradually cooled down. At least when everyone else was just busy running away, Entropy was willing to come back to him. Thinking of this, Yulang reached out his hand to Lin Xiao with a disgruntled expression. What are you all standing there for? Come, help me up. Yes, yes. Lin Xiao nodded as he carefully stepped forward and helped Yulang up. Seeing Lin Xiao's cautious demeanor, Yulang felt relieved. Why don't you follow me from now on? Stay away from the Wailing Wall. It's not as bad as you think. Halfway through his sentence, Yulang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Forehead. Startled, Ghost Wolf looked down and saw a stone dagger already piercing his heart. We're teammates. Ghost Wolf's vision gradually blurred, but in return for those words, Lin Xiao mercilessly pulled the dagger from his heart. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the wolf's vision gradually dimmed. On his deathbed, he had only one thought in his mind. This was the first time in his life that he had softened his heart. If you're too soft-hearted, it's easier to stab someone in the back. Lin Xiao casually flicked the blood off the stone dagger, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Having tricked Yuling once, he didn't want to see Yuling again. Unexpectedly, he bumped into her and witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Xiao glanced at the ground and saw a golden pile bursting out from under the corpse of the ghost wolf. His eyes suddenly lit up. Gold! All of them were collected into the personal interface, totaling more than 30. It would take raiding 2 ordinary lords to accumulate this much wealth. Moreover, the benefits of killing the ghost wolf go far beyond that. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the growth path, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. Growth path, the false creator. Current level, LV11. The experience points gained from killing the ghost wolf directly propelled Lin Xiao's previously stunted development back to the top tier in this area, even compared to conscientious street vendors. Thinking of the conscientious street vendor, Lin Xiao's smile vanished, and his mood became gloomy. Compared to that development maniac with his economy points off the charts, he is still nothing now. No, not just now. The more Lin Xiao paid attention to the other person, the more he calculated against them, the deeper his sense of powerlessness became. Thanks to the market, the development of conscientious vendors is almost equivalent to the sum of all human lords in the entire region. Jinshan lifted him higher and higher, so much so that the more Lin Xiao tried to catch up and climb, the more suffocated he felt. Meanwhile, inside the original cave hideout, in front of a group of secret party lords, the Wailing Wall emitted a sound that was both crying and laughing. The ghost wolf is dead. His soldiers should have played a greater role. Upon hearing this, the surrounding secret party lords did not show much surprise. Because once you join the secret party, everyone will automatically add you as a friend. The fact that Ghost Wolf and several other secret lords' names were removed from the friends list already speaks volumes. My lord, please accept my condolences. Someone came to the side of the Wailing Wall and whispered words of comfort. However, the Wailing Wall shook its head. Anyone who notices his face will realize that he is smiling at this moment. A night of bloodshed. Daylight broke. Lingy stood in front of the smelting furnace that the cattle and horses had worked on all night to complete, holding a piece of malachite in his hand, and looked back at Vera and Bai Mo. So, can we start smelting copper now? Chapter 78, I may not understand alloys, but I definitely understand business. Sure, of course not. Bai Mo and Vera's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Why not? Linghe and Bai Mo both turned to look at Vera. You're not thinking of anything inappropriate for children, are you? Linghe asked hesitantly. What kind of inappropriate content is it for children? A question mark appeared on Vera's forehead, but she quickly shook her head and pointed a finger at Linghe. You damned lord. Are you planning to forge copper out of thin air? Red copper? Isn't it bronze? As Linghe spoke, he looked at Bai Mo with pleading eyes. Does copper also come in different colors like red, yellow, orange, green, cyan, blue, and purple. To this, Bayamo shook his head directly. I'm sorry, Lord. As the sage said, to know what you know and to know what you don't know is true knowledge. As for the red copper that Miss Blackheart mentioned, Imo truly has no understanding of it. Upon seeing this, Vera slapped her forehead, making a facepalm gesture. Okay, my bad. That's definitely not common sense. But then, Vera's lips curled into a smile. It seems that even by Mo, the most expensive and top-notch secretary, is not omniscient or omnipotent. Then let this lady explain it to you. As she spoke, Vera looked at Ling He. You damned lord. Do you even know how many types of copper there are? Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Ling He casually tossed the malachite in his hand, then stepped forward and forcefully flattened Vera's top hat, giving it a good squeeze. Vera pouted. Just say it. Why are you getting handsy? Interrupted by Ling He, Vera lost her desire to show off. After clearing his throat twice, he began to seriously introduce the different types of copper to Ling and by Mo. There are many types of copper, including brass, bronze, cupronickel, and red copper. Brass, in particular, requires the zinc, ore, and copper or to be smelted together during the smelting process. It is also known as a copper-zinc alloy and is often used to cast musical instruments. White copper is a copper-nickel alloy, which has corrosion-resistant properties. Many people who are short of money but like to show off will choose to use white copper tableware instead of silver, which is inexpensive and does not make them lose face. If you do things like that bastard lord and just smelt copper without caring about anything else, the final product will be pure copper, which is what I just called red copper. Red copper has excellent electrical conductivity, but when it is made into equipment, its hardness is only a pitiful 35 HV. At this point, Vera paused and looked at Ling He and by Mo's expressions. The result is obvious. Both of them looked completely bewildered. Ling He felt as if his long-forgotten chemistry knowledge was invading his brain. Bai Mo was completely unfamiliar with the various technical terms Vera used. It seems that Vera still has her advantages compared to Bai Mo. At least in the era in which they lived, Vera completely overwhelmed Bai Mo. What about bronze? Bai Mo asked directly. As the sage said, it is not shameful to ask those who are less knowledgeable than oneself. Therefore, Bai Mo did not feel that it was something to be ashamed of if he did not know something. Bronze. Vera raised one finger, thought for a moment, and then changed it to two. Bronze can be roughly divided into two types. One type can be described as a magnificent creation that runs through the entire Bronze Age. It requires adding tin or to copper and smelting it into a copper-tin alloy. As she spoke, Vera looked at Ling He. However, this time she learned her lesson and, after glancing at Ling He, shifted her gaze to Bai Mo. Do you know the hardness of bronze, a copper-tin alloy? Just as Vera had expected, Bai Mo was quite accommodating. Faced with this question, Bai Mo hesitated for a moment before giving a guess. 50 HV? He didn't understand what Vera meant by HV, but since bronze is harder than copper, it should be a roughly conservative figure. However, Vera smiled. Wrong. The answer is 100 HV. The hardness of copper-tin alloy is nearly 3 times that of pure copper. The power of bronze, capable of naming an era itself, far surpasses ordinary people's imagination. However, after Vera finished speaking, Ling He shook his head in distress. You mean besides copper mines, I also need to find zinc and nickel mines, and most importantly, find a tin mine? Or, you bastard lord, you can choose another bronze option. Vera smiled again and continued. Arsenic copper alloys are generally obtained by directly smelting arsenic copper associated ores. The process is simple and the hardness can reach 80 HV. Although both are bronze, arsenic copper alloys are less hard and more brittle than copper tin alloys, but they have a significant characteristic when made into equipment. Vera opened her mouth slightly and uttered a single word. Poison. The byproduct of smelting arsenic copper ore is arsenic frost, or you can call it by another name, arsenic trioxide. Bronze equipment made from arsenic copper alloys has a much higher mortality rate after successfully injuring a normal life form than bronze equipment made from copper tin alloys. Besides, stop. Seeing that Vera was going on and on, Lingy interrupted her long-winded speech. Before we continue talking about bronze, could you tell me how copper equipment compares to stone equipment? Then it is naturally superior. Although Vera has been emphasizing the weaknesses of bronze equipment, It depends on who you compare it to. Compared to stone tools, although copper is slightly less hard, it perfectly compensates for the brittleness of stone tools. The sharper the polished stone tool, the easier it is to chip or even shatter when used for an attack. But red copper is completely different. Copper is extremely tough. Even if it gets chipped from chopping, it won't cause any major damage. It can be reused simply by polishing it. But, Vera continued, if you're using copper equipment in combat, depending on the intensity of the battle, you must sharpen it every 1 to 4 hours to deal with the decrease in sharpness caused by the dulling of the blade. If bronze were used instead, the drawbacks of copper and stone would no longer exist. Etc. From Vera's long string of words, Ling, he suddenly caught a few key words. You mean that copper equipment needs to be polished every few hours, and polishing will reduce the thickness of the equipment, so that the copper equipment will be completely unusable after a period of use. Vera tilted her head, puzzled. That's about right. Is there a problem? This is a huge problem. Ling patted Vera on the shoulders with both hands. Our next generation of low-end products. Isn't that here we come? He may not understand alloys, but he's definitely a shrewd businessman. If the equipment made of red copper is truly as Vera described, in the next era, it is likely that no one will be able to surpass Ling He and reach into the copper mining market. Chapter 79, The Gatekeeper of the Bronze Age. WH, what do you mean? Vera blinked blankly. Wasn't she pointing out the drawbacks of bronze equipment? Why did Lingyi's thought process suddenly shift to low-end products? Seeing Vera's dazed expression, Lingyi chuckled softly. Have you forgotten how the world's most durable light bulb manufacturer went bankrupt? However, Vera did not respond with agreement to this statement. Damn Lord, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lingyi then realized that in Vera's era, capital had not yet noticed this fatal weakness of its own. Therefore, this was something that only he knew and understood among the 3 people present. That was before Lingyi entered the war game. The world's most durable light bulb manufacturing company produced light bulbs that could last for decades or even centuries without breaking. The result was that the market was completely saturated, with no more demand, leading to the dismal end of a giant company that had led an era. Standing on the bones of their ancestors, the later generations formed the Sun God Alliance and set the lifespan of electric lights at 1,000 hours. Anyone who breaks this rule will be met with hostility and expulsion from the market, while the merchants who unite will make a fortune as a result. Seeing that it was still early, Lingyi briefly told Vera and Bai Mo the story. How could this happen? Vera covered her mouth. This was the first time she had ever heard of a merchant dying in the market, because the goods he sold were of such high quality. So, this is the market, Ling said with a light laugh. Complex, ruthless, seemingly orderly yet illogical. That's what the market is like. Could you elaborate on your plan? Bai Mo asked. Of course, no problem. Lingyi snapped his fingers and pointed to the furnace in front of him. Think about it. A furnace can only smelt 300 metal ingots every 7 days, and there are losses during the smelting process. As Lingyi said this, he looked at Bai Mo. Bai Mo immediately replied, approximately 3 sets of wood are needed for each metal ingot. Lingyi nodded. This isn't cheap. Nowadays, the rapid development of the copper mine is almost entirely maintained by Lingyi's massive financial investment. Aside from the massive upfront costs, the ongoing maintenance expenses will also be a staggering figure. If we're to go straight to producing powerful and durable bronze equipment, how do you think we should price it? I know that. Vera raised her hand high. Based on the initial investment, as well as the material and labor costs during production, 10 gold per bronze ingot should be a reasonable figure. Lingyi did not deny it, but instead asked a series of questions. If we release bronze ingots worth 10 gold each, how many people can afford them? Would those who could afford bronze ingots be likely to repurchase bronze equipment, given its extremely high durability? Or, if they really need bronze equipment, wouldn't it be more cost-effective for them to join forces and mine it? Vera fell into deep thought. Every question Ling asked was spot on. Being a pioneer does not necessarily mean huge benefits or a worry-free life. A bronze ingot costs 10 gold coins, and nowadays almost no one can afford it. Given the high quality of bronze, there won't be many repeat customers in the short term. Those who cannot afford bronze ingots may find alternative ways, such as selling their labor to mine and collect the resources they need little by little. This could even give rise to a group of merchants who specialize in selling unrefined or thereby squeezing out Lingyi's market share. If this continues, the worst outcome will likely be that they will be crushed under the relentless wheels of the market, just like the light bulb company in Ling's story. That's why we need copper. Lingyi said, "It is not as good as bronze, but better than stone tools. It is also a consumable, and as a transitional item, it will not take away the market share of future bronze equipment. Is there a more perfect entry-level product? We can even lower the price of red copper to 3 gold. 3 gold! Upon hearing this outrageous offer, Vera was jolted awake from a reverie. Isn't the price of 3 gold too low? If calculated based on the price of timber that Lingyi lists in the trading house, smelting 1 copper ingot would consume 90 copper coins just for the timber alone. This only accounts for the consumption of timber. There were also labor costs for mining, smelting, and building furnaces. Almost every step they took was a money-burning endeavor. After paying the 15% transaction tax from the trading house, the quoted price of 3 golds only leaves 2 golds and 55 coppers. In other words, a copper ingot can only bring Lingyi a little over 1 gold. If the stone and wood used to build the furnace are deducted, the profit may be even lower. Vera simply couldn't understand how there was any way to make money with this pricing strategy. No, that's not how you calculate prices. Lingyi smiled and shook his head, then corrected Vera's calculation error. Don't forget, we control the timber market. We are the biggest sellers, not the buyers. The timber market is already saturated. If we continue to increase production capacity, the excess capacity cannot be sold directly, and the profits generated will be equivalent to 0. And that is the use of copper. Having said that, Vera completely understood. You mean, you're using the guise of copper to actually sell timber? That's exactly right. A glint flashed in Lingyi's eyes. Unless one possesses the scale of Lingyi, it will be extremely difficult to even recycle the cost of the furnace, given the profit margin of red copper. That's how the game of capital works. Massive amounts of capital will become an impenetrable wall, blocking the path of all newcomers. Thinking of this, Lingyi casually entered the construction interface, took a few more pictures of the underground smelting furnaces, and then opened his arms in front of him. There's only one thing we need to do next. Smelt copper. Smelt copper. Smelt copper again. Using copper as the gatekeeper of the Bronze Age to stop everyone who wanted to get their hands on the minerals. As he spoke, Ling took 2 cans of soda from the chariot and tossed them to Vera and the other person. Then he opened a can for himself and held it high. Cheers to our upcoming expansion into a new market. Cheers! Bayamo raised his can without any hint of disappointment, gesturing to Lingyi. On the other hand, Vera looked at the jar in her hand, her eyes narrowing again and again, because she finally realized something. Damn lore, this is tin. Chapter 80 is beyond my knowledge, but I can learn it. Puff! Upon hearing Vera's words, Ling spat out the soda he had just drunk. Wiping his mouth, Lingyi held up the can of soda in his hand. You mean this stuff is tin? Vera nodded. My judgment is never wrong. But didn't you say before that this thing wasn't worth anything? Lingyi still remembers how excited Vera was when he first gave her a bottle of soda. Of course, it wasn't a positive feeling of excitement, but rather that I felt he was like a spendthrift. Vera was well aware of her own behavior at the time, and she did not deny it. At the time, I thought it was worthless. But Vera quickly offered her own explanation. Because although the can of this happy water contains tin, the tin content is not very high. With that, Vera pulled the tab on the can in her hand, tilted her head back, and gulped down all the soda inside. Vera burped, took the empty jar, and moved closer to Lingyi, showing him the inside of the jar. You damn lord, look here. Vera pointed to the inside of the jar from the opening. The so-called tin is actually just a thin layer on the inner wall of this can. This is only a little bit. Lingyi said subconsciously. He then quickly realized what Vera meant by worthless. You can't just look at the price and ignore the measurement. Although tin is not cheap, if it's just plated with a thin layer, it's really not worth much. However, on the other hand, we can not only look at the measurement and not the quantity. Currently, all the soda in the entire area is in Lingyi's hands, and even the carriage still has quite a few soda cans left. With so many jars combined, wouldn't the amount of tin increase? Even Ling herself hadn't expected that such a small thing she did just to satisfy her appetite would bring her such a pleasant little surprise. Lingyi scratched his face and smiled. I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? It's more than just good luck. Vera rolled her eyes. The requirements for tin and copper tin alloys are not demanding at all. A tin content of 5% to 20% can be used to make qualified bronze. Even if the bronze is made with the minimum standard of 5% tin, the hardness is more than twice that of red copper. In other words, if we can make good use of them, all these jars we have can be used to arm a group of people who use bronze tools. If I had known what was going on beforehand, I would have thought that this was all part of your scheme, you bastard lord. At this point, Vera suddenly stopped and looked at Ling He suspiciously. You damn lord, could this really be part of your scheme? Huh. Ling He chuckled, scratching the back of his head, then shook his head firmly. It was just a lucky coincidence for the rich. How could he have been planning this for so long? Seeing this, Vera withdrew her suspicious gaze. That makes sense. If Ling and Zhun could calculate every aspect of life, that would be terrifying. However, there's one very important point. You bastard lord, you must remember. Vera held up one finger. That's the tin plating from the pot that can only be added to the copper or during smelting. The can of this soda is mainly made of aluminum. If too much aluminum is mixed in during the copper or smelting process, the entire batch of metal will be completely scrapped. This is simple. Ling didn't think Vera was talking about anything difficult. He casually summoned 2 oxen and horses from the furnace in front of him and handed the empty jars to them. Smash this can open, then carefully grind off the coating inside. Tell me if you can do it. The 2 oxen and horses carefully took the jar from Ling He's hands and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he said decisively, I may not know how, but I can learn. Well done. Ling He stepped forward and patted the 2 oxen and horses on the shoulders. We need ambitious oxen and horses like you. Cough cough, I mean manpower. Then Ling pointed to the 2 oxen and horses. Starting today, you will be the captain and deputy captain of the pot grinding team. I will also assign you a few more people. As they were talking, Ling summoned a few more oxen and horses and casually shoved the empty cans from the chariot into their hands. Without waiting for the 2 laborers to say anything like, thank you for your guidance, he simply waved them away. All right, what are you standing there for? Get to work. Everyone get to work. Seeing that the cattle and horses had gone far away, Lingy picked up a stone from the ground and began to polish the inside of the jar. Only then did he turn around and open his hands to Vera. See, the problem is solved, isn't it? The last problem is indeed solved. Vera blinked. But when did we start having a position like pot grinding team leader? Ugh. Lingy shook his head and smiled. Vera is surprisingly clueless in areas outside her own area of knowledge. Thinking of this, Lingy waved his hand and said to Vera, we don't need to pay extra wages. Why bother with all that? That's true. Vera nodded in agreement. You bastard lord, I accept your bastard status. Don't keep accepting things that don't exist. Lingy muttered under her breath, but her gaze turned to Bayamo. Bayamo cupped his hands slightly. Your Excellency's respect for the virtuous and talented, and your ability to recognize and utilize talent, are naturally in accordance with the rights of Zhou. See, even though Vera calls him that bastard lord all the time, he's always been a good person. Moving past that topic, Lingy's mind drifted to the situation at the logging camp. In his haste to leave, he left most of his soda and the empty cans at the logging camp. Given that it has been determined that the trading post cannot be used as long-distance base equipment, how to transport so many tanks has indeed become a problem. No, perhaps the trading house isn't entirely unusable. With his keen business sense, Ling quickly discovered another use for the trading house. Express delivery. By paying sufficient transaction tax, resources can be quickly transferred between 2 lords of the same race. The only downside is that if the price is too low, it's easy for other lords in the area to snatch it up. But for empty cans that have been used up, even if priced at 1 copper coin, no, 1 copper coin would still be easy to snatch away. Ling shook his head inwardly. Human behavior is unpredictable. Who knows if there are some geniuses in the area who keep an eye on cheap junk every day. However, if it's priced at 20 or 30 copper, no one would be willing to spend that much to buy an empty, broken jar. Now, we have a way to transport the cans over. So the question is, where are the people? Where did the Lord go to kidnap them? Thinking of this, Lingy turned around and scratched Hamburger's body. If only you were a person,